Okay, welcome to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2022-2023. I acknowledge the Dugald people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to my elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. Also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Minister Dugald Saunders and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of agriculture in Western New South Wales. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings have also been recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at that table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Saunders, I remind you, you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. So for now, I will ask, starting on my left, state your full name, position, title and agency and swear either an oath or affirmation. The words of both have been provided for you. I think Mr. O'Connell.
Sean O'Connell, CEO of the RAA. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Rebecca Fox, Acting Secretary of the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Did I jump in?
You. Yeah, if anyone else wants to come forward.
Sorry.
Yep.
Hi, Suzanne Robinson, Director Animal Welfare with the Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sean Sloan, Deputy Director General, Department of Primary Industries, Fisheries. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Morning, John Tracy, Deputy Director General for Biosecurity for New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
David McPherson, Deputy Director General, Forestry and Land Reform, Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Daryl Quinlivan, Agriculture Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kim Loyes-Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Jonathan Wheaton, Executive Director for Regional Development in Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I think we're over to you, Ms Hanson now.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Hanson, Director General, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Yep. Steve Orr, CEO, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Morning, Dr. Adam Tyndall, Director of Strategy and Policy, Local Land Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Rob Kelly, Executive Director, Regional Operations, Local Land Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Anshul Chowdhury, CEO of Forestry Corporation of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kate Alexandra Lorimer Ward, Deputy Director General with Department of Primary Industries for Agriculture. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And last but not least, I think we have Miss Tracy online. Can you hear us, Miss Tracy?
And loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yep, beautiful.
Wonderful. Jacqueline Tracy, Executive Director of Policy and Strategic Reform, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 5:30pm, and we are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:30 to 12:45pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. And in the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:15pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30. And during these sessions, there'll be questions from opposition and crossbench only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. So we thank everyone for their attendance today, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, all, and good morning, Minister. Minister, this first batch of 20 minutes for me will be primarily about biosecurity, so I'm not sure if you want to get the biosecurity experts to the front desk.
Jump up, John.
Yeah. And on that, there's two things I want to say. First of all is I just want to acknowledge the outstanding work being undertaken by the staff in the biosecurity space across a range of matters that we're about to discuss, and I think pretty important to acknowledge it's a bit of an unusual time, so just want to put on the public record our appreciation for work they're doing. And the second thing is, Minister, I think I've said in public forums before, whenever you put money on the table for biosecurity, I'm going to back it in, and then I'm probably going to say we need more, and so that continues to be the case. You put money on the table for biosecurity and we're going to back it in because we really do need to spend a lot more on biosecurity, which starts off with the Varroa destructus, Varroa mite in the beehives. There's a few things I just want to work through, if we can, at a bit of a pace here, because as you could imagine, no doubt your office is also getting these same emails, so this probably won't be too much of a surprise over the next few minutes. But anyway, Minister, can we just go back to when the outbreak first occurred out of the Port of Newcastle? There's a series of sentinel hives. Is that correct around the port?
That's correct. Yes.
And who's responsible for inspecting those hives?
DPI staff.
Okay.
Inspect those hives.
Yep. And how often are they being inspected, or were they being inspected?
Look, it's a variation between sort of 6 to 8, 10 weeks, depending on what's happening, and that certainly occurred during that time.
Okay. And so what was the inspection routine just immediately prior to the identification of the Varroa mite?
Oh, look, the exact routine I'd probably hand to Scott, but I can say that it was within a normal inspection time frame. One of the things that was impacting at that time, you might remember, was quite severe flooding in all areas, including in that particular part of the world. So the planned inspection probably was held off a little bit, but it was still within a time frame that you would expect those inspections to occur. Scott, have you got something to add around those time frames?
Yeah, so I might just add, so the typical process would be our inspectors would go place the miticide strips and the sticky mats in the sentinel hives, leave them for a couple of days and come back, pick them up. They would do a round loop to do Newcastle, then Botany, then Wollongong, then package up and send those mats to OAI, Orange Ag Institute, for inspection. And so that occurred and just looking at the last 6 months because it goes back in time, but it occurred in February, it occurred in April, there was a extra 2-week gap between the middle of April to the end of May because of the flood impact in terms of timing. But then again, end of May, and it was in early June that those mats that got taken out were then part of a sample routine that went through botany, Wollongong, sent off to RAI, and that's when on the 22nd of June we had the positive detection.
Okay, thank you. Now, Minister, there's a chance here for a bit of clarification as well. So you and I both know there's a regime in place around a biosecurity regime involving the federal government, state government and industry around this. That's correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, from a biosecurity perspective, everyone has a role to play. So we have a role. At that point in time, actually, we had taken on the extra role that was previously done by the federal government. They had decided to remove hives from Wollongong and Newcastle and just maintain Sydney. The department had decided that it was significant enough to make sure we kept hives at Newcastle and Wollongong, so that was done. Notwithstanding that, beekeepers themselves are well aware of the fact that they are a hugely key part of the biosecurity plan for New South Wales particularly. So, everyone has a role to play.
And the compensation is also already determined, really, as a part of that exercise, a part of that agreement?
Yeah, absolutely. There's an agreement between the state, federal governments and industry, and in this case it's a national deed of agreement that forms part of a plan that is an ongoing plan agreed to, so that when something happens, there is a set out plan which is being followed.
So, Minister, some of the emails that are coming through to my office and those of our colleagues, no doubt coming into your office and your colleagues as well, but it's to do with the fact that a lot of the commercial beekeepers are without income if they're within the zone. And so a couple of questions. I'm being told they still say there's no date for the eradication to occur. Is that correct, Minister? Are we still working?
That's not really correct, no. I mean, there's been ongoing eradication. So at the start, there was some initial eradication that was done, and then the teams really spread out to do more surveillance to try and find out where possibly the mite may have got to. So initial eradications were done on all the infected premises that we knew about at that point in time. Then the teams moved out to do meaningful surveillance. We then saw the removal of that yellow notification zone, the 50k zone. That happened a few weeks ago now, so we've still got the purple and the red zones there. But after all that surveillance was done, it became clear that we had reached that outer limit, going back in now meaningfully doing the eradication. And that's a difficult thing to be doing, there's no doubt about that. But people who are in that zone are being informed, whether they're recreational or commercial, they're being informed ahead of time about a date that's planned. And I've spoken to quite a few beekeepers who have had this, and they notified, they're asked about how they would like that eradication to occur. So in some cases you can keep your hiveware. So if you don't want your hives to be completely destroyed, you can keep the actual hiveware and just have the bees euthanised, and then the remains removed and keep your hiveware, or you can choose to have the entire thing burnt, if you like.
Okay, thanks, Minister. Do we know what the exact figures are that's being offered for compensation, particularly for commercial?
Yeah, look, commercial and recreational are different. So commercially, it actually depends on what you do. So your operation will be different to your neighbour's operation, will be different to down the road. So there is a formula that's been worked out. Again, it's part of an agreement that was done at a national level in consultation with the Australian Honeybee Industry Council around the best way to compensate depending on what you do. So you receive compensation for the bees themselves, you receive compensation for the hiveware, depending how many frames you've had in your hives, depending how many different straps, or all of the gear you use is accounted for in a different way. So your operation might be worth more than my operation, and it's actually accounted for that way. But each and every commercial beekeeper is registered. All of the equipment has been noted. Any of the euthanisation that occurs is noted at the time and agreed to, and we're going back in now and ratifying exactly what's been done and talking about the compensation that's then available for those commercial beekeepers. And recreationally, it's $550 per hive. If you want to keep your hiveware, it's $200 for the bees, and that's all been agreed to again by the Apiarist Association.
Yep, thanks. And Minister, so is it true that the commercial beekeepers can't apply for compensation until such time as their hives have been destroyed or the bees have been
That's essentially correct, yeah. I mean, you're not getting paid before your bees have been euthanised, but
As that happens, the compensation is available very quickly. And I understand it's difficult if you're looking at income and you haven't had any income.
Yep.
The other thing you're being paid for is lost income. So you may not have the income. There are support mechanisms in place, but you are being compensated for things like fuel, lost income, honey production, a range of things that aren't recognised for recreational that are recognised for commercial.
And is that compensation being delivered through the RAA through?
Yes, it is.
Mr. O'Connell? Okay, because we'll come back this afternoon and ask questions. So you can just wait there before you get too excited, Mr. O'Connell. And then with the recreation beekeepers, one of the issues I have no doubt has been a problem has been identifying where all the recreational hives are. How confident are we that we know where all the hives are in this major zone?
Yeah, look, pretty confident. I mean, that's the work that's been done, and that's why we moved from the eradication to start with to actually do all the tracing, the surveillance work. And we've had literally hundreds, in some cases, a few hundred people a day on the ground working out of the Maitland local command centre and working out from there to go from premises to premises and actually locate where those hives are. And a recreational beekeeper can have 1 hive or 2 hives or 60 hives that aren't registered for commercial, but they all need to be registered. And that's one thing I think that this has shown is that the case for ensuring if you have any hives, you need to be registered as a beekeeper. That's for a number of reasons. One is so we know where you are, and the other one is so we can trace where you've been. And that's something that I think the recreational groups are now really starting to understand more, and certainly commercially, they're very much in favour of having some sort of traceability for their own good into the future.
Okay, and if you're in the blue zone, are you allowed to move your hives yet? Or do you
Sure, as long as you apply for a permit,
Yeah.
you can move your hives. And look, that's been in process now for a couple of months leading up to pollination. So if you're in the zone that isn't currently a biosecurity zone, you're able to apply for a permit. You need to show where your hives have been for the past 2 years. You need to go through an online course with TOCAL to show that you actually understand the process. You need to do an alcohol wash and provide a stat deck that you don't have mites. And then there is monitoring as you move as well, and ongoing compliance that you need to be doing.
Okay, thank you. We're probably going to come back to it this afternoon. Mr. Hanson has got quite a bit more detailed questioning, but yeah. Minister, white spot on prawns. There's been a recent outbreak of white spot. Can you update the committee as to what is the status of that at this, as of today's date?
Sure. Look, and firstly, the good news about that is that it has been contained very quickly. And the other good news is that the white spot doesn't affect any human consumption of any seafood, particularly of prawns. There was a very small outbreak of less than 400 prawns at a location on the north coast. It was taken care of very quickly. There's been tracing, and there'll be ongoing tracing there just to make sure there isn't any other possible outbreak at the facility that was in question. There's been testing of waters nearby, and at this point in time, there's no other suggestion of any other movement of white spot from that location.
Okay, thank you. Minister, lumpy skin disease. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hanson.
Sorry, could I just add, so when we're talking about outbreak there, it's actually detections within tanks, inside an indoor facility. Just
yeah,
so
really
no one gets
important that we
concerned
make sure it's not out in the wild, it's actually in the farms. Lumpy skin disease, I know we're going to come to foot and mouth as well in a minute, but as I said, the biosecurity team have clearly got a lot on their plate right now. So, Minister, what are the preparations around lumpy skin disease that are currently taking place in New South Wales?
Look, lumpy skin, it sort of does tie in with foot and mouth disease, but all of the preparations we're now doing are for possible outbreaks of either or, lumpy skin and or foot and mouth disease. So we recently at the biosecurity conference held in Dubbo at the zoo.
Would love to have an invite to that too, Minister.
Yeah, so I think you didn't receive an invite. Well, certainly your federal minister received an invite and he presented on the day. The preparations are around preparedness is the main key. So in the budget this year, there was $164 million around a range of programs. We announced an extra $65 million on that day around preparedness. And that includes everything from mRNA vaccine preparedness, of which we already had the team working at EMAI on a possible lumpy skin vaccine. That's now pivoting to foot and mouth disease as well, with a synthetic vaccine similar to what we saw during COVID. So all of that knowledge that we can get from Industry overseas, working with MIT in Boston and companies in Canada who have already got some of that IP that they're developing. The team has already been in very close contact there, so we're fast-tracking all of that work. There's also work around literally training people. So that's one of the big things and a learning out of the UK, where they've had quite a few of these diseases previously. And in a hookup I had with the Chief Veterinary Officer from the UK, one of the things she mentioned was actually training people now to be ready to help deal with whatever happens in the future is a really good thing to do. So that's absolutely what we've done.
Minister, does that training include assisting like farmers out in the field, really, for their identification purposes?
Absolutely, and we've already been rolling out. I'll check on how many we've done, but we've done about 50 or 60.
Take it on notice and get back to the...
Oh, that's right, the LS team will know. We've had LLS in the field literally every week now, doing town hall meetings with farmers, talking about the signs to look for lumpy skin and for foot and mouth disease. They will continue doing that. Steve, how many have we done of those?
Thanks, Minister. We've done all 157 different events all up. Some of those have been quite specific on FMD and lumpy skin disease, whereas others we've been running other things and we've added in FMD and lumpy skin disease into those events. All up, I think we've had about 4,500 people attend those events.
Okay.
And that will continue, because one of the things we do need to know is alert the landowners as to what they're looking out for, but also how to deal with something if something happens, and then also training frontline workers, and that would include stock and station agents, sale yards operators, and all the staff in sale yards, freight operators. People that are already involved in that industry are going to be key. We need to know what happens if there is a stop movement that occurs. Where are animals going to go, and how do we start preparing for that? And that's what Scott and the team will actually be working on meaningfully around preparedness for that, but also training people to know what the role is when certain things happen.
Okay, and then so, heaven forbid if there is an outbreak, but if lumpy skin or FMD is identified, the deployment regime from biosecurity, but also LLS, one of the issues that's been raised with me is the shortage of vets in regional New South Wales. I mean, there's a shortage of just about everything these days, but a shortage of vets. And so, what are the arrangements in the event that it is identified, either FMD or lumpy skin, and the process for deployment?
And part of the work we will be doing now is around getting those vets onboarded and making sure they're part of that training. There's district vets with LLS, there's vets through DPI, there's local vets that are private in private practice that will all work together on that. And it would, if we have an outbreak of foot and mouth, there would be an emergency order very quickly declared. Scott, you might be able to talk to exactly what that then sets out.
Yeah, thanks. So you're right, we've identified where there's some narrow points in the funnel in terms of skills and capability, and part of the package of funding that we've just been given is actually to bolster training, not just for vets, but also for paravets, so for veterinary nurses and for technicians, and also to train up others to do things like vaccination, to do things like disposal, to do things like inspection and so forth. And so that's a key part of what we're doing over the next 12 months in terms of building that resource up. Bear in mind that at the moment we get a detection, it is a national response. It's just the state in which the detection occurs has to lead. So, heaven forbid, it's a New South Wales detection. Every other state and jurisdiction, we have arrangements and plans in place to be able to draw upon their veterinary expertise and their veterinary capability to be able to sort of flood the state with the numbers that we need on that front. In terms of the actual response, so we would have immediate access to the State Emergency Control Centre, and the CECON would act as a support for us in terms of bringing the resources that we need together from across all of the New South Wales government, and then all of the private providers out there who also would have a key role to play.
Yeah. And again, heaven forbid if it happens, but then destroying stock becomes pretty paramount, and generally in large numbers if you look at the experience in England. So have we made arrangements for then burying or burning of the stock?
That's part of what we're doing now, because you do need to work out where things would happen and how, without interfering with water aquifers, without being close to population, large population areas. So all of that is part of what we're doing now. And again, it's all learnings. And Scott and the team have been working on scenarios like this for a long time, but I think the UK example that we heard about has given a bit more clarity around what did or didn't work in their cases. So, learnings are important, and I think the expertise we have in our team means that we can have a very clear direction on what we need to do. That $65 million is record funding. No other jurisdiction's done that before, including the Australian jurisdiction. So New South Wales has really put the hand up and said, we will lead on this. I'm expecting, and I'm catching up with Murray Watt again shortly to talk about the expectations of New South Wales for other states and also the federal government to follow in and be able to do that same sort of training around the country.
And then the Minister, genetic protection. If this does happen and you have to destroy a large number of stock, as you would know, there are a number of farmers that have invested heavily over generations in some cases and are pretty proud of their own genetics within their herd or flock. What are we doing to assist those farmers in, I guess, protecting their genetics? Or is it we're leaving it for them to do themselves?
No, look, I think there'll be, again, it probably needs to be at a federal level, to be honest, and I'll talk to Murray about this in coming days. But the thing that has been talked about is a gene bank, and whether there's a national one and or a state-based one. Again, it's something that work has occurred on before, but there does need to be a bit of agreement around some of the products that are manufactured often overseas that we need to start doing in Australia to help with that, to help with the flushing, to help with the storage. All of those things, there are some little blockages at the federal level that we need to get through. But Scott, can you talk about some of the gene banking technology we do have?
Yeah, and I think if I come back to your original question, it will be a mix.
Yep.
There's not a doubt that the majority of the major genetic studs within the Australian context are already gene banking for the genetic improvements that they've been building over decades in terms of the work that they do. Okay. So they're already actively doing that. This is about how do we make sure it's widely coordinated or that there's some form of awareness of rules. So, for example, one of the key things we need to make people aware of is the fact that once an outbreak occurs, it's too late then to start gene banking.
Yeah. We've got to be way ahead of this, but anyway, okay. Thank you. Be more to come.
Thanks, Mick.
Thank you, Minister. Might pick up on Mr. Veach's obsession with weeds. It's rubbed off on me all these times hanging with you in estimates.
Finally listening to
I'm finally listening. Minister Hudson Pear, you aware of a petition circulating calling for urgent government intervention and dedicated positions to combat Hudson Pear?
Not aware of a petition, no, but I mean, we've done a lot of work on Hudson Pear particularly in my part of the world and west of the state. There's been numerous programs running, including biological controls. That's been hampered a bit by wet weather, but they're ongoing nonetheless. And, I was up there in Walgett not that long ago talking to some of the landowners around what they're doing individually and as a combined team and working with some of the county councils around both spraying programs and biological control. So I'm well aware of the issue, and there's a lot of work and a lot of money going into doing everything we can to eradicate it.
Can you explain why the free chemical program for landholders has ceased, given it's fairly expensive chemical to spray? I think $800 for a 20-litre drum. So obviously, farmers that have significant Hudson Pear on their property, it's costing them tens of thousands of dollars. Can you explain why that free chemical program has ceased?
When did that cease?
I'm not too sure. I've just been informed by farmers that actually has ceased. You could see the price.
I'm not sure when it ceased. Have you got any information about that?
No. Perhaps take it on notice as to find when it was ceased and why. I know you've spoken to, I think you were alluding to the breeding facility out there in Lightning Ridge. Why don't we have a full-time dedicated staff member for that facility?
Well, we have the county council that does the work there. So our regional weeds...
But there's no one actually at the facility full-time dedicated to managing that facility. So perhaps on notice, what is the current breeding capacity at that facility in terms of... Is it at its capacity in terms of breeding?
Well, it certainly hasn't been because of the wet weather. So that actually caused significant problems because of the incapacity to breed during the wet weather.
Would you agree without actually having a dedicated staff member at that facility, it would be hard for any facility to be working at an optimum rate?
But it's not a facility where there is active human intervention. It's a facility where there is literally a container of the moths, essentially.
Okay, but what about a dedicated full-time staff to actually be applying this chemical? We're just relying on
we use
essentially the
LLS
volunteers of.
No, we use LLS staff there all the time. So all LLS staff across the Western region are involved in a program, and I've met with many of them and talked to them about the work they do. There are serious programs. The Castlereagh Macquarie County Council in that part of the world is the one that works with LLS. They receive annual grants. They have top-up grants. There are people on the ground literally every week doing that work. So the suggestion there's not somebody there full-time, I think, is not really accurate. They may not be there every single day, but they're there.
Given that you're now seeing Hudson Pair in Narran Lakes National Park wetlands, sort of 5 kilometres from the lake's edge, serious risk of it entering the Barwon-Darling River and then ultimately the Murray. Obviously once it does that, we've got really no hope of, controlling the spread, do we, Minister?
Is it a concern that
there's a...
Perhaps.
Sorry?
I would take more of an optimistic view than you would, perhaps. But look, at the moment, we're dealing with record flood levels in all sorts of parts of the state. When flooding occurs, it is very hard to control the spread of weeds, and Hudson Pair's one. There'll be others that we see in different areas of the state that we haven't seen before. But I can assure you that LLS staff work their butts off, and we have an early needs program, particularly for the North Coast, targeting all of those sort of problem weeds that might pop up in places they haven't been seen before. And the LLS teams on the ground are very well placed to identify, work with councils and county councils to make sure we do everything we can, and landowners, because it's a mix of everyone being involved. It's not just pointing the finger at one group. If people are working together, then we achieve far better results than if people are doing it one-off.
I totally agree, but there's concerns that maybe a lot of the landholders are lifting above what they should have to, and given that we're seeing incursions of this Hudson Pair in national parks and Crown lands and travelling stock routes, there's an argument to say that perhaps more needs to be done from the government perspective. Appreciate that you're under the pump on many fronts in terms of biosecurity, but here's the case where it's the work that we are doing, it's still spreading, it's still increasing in severity. So clearly what we are doing isn't enough to actually abate the problem. Would you agree?
Look, I would agree that you could always do more, but then where do you draw the line? Hudson Pair is one of a number of weeds that are of concern, but again, LLS, the staff on the ground each and every day, we have regional weed plans specifically focused on identifying the problem weeds in that region and then tasking on-ground work, including working with the county councils and the local councils to do everything we can. But landowners are a massive part of it. I mean, if you're a landowner, you need to be working with LLS particularly. And I think,
well,
Steve,
just on that note, in terms of land, how does LLS deal with, I guess you'd describe them as absent landholders? So we hear a lot of good work being done by individual landholders spending thousands of dollars, but then there's a landholder next door who's never there, isn't obviously as up to speed with their responsibilities. What's LLS doing to work on that absent landholder issue?
Yep, I'm happy to take that one. Thanks, Minister. So Mr. Banaszak, we are about to put out, the strategic weed plans for each one of the regions now for public consultation and public comment. That's the framework by which we sort of deal with weeds collectively across each one of the LLS regions, and not just on private land, but that's across all particular tenures. And the way in which we do that is to involve all land managers in relation to the management of weeds, be it, on national parks, be it on, TSRs, be it on private land, and they're going to be going out shortly for comment. But to the Minister's point, LLS has significant staff resources in the field helping landholders. Equally, local councils have their own resources in the field as well, and they are the compliance authority. So if there are landholders doing the wrong thing, be they, on private land or be they absentee landholders, it's the responsibility of those local control authorities to deal with those issues.
Thank you. I'll pass to my colleague.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister.
Morning.
I wanted to ask you about the National Animal Welfare Standards and Guidelines for Poultry, which were, as you know, would have been recently released this month after about a 7-year development. The standards include a phase out of battery cages over 10 to 15 years, depending on how long ago the cages were installed. Are you committed to actually implementing the national standards, including the battery cage phase out in New South Wales, along with the other states and territories?
Look, what I'm committed to doing is over the next 6 months work with industry around the expectations that have been set out in those federal guidelines, but about how to make it work meaningfully in New South Wales.
So you're talking about a timeline to make a decision or a timeline to work out how it will work in New South Wales?
Timeline to work out how industry actually wants to see things move from here. The federal government has its own jurisdiction. Each state and territory has its own set of guidelines to work with. So there's no imprimatur from the national level to actually have those rules imposed on other states. So we will work at a New South Wales level, having seen those guidelines and standards come out. But we have our own opportunity to do that with industry now.
Will there be sort of a meeting of the agriculture ministers scheduled? And I know you sort of said obviously it's state by state and obviously the states will make their own decision. But obviously the reason why this has gone through a national process is because any sort of change still has to have some kind of national focus, given the effect it would have on people in other states if only one state made a change. Is there any kind of agriculture ministers meeting scheduled to discuss the implementation and in each state? Is that coming up?
Look, not that I'm aware of specifically around poultry. There's certainly a ministers' meeting coming up where we're talking about a range of topics. I'm not sure that this one is part of that agenda, but I mean we've already started the work with industry around expectations of what could occur, and I think there would be further discussions by all jurisdictions early in next year is the timeline I'm aware of, but I'm not sure if any other in-between ministerial meetings might look at that.
And are you able to give us any kind of indication? You said that there's already been some discussions with industry as to what could occur in New South Wales. Are you able to give any kind of indication as to where things are heading at this point?
Look, it's a difficult area. When you talk about eggs, there are a few things that you can look at. One is the cost of eggs, the availability of eggs. We've seen recently an undersupply of eggs, which is a really good protein source, relied on by many families around New South Wales. So that's part of the feedback I get. There's also feedback around how free-range, barn, pastured egg systems work in conjunction with caged egg systems. So there's a lot to work through, and there are perceptions around how things work, and there are realities around how things work. So I think it's important to do some of that work back with industry and look at what they want to do at a state level. And we are the largest producer of eggs, so I think we need to be setting our own standards and guidelines and working out what will then lead the way for the rest of the country. But it's not a quick fix, and I think people need to be aware of that.
And Minister, you've talked a lot about consulting with industry, and I know in media statements you've talked about talking with farmers, businesses, and looking at the consumer issues. Will you also be considering the impact of the proposed changes on animal welfare? I noticed that you haven't mentioned that either today or in the media.
In what way?
Well, obviously the entire change of moving away from battery cages is a change for animal welfare. Will you be considering animal welfare? You've talked about consulting with industry. You've talked about looking at consumers. Will you also be considering animal welfare?
Yeah, absolutely, and everything we do considers animal welfare, but that also includes free-range and barn-raised eggs who have welfare concerns and biosecurity concerns, to be frank as well. So birds that are outside are far more of a risk as far as avian influenza into the future, spotty liver, a range of things that occur in outdoor birds that don't occur in indoor birds. So there's a balance of things to be looked at. And absolutely, animal welfare is a part of all of those thoughts.
And will you be consulting with animal protection organisations in regards to the impact of the standards? I know you mentioned you would be consulting with industry. Are you planning to consult with animal welfare experts as well?
Look, I'm sure they'd be included in consultation.
And do you have any particular animal protection organisations that you will plan to consult with on this?
Well, I mean, RSPCA is one that already does work in that space. I mean, I can't commit to working with anyone particularly, but when you talk about consultation, I think it's a fair expectation that you would talk to a range of those groups.
And talking about stakeholders and the groups that would be consulted, when I look at the key stakeholders under the DPI for the purposes of targeted consultation with the development of animal welfare regulations, I note that the Animal Welfare League and the RSPCA are there as enforcement agencies. But there's actually nobody within the targeted consultation representing animal advocacy or animal welfare expertise. Why is that?
I'm not sure.
Do you think it's appropriate that the minister that obviously has control of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, which is the primary Animal Cruelties Act, is not including animal protection organisations within the key stakeholders groups?
Oh, look, it's something we could discuss. I think the industry representatives that are there cover a fair bit, and bearing in mind that every single industry group has animal welfare at its heart. I mean, the way you're framing that question would suggest that people don't have the welfare of animals as part of what they do each and every day, and I can assure you that is not correct.
Okay. Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Could I just refer you to our current coastal forestry operations? The Natural Resources Commission released a report in June 2021. On page 126 of that report, there was a clear recommendation that we do much more in terms of protecting our hollow-bearing trees and our recruitment trees. And that is on the basis that we are needing to protect those hollow-bearing and old tree-dependent forest fauna. We know that we've just seen the greater glider uplisted closer to extinction. We know yellow-belly gliders are about to get there, and a number of other animals. Are you ready, willing and able to increase the protections to hollow-bearing and the recruitment system of those hollow-bearing trees in logging operations across New South Wales?
At the start, can I just clarify what report you're talking about?
I am talking about the NRC's final report, Coastal IFOA post 2019-2020 wildfires, June 2021. It was tabled in Parliament week before last, but it has been available publicly and to you since June 2021.
Well, I think you'll find I won't talk about that report specifically because, as you would know, it's cabinet in confidence and it may have been tabled, but it's not for me to break that cabinet in confidence. But around hollow-bearing trees, I think everyone is well aware of the need to continue to work at an industry level around making sure that everything is done that can be done to protect hollow-bearing trees. Forestry Corporation, for example, is working with the EPA around better clarification on how that actually looks on the ground. And I know it's something that they're working very diligently towards ensuring we have the correct policy in place, and it's followed absolutely, from my perspective, to the letter of the law.
So, Minister, the question was quite specific. Are we willing to take the advice of the NRC and actually increase the efforts that we are currently required under the IFOA in relation to hollow-bearing and retention trees?
As I said, if you're specifically asking about that report, I won't be discussing that report.
Let's not talk about the report then. If you want to put that aside, Minister, are you, as the Minister, willing, able and ready to require better protections, as experts other than the NRC have recommended, to increase the hollow-bearing tree requirement and, most importantly, the retention requirement for future hollow-bearing trees within logging operations in New South Wales?
There are already requirements in place that do have to be followed.
So is that no? We're not ready, willing and able to
no.
increase?
We are already working with EPA and EHG on following specifically those guidelines.
To increase the efforts that we're currently making in relation to hollow-bearing and recruitment trees?
Well, that's already in place. There are specific rules and regulations around hollow-bearing trees in state forests and how they must be regarded.
And we're willing to increase those efforts?
Well, absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Minister. In light of the recent and...
Could I just add one piece there, if I may, which is obviously as a species, status changes, such as sugar glider, for example. As their status changes, that also acts as a trigger that enables the EPA to consider whether the current provisions within the IFOA are in fact suitable and sufficient. And if they find that they're not, they actually have the capacity to either A, change the protocols under which Forestry Corporation operate, which they can do in consultation with Forestry Corp, or to actually change the conditions of the IFOA, which obviously requires the support of both ministers. So there are triggers there that are in place should there be a change in the status for species that enables that kind of review to occur.
So, Mr. Hanson, are you suggesting because the greater glider's just been uplisted and we're likely to see the yellow-bellied glider any day added to the list, that we should be re-looking at the hollow-bearing retention rates that we're currently applying?
I'm saying that the current system is in place that enables a review to be undertaken by appropriate agencies to work out whether to increase or not.
Thank you. I'll stick with the Minister's commitment that we are doing that and that we are looking at that. Thank you. In relation to the fairly significant compliance and regulatory responses and actions that we've been seeing over the past couple of years in forests, our public forests, and the Forest Corporation coming under regulatory responses of non-compliance. Are we doing anything, Minister, in relation to the approved and planning schedules of compartments in Boambi, Colombatti, Conglomerate, Orara East, Clouds Creek, Kangaroo River, Little Newry, Nambucca, Oaks, Orara West, Tamban and Wild Cattle Creek State Forests to ensure that we are not going to see more non-compliance, particularly in relation to the pattern of non-compliance which relates to the giant trees and the failure to retain those giant trees and habitat and hollow-bearing trees?
Well, can I start by saying all of the operations that are run by Forestry Corporation are done within the scope of how they should be. Now, there have been some unfortunate mistakes made along the way. Can I say, since I've been in this role and every meeting I've had with Anshul, who I'll pass over to shortly, has been around the fact that I expect at the highest level there to be 100% compliance. There's no excuse for not getting it right. There have been some occasions where both human error and technological error have caused problems, but to me that isn't acceptable going forward, and Forestry Corporation is very well aware of the expectation from not just me but from the community on getting things right.
So will you require them?
Your specific questions, I don't know enough about those specific operations, but Anshul, can you take that on board for me?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to reiterate that our expectation also, Ms. Higginson, is that we comply 100% with the environmental regulation. And in fact, by and large, we carry out hundreds of operations in the state forest each year, and the majority of them are fully compliant with the law. But as the Minister said, sometimes, unfortunately, due to human error, unintentional mistakes occur. And when you look at them, majority of them occur in an office environment where a map hasn't been updated or something along those lines, and that has resulted in a contractor going into an exclusion zone. But these incidents which we are talking about have happened more than 2 years ago. Some of them go back to 2017. And the reason I say that is because since that point, particularly over the last 2 years, we have really recalibrated our compliance regime. We've put more staff on the ground. We perform more pre-harvest audits. We've really elevated the compliance. We've re-inducted all our contractors. So to make sure that we get to better compliance outcomes, and we're starting to see that improve as well.
Is that in light
Sorry,
of
Ms. Higgins.
Sorry.
Your time has now well and
Thank you.
truly elapsed. I'll pass to the opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I just want to go back to some biosecurity issues. The role of the wild pig population, particularly as it comes to foot and mouth disease, what work are we doing to assess that, and are we increasing any eradication programs for the wild pig population?
Yeah, absolutely, significantly, in fact. And we've done through LLS an incredible range of different operations over the past little while, including this year. There's been over 30,000 feral pigs, wild pigs, eradicated this year alone. There's been significant projects that are targeted in the Riverina, where over 40,000 pigs were eradicated sort of 12, 18 months ago. We're using baiting, aerial shooting, and a range of different methods to bring some of that under control. And we've invested a huge amount of money. And over the next 12 months, it's nearly $23 million we're investing back with LLS to actually target some of those species around making sure that as much as possible we can get those levels of wild pigs and other animals like deer under control.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned deer. That's a good segue. Minister, can I, Illawarra, the Illawarra Wild Deer Management Program, how much has been spent, do you know, on that in the last couple of years? And has there been any increase in the deer culling programs in the Illawarra?
I'm not sure specifically about the Illawarra.
Happy to take that on notice and I can come back to you this afternoon if you want.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice, Mr. Veach, and come back to you this afternoon.
Yeah, the chair's quite excited because I'm asking about deer on the Illawarra. But
I could bet.
Yeah. Do you intend to increase though the
Absolutely. Look, the focus is very much back on animals like deer and pigs, as I said, because of the fact that we know there's been significant numbers building up on that Illawarra escarpment for one, but in other parts of the state as well. There are several programs that are already running, but there is absolutely, through LLS, with that uplift in funding, a plan to very much target those animals again in different ways. And there are different ways of targeting the operations depending where you are. And peri-urban areas are very difficult. Whether it's in the Illawarra or on the North Coast, there are lots of interactions between urban areas, beach areas, and wild animals. And it's a very delicate scenario. There's a lot of training involved, but also there's a lot of collaboration between LLS and landowners to make sure that things work properly, and with councils.
Okay. Minister, I asked this last time, so Mr. Hanson's pretty good at reading what I did last time. He's usually prepared. Prosecutions by LLS of public land managers. Now, the question was taken on notice last time, and we come back with a response as it relates to weeds, but not pests. Could I just ask, particularly since the 2016 Act come into operation, where, as you say, biosecurity is everyone's responsibility, how many prosecutions of public land managers have there been since 2016 for pests?
How many? Steve, any idea?
Is this in relation to weeds or is it in relation
pests.
to pests?
Animal pests.
Animal pests. Again, I'll come back to you, Mr. Veach, in relation to the numbers of prosecutions in relation to public land managers. That's your question?
Yeah, public land managers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll come back to you this afternoon.
Because I know the minister will be the same as I. Will be every time you go out, farmers will say, "I spend lots and lots of money on pests and weeds on my land, but I look across the fence, and the public land manager doesn't seem to be doing as much."
Yeah.
So I'd just like to know LLS's role in that, and just how many prosecutions. What's the compliance action? What does that picture look like?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, different land managers have their own regimes. If you like, national parks would operate slightly differently to how LLS operates within state forests and Forestry Corp, and the requirements are all slightly different for different agencies.
And I think the other thing, Mr. Veach, as the Minister was alluding to, the additional funding, which was announced a couple of weeks back, will certainly assist and ramp up pest animal control activities right across the state over the next 6 months. And they will be, joint efforts that just won't be on private land. They'll be joint efforts, including public land managers.
Okay, we might explore that a bit more this afternoon, I think, Mr. Walker, because it is pretty important. Minister, I want to move on now away from biosecurity, not that it's any less important. Commercial fishing, and look, I've had the time to go through the economic and social indicators for the New South Wales commercial fisheries. That was, I think, April 2020, that report came out. I know the Chair's probably got a folder full of questions as well about this, but just a couple of things. Minister, what's your take on those reports of the status of the commercial fishing sector?
Look, I think the commercial fishing sector has been under pressure for quite some time, with new rules and regulations and sustainable yields and how that interacts with a commercial fishing operation. I haven't got the specifics of that report right in front of me now, but I'm happy for Sean to provide any specifics if you want specifics on that.
I'm going to explore this with Mr. Sloan this afternoon a bit more detail, but I just really want to know what your take is on those reports that have come out.
So some of the commercial fishers that have been in touch with my office have raised concerns about those reports. I guess there's a criticism around, well, not my word, one of the words that was used by one of the email correspondents was around the authenticity of those and what is the actual intent of those assessments. There was no, I guess, if I need to put to bed this, Minister, there was these reports are not looking at the compensation that may be required if you were to shut out a complete fishery. Would that be the case?
In what? I'm not sure in what you're referring to.
Okay, so these reports, one of the things that's circulating now that's coming to my office, and I dare say that Mr. Banasiak's hearing the same thing, is these reports that were prepared are actually another way of determining what compensation may need to be paid if you were to shut out an industry, a fishery in the commercial fishing sector.
Are you talking specifically about the southern fish trawl, for example, going to the Commonwealth one? Or I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So I'll give an example. Say you want to shut down Estuary General Fishery. Were these reports in any way used for that purpose?
I'm not sure what you're... not that I'm aware of, no, and there's certainly no intent to shut down any fishery. Can you provide any detail on that? Or Mr.
So can I just make sure I'm hearing the question right? And that is the fact that we're now consistently and reliably collecting the economic data about how a fishery is performing, which is something we do across all other commodities, across all other areas of primary industries, but that's being interpreted as giving us a benchmark for what shutdown of or buyout of a fishery would be. In which case, the answer is no. The data has been collected as a result out of recommendations that came out of the reforms that said one of the pieces we were missing was a consistent underlying benchmark for how the commercial sector was performing. You know, when were they experiencing financial difficulties? When were they getting uplifts? And that's what that data is intended to be. It's not getting a valuation on a fishery for the purposes of buyout.
Okay, thank you. I think I might leave because I think the chair's got a few more questions around commercial fishing.
Keep going.
So, I'm not going to steal your thunder. Minister, the floods on the North Coast, the member for Lismore has raised with me some couple of issues around the floodwaters on farming land, particularly the sugarcane farmers, where there are these large channels, I guess, and the water now the floodwater sitting in these channels. And they really need quite large pumps to remove the water from those channels. Just again, Minister, what assistance is being provided to those farmers to assist in that level of flood recovery for their farmland?
Yeah, look, specifically around the drains, that became one of the most noticeable things on some of the visits that I've done, and you've been on at least one of those.
Yeah.
John Cullerton has been appointed, and I did that, I can't remember the exact date, but it was a few months ago now. I appointed John Cullerton as the Agricultural Drains Coordinator, committed to find some sort of short-term, medium-term, long-term solutions to the drains. Now, some of those drains are small, some of them are like large canals and have weirs on them. But the more travelling I did with some of the sugarcane growers particularly, it showed that there is a consistent problem no matter what the size of the drain is, and some of it relates to unknown requirements previously. Some of it relates to red tape from a council perspective. Some of it relates to some of the requirements for fisheries. So there's a range of things. So John has been specifically on the ground for the past couple of months liaising with landowners around their local drains and what some of the solutions might be. So the first thing we're trying to do is, if there is a simple paperwork thing that can be done, we're trying to do that. If there is some work that needs to be done to clear a drain, with approval from the EPA, and there can be a standardised version of doing that, we're trying to find a way to standardise some of the simple things that can be done. And then at a larger level, there's trying to find out the cost, the implications, and the number of changes that would need to be done on the larger scale around things like weirs. So there is a lot of work going on there. I've had a couple of meetings with John and other stakeholders up there in the last couple of months, and we're getting close to some really good, quick, fast solutions, and then there'll be more to come after that.
Yeah, these drains have been an issue for quite a while. I was up there
30, 40 years.
Yeah, and had an inspection of one of those drains a couple of years ago, and the water was actually, I would suggest, in this particular place, near toxic, because they weren't allowed to let it back into the waterways.
And that's part of the concern, is that if you have acid sulfate soils there, releasing it back into a river can cause problems. But if you do it at the right time, it actually helps clear it out and get it away from the environment. So lots of different parts of the answer to that one. But there is work being done.
Sorry, Mister. And so the time frame?
Oh, look, he's literally been doing it for the past couple of months. Last time I met with him would have been probably 4 or 5 weeks ago on the north coast of Ballina. We're continuing to, as quickly as we can get that done. I think it's by the end of this year he'll have a report back in to myself and to the Director General on some of the more medium things. Anything we can do now, he's trying to do right now with councils. But the longer term planning, there would be a report that comes back to us on that.
So has this flood been the catalyst for trying to determine a longer term solution to what has been a decades-long problem?
Look, it probably has been. I mean, it's one of those things where when you have the worst case scenario of a flooding event like we've seen, there's been more water than anyone could have ever expected or thought could happen. And it then shows that there are problems within that system. I acted very quickly. John has a lot of experience with fish passageway. He's been on leading a task force on that in previous years, and was an obvious person to shift into that role very quickly, given it became one of the largest problems that emerged while I was up there.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And the other question I have around the floods up north relates to damage to DPI's asset itself. I think a lot of people don't realise, but DPI has a number of assets that were impacted upon by the floods. Can you provide us probably with a status? Two things. One is, where are we up to in, I guess, restoring those assets? But two, how much is it costing us?
Probably something I need to hand to Scott, if that's okay.
Yeah, so the vast majority of our assets up there that have been damaged, and it's either across not necessarily Wollongbar, but a number of our other stations have actually been insured, and as such we've been making claims back on our insurance to be able to remedy and rectify. And so at the moment, the majority of the infrastructure damage has actually been claimed back through insurance. Obviously that doesn't take into account any lost pastures, any lost trials, etc. I think we lost 2 head of livestock as a result, where our staff, because they all live on site, had not only to take care of themselves and their families, but also took care of livestock and moved them to higher ground. And then when the livestock did get dispersed, we're able to get out and find them and help bring them all back together. But the vast majority of all of our damage is actually covered by insurance.
And I should say LLS, which received some significant damage in Lismore particularly, is now co-located at the DPI site at Wollongbar. So there's been great collaboration and making sure that everyone's getting what they need as far as support and office space and that sort of thing.
And very good of Mr. Hanson to allow Mr. Orr to move his people.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very collaborative here.
Very accommodating.
Yeah, very accommodating. And just on that, how's the welfare of our staff that were affected?
It's been an extremely difficult time, as you well know. When you visit areas that have been impacted by the worst natural disaster ever, it's very difficult. And we had both LLS and DPI staff involved in flood rescues of people and animals. And in the early part, we tried to provide as much support as people are literally doing what they can to help their family and other families around them survive at that time. And we had a number of incredible people involved in rescues of other people, and then on the ground helping landowners recover from what's been an indescribable event. So as Minister, I'm extremely proud and grateful of everything that staff have done across the board. There is assistance available through the EAP for all of those staff, and I think there's been meaningful efforts from all levels to try and encourage people to reach out and seek that help if it's required, and that will be ongoing.
Okay, thank you. Minister, can I move on to the role of the New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner?
Sure.
Now, as I understand it, there's a second report being prepared by the Ag Commissioner?
Yeah, the Ag Commissioner is doing a report specifically around land use conflict, particularly focused on large-scale renewable energy. That was something I tasked him to do earlier on this year, and he's due to report back in the next few months around how that's going. We've done a number of sessions together. He's done a number of sessions and taken submissions from landowners right around the state about both transmission routes and also the actual large-scale renewables, whether it's wind turbines or large-scale solar. And that report will come back in and it'll be considered by government when it does.
So has the government responded to all of the recommendations from the Agriculture Commissioner in his first report?
No. So, I mean, part of it was taken on board and then very quickly I formed the opinion that we needed to move in a second direction on this. We'll respond to both of those at the same time, but I think one of the more noticeable things in the first report was around where land use conflict was heading, and that's why we decided to very quickly pivot and get this report done at the same time.
Okay, so things like HumeLink, which is clearly, in my way, quite a substantial issue. Was that a part of this?
Oh, look, all transmission routes are. There are some realities around, humans and requiring electricity from somewhere and getting it to somewhere else. But very much a part of the role that the Ag Commissioner will play is feeding back in some of the literally on-the-ground concerns around all of the things I've mentioned previously, and if there are other solutions that people have come up with, how do we look at them? And that's in conjunction with Energy Co, which is driving most of that now for the state government. And so the Ag Commissioner is working very closely with the planning department and Energy Co, and making sure that we have a good pathway into the future. And I think, Darryl, if you wanted to make any comments about how it's gone from your perspective.
I'd like to explore this if I get time this afternoon, if I could, with Mr. Quinlivan, because there's a few aspects of this, but particularly, for instance,
I mean, the HumeLink, just to clarify, HumeLink is an Australia, like that's AEMO. It's not really a state controlled thing, but Energy Co has a place in that, and the work around Wagga Wagga that we're looking at as far as
is that Mates Gully, around Mates Gully? Yeah.
So it's all part of the same thing, but HumeLink is a federal project, so it is slightly different, but I'm sure there will be some information that comes through.
It's causing some serious angst right along the proposed corridor for the transmission corridor. So it doesn't matter whether you're at Bannaby down to the Ellerslie Valley on Yavin Creek. People are quite concerned.
Your federal colleagues might be able to.
Yeah. But I think they might have inherited something they're trying to sort through. But look, I want to explore a bit more this afternoon if I could with Mr. Quinlivan. But the main thing I want to know from you, Minister, is so you will respond to both reports at the same time. Is that
Yes.
your plan?
Yeah, essentially. Yeah. And look, the first report came out. There were a few key things that were obvious to me out of that. One was the land use conflict piece. And rather than taking time and responding to the entire report that the Ag Commissioner had done, we decided to pivot very quickly and continue his role in another direction to make sure that we were targeting the most serious of those concerns, which was land use conflict. So that will be responded to at the same time.
And so a whole of government response to both reports is the plan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think Mr. Quinlivan will be doing a third report?
I don't know. Have you got something you should do a third report on?
Well, I'm just thinking as you know, land use conflict is a serious issue.
Look, it actually really is. I mean, we'll hopefully get some really good, clear guidelines out of the report. But if we need to pivot and do some more work very quickly, we will certainly attempt to do that. But I think things have evolved over the past even 2 years around what people think of when they think of large-scale renewables, and the expectation of communities now around the social licence for large-scale renewables. So I think it's a really important piece to do. That's why I wanted to do it. And if it brings up some things that we, again, need to pivot on and really clarify, then we might do that. I can't preempt what the report might say.
Because isn't the issue here, Minister, you've got some prime agricultural land. I look at Mates Gully, as you drive past there, on those flats, there's some prime agricultural land, and they're concerned about large-scale solar farms going on that very good agricultural land. That's the nature of the conflict that's going to take place. The benefit for the state, but we also need food and fibre.
We do, and look, there's probably several ways that I'm trying to pivot that sector into other areas, and have been for a couple of years, looking at ways of rehabilitating mine land, for example, where rather than trying to replant with trees, we can actually pivot and look at covering with solar panels. Formerly utilised and disturbed land, to my way of thinking, is a really good opportunity to increase our renewable footprint. And that's certainly something that we've got support on from the Energy Minister and the Treasurer. So part of that is around finding other land that is usable and minimising the use on that ag land as much as we can.
So government response before Christmas? I can put that in my diary?
I would expect that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. While the Secretariat hands up a document to you, I just thought I'd close the loop on the Hudson Pair issue for the moment. You're aware that both the Task Force Committee and some of the local councils support the idea of a dedicated staff member solely for Hudson Pair management? No?
I'm not.
Okay, cool. Let's move to forestry. Yes, I wish I could show you this video, but I can't, so I'll just give you a screenshot of it. It's a video of your former colleague, Ms. Cusack, and basically making some false accusations while she's on a working forestry site with no PPE, no permission. She's also been part of a group that's sought to disrupt forestry operations in Ellis State Forest, where they're physically chaining themselves to equipment in such a way that it requires police rescue to come from 3 hours away to get them, which obviously means it wipes out the whole day. And you would appreciate with the floods up there, this has probably been the only week and a half, 2 weeks that these operations have been able to go ahead, and then you've got these clowns, disrupting operations. So, given that we've got right to farm laws that we brought in 2019, given that we've just passed other significant legislation to deal with disruptive protests, what are we doing here in this situation with these laws when clearly they're either not being administered or not enforced because they keep coming day after day after day, and the forestry workers are at their wits' end.
Yeah, look,
they're in tears because the 1 week they've had to put some food on the table for their family and just being destroyed by these clowns.
It is disappointing. There are obviously laws that are enforceable, and the police do everything they can, literally physically, to try and prevent any of the blockages that do occur. The main concern I have is, to your point, is for the workers who quite literally are worried about putting other people's lives at risk. And when you're in a forest sort of scenario with large machinery and people popping out from behind trees and bushes, it is dangerous, it is reckless, and it is unfair to the forestry operators who find it very difficult to focus on what they're doing when they're concerned about other people who might be there. So it is almost impossible to have enough police officers on the ground to stop this happening. I would encourage, and I respect everyone's right to protest, but I do not respect people going into the forest and putting their lives and other people's lives at risk. I would suggest that they do it on the outskirts, where it is a safe place to protest. And my expectation is that that people do think about the other humans they're impacting by doing this. And police will keep doing what they can, but it is almost impossible to blockade the blockaders from entering all of our forest sites.
Do we need to look at strengthening our work health and safety laws as another
what does that do?
alternative?
You literally can't stop the hundreds of people sometimes that turn up to a forest, and strengthening laws might be, part of that, but it's not going to stop this sort of activity happening, is it? That's the reality. So, the DP, the Deputy Premier's taken really strong action against illegal protesters of all kinds, and we've seen it. People stringing themselves on trucks and on cranes and disrupting rail. It's the same in that case. He's committed as Police Minister to do everything he can, and I would just ask that people respect other humans and think about their mental health.
Agreed. Moving on to another issue, Minister. The last estimates on 15th of March asked a few questions regarding a DPI Fisheries staff who was caught illegally fishing in Jervis Bay Marine Park Sanctuary Zone. At the time, did you feel necessary to seek any level of briefing from your department on that matter after you heard that line of questioning? I think you'd left for the day.
Yeah, look, I don't recall that, no.
Okay. After estimates, I asked a series of follow-up questions seeking some further detail. Question number 8832 for those playing at home. Can you talk me through the process of how you came to answer those questions when they were put to you? So I'm oblivious to the process you go through when we put written questions. Do you go directly to Mr. Hanson or Mr. Sloan, and then from there, where do they seek the answers from?
Look, I don't recall that specific question you're asking, but if I don't know what that question was, 883.
It was a whole series of questions seeking more detail on the actual event and compliance of the event.
And did you receive the answers?
I did receive the answer, which we'll get to in a minute. Mr. Hanson or Mr. Sloan, do you recall the Minister seeking those answers to those questions?
I think I recall. I'm not sure I've got the right one in my head, so we can come to that in a moment. But in terms of the process piece, it does get referred down to the department. The department then either sends it out to relevant branch level or to Deputy Director Generals or Directors to complete the answers. They get drafted back up. They get put through a parliamentary liaison officer back up to the Minister's office. They review the answers, and then if satisfied, they submit them. If not, they send back asking for either more information or for us to be clear in some of the responses, and we send them through.
Okay, so in the case of this series of questions, which was really going to the heart of the matter in terms of when, where, how,
so is this
etc.
Sorry,
how far down the chain did that go, Mr. Hanson?
It depends on which ones you're talking about. If it's the one about what was the impact on fish, on sustainability of the marine park of a penalty infringement notice being issued to an individual.
That was part of the line of questioning, but there was probably about 9 or 10 questions.
So one like that, I dare say, probably didn't get too far down the track for details, because obviously the answer of a single individual being caught, as opposed to, I think your follow-up question was, why don't we then release and let everyone fish in marine parks?
More specifically, though, the questions that went to the heart of the actual matter in terms of when, where, how.
Okay, so those pieces would have gone...
How far down did that go? Did that go to Mr. Sloan?
No, they would have gone all the way down to the compliance officers involved in that action, so that we could get the data and information around all those pieces. But that's where, those ones do actually require us to go down to the authorised officers to get the information. But again, so some of those other questions were able to be resolved without having to go down to compliance officers to ask them.
Cool, thank you for that. Ms. Hurst?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Minister, before we got cut off by the timer, you were making comments around the fact that consulting with industry about welfare sort of implied that there was no need to actually consult with independent animal welfare experts. I'm wondering how many dedicated animal advocacy organisations have you actually met with since you took responsibility for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act?
Look, I'm not 100% sure on that, but can I clarify what I was implying before the time cut us off was the fact that industry organisations also, at their very heart, have animal welfare as part of what they do, because they have to. Landowners, farmers of all
Minister,
kinds.
do you also recognise that there is a really important place to actually consult with independent animal welfare experts as well outside of industry?
Sure.
Thank you. So I've had a look at your ministerial diary. You've had one meeting with the RSPCA, one meeting with the Animal Welfare League since you took over the portfolio, but no meetings at all with any other animal protection organisations. In comparison, you've met with New South Wales farmers 9 times this year. And as I understand it, there's been several animal advocacy organisations that have requested meetings with you. Why haven't you taken up those offers and actually met with some of those independent welfare experts, given, as you say, it's important to actually include them as well?
Look, I'm not aware that I've had any other requests that have come through from anyone particularly, but I think if you also look at my diary, you would see I've been reasonably busy during that period of time, and any suggestion that I have not met with anyone for any reason apart from being rather busy, I don't accept. But I have, apart from probably official meetings, I've seen RSPCA at several events that I've been at, same with the Animal Welfare League, who were part of the flood recovery efforts up there, and I literally went and visited them on a couple of occasions. So I think I've taken everything on board from animal welfare organisations, despite your assertion that I haven't met with a couple of them that I'm not sure about.
Talking about RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, in the last budget estimates, you committed, which I was quite pleased about, you committed to a review of their funding specifically for their enforcement costs. And I think there's been about 3 inquiries now where I believe there's been a recommendation that their enforcement costs are covered in full by the government. I'm just wondering if you can give us a bit of an update onto that review into the enforcement funding.
Certainly that it's underway. It's now happening, and we'll have a report back at some point that points to exactly what you're talking about. But the review is underway.
And do you have any idea when it will be finalised?
Oh, look, I don't not specifically know, but it's started in the last few weeks, I think. I'm not sure of the official date it started, but it is underway now.
And will the review be made public once it's finalised?
Oh, I think so, yes.
Thank you. I'm wondering what the review will actually put together. I understand that the 2 organisations have been very clear with their budgetary needs. And as I said, there's been a few inquiries now with some pretty solid recommendations. What are you hoping that this review will actually reveal that we don't already know?
Look, I'm not going to preempt what the review might actually look at, but I'm aware that all organisations, whether they're animal welfare or not, would always like more money to do whatever they do. They are given significant amounts of grant funding every year, and if we use the RSPCA as an example, we've spent over $10.5 million on refitting the...
But I believe a lot of the money that has gone to these organisations around the rehoming costs, and so can I assume that this review will be targeted towards the enforcement costs?
Look, I think the review will be whatever it needs to be around the funding for those organisations. So compliance, bearing in mind, compliance is done by New South Wales Police as well as these organisations. So there's a shared responsibility there. The RSPCA receives over $400,000 every year in a grant. Part of that is around them doing compliance work, but part of it's around them doing other work.
I think less than 2% of their costs. Just to put that into perspective.
And we spent $10.5 million on upgrading their facilities at Yagoona. So there's a constant...
They've got obviously those rehoming costs as well, and that's
but there's
important. I'm
constant
not saying
support
it's
there
not
from
important,
government.
but I'm just talking about the enforcement costs at this point in time. Can I get a commitment from you, Minister, that review will be completed and made public, obviously before we end up in a March election?
I can't commit to knowing exactly what time frame that will be, so no, I can't get.
So it could take longer than March next year.
It could.
I want to talk to you about the Game and Feral Animal Control Regulation 2022. You would have been aware that there was significant community backlash around some of the proposals that were put forward around allowing children under the age of 12 to hunt with weapons and to allow teens to hunt unsupervised. I know now, obviously, they didn't make it through to the regulations. Those proposals seem to have been scrapped, which is good news. But I wanted to know how those proposals were actually put forward. Was there a section of the community that was actually advocating for those proposals to be put on the table and considered?
Oh, look, it was one of those things where it's part of a process. It's the regulation the draft regulation being up for review. So it was a review process that was due to happen anyway. There were submissions.
Those 2 very specific.
Yeah, well, they were suggestions that came forward from submissions. So when you do consultation, people put forward submissions. They are then assessed by.
Weren't the proposals put forward before the submissions came in?
Scott?
Yes, thanks, Minister. So. I think we need to be clear, and I've seen a number of people make the misleading statement that the proposal that was out in that draft regulation was intended to give 8-year-olds access to weapons to go hunting. That's not the case.
Removing the age limit would allow
It
anyone,
continues to be the case that if you're under 18, you can't have a licence for a firearm, and therefore this wasn't about changing.
I'm not talking about firearms. We're talking about weapons. I think it was about bow hunting and
hunting with
So
dogs?
this was a proposal that had been worked up through the Game Advisory Committee or Advisory Board, and the intent there was the idea that at the moment a child up to the age of down to the age of 12 can get a licence to be able to participate in hunting. That's without having a firearm, but participate in hunting with parents or with older siblings, and that if you took that down to the age of 8, that would enable more children to go through the education component that's required for the licensing part. Keep in mind that there is no licensing requirement on private land hunting, and bear in mind there is no limit as to the age at which they can accompany without participating in the hunting process. And when I say participate in the hunting process, that can be spotting of animals or so forth. So that was an idea about trying to take down the age at which education programs were developed. It got put into the draft regulations. They got taken out for consultation. The feedback that came back in was mixed in terms of the support for greater education versus the potential for younger people to be in potentially dangerous situations. And so the department has erred on the side of caution in recommending regulations that didn't make that adjustment. But I come back to the intent of why they were written up in the first place. And it wasn't to allow younger children to go out there with weapons to kill. It was actually to increase the number of people who are already participating or already accompanying others to be able to be part of the training program and have recognition for that training.
We'll come back to that.
Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister. Since the Land Management Code came into effect in 2018, your government has approved over 500,000 hectares of land clearing, 150,000 hectares of which is woody vegetation and native grasses, not invasive native species. That's an area over 500 times the size of the Sydney CBD. Do you think that's acceptable?
Just to be clear, authorised clearing is clearing that has been given approval of that authorised, and that figure you're quoting, the 500 and something, includes invasive native species.
I acknowledge that. 150,000 150,000 hectares, 500 times the size of Sydney CBD, is not invasive native species. That's a huge area. Is that acceptable?
It's not as far as land scale in New South Wales. It's a very small area, and 4% of that was approved has actually been cleared in any way.
I agree.
Shape, or form.
I agree.
So
I'm glad that you mentioned that. So what you but you would acknowledge then that
figures doesn't
that
help
three
anyone.
quarters of the actual clearing, doesn't have the requisite approvals.
No,
concerning, isn't it?
No, 4% of the authorised approvals.
All you're describing is a
done.
ticking time bomb for land clearing, approvals which
Not at
haven't
all.
been acted
Not
on.
at all.
Well, then
What
let's
you're
talk about
suggesting
the
is that
clearing that's
land
actually occurred. 3/4 of it doesn't even have the requisite approvals. How do you explain that?
Well, that's not true.
It is. It's in the
I
report.
disagree.
Unexplained clearing, 74% for the last 3 years.
It's not unexplained. It's unallocated. And there is a
Unallocated.
difference.
You've changed the
between,
name, but most of that is either
Well, do you
without the
understand what
requisite
unallocated
approvals
clearing is?
or illegal, right?
Do you understand what unallocated
I do.
clearing
Oh,
is?
well, more so than you, I suspect, because I've been
Well-
asking questions
well-
about this for 3 years, and changing the name of it doesn't change what it is. It doesn't have the requisite approvals, does it?
It does have the well. It's taken on notice, and a landowner, for example, can assess a pasture, a paddock, and say if it is less than 50% native pasture, then I might put that paddock back into cropping.
How much of the unexplained
Hang on,
clearing has
hang
been
on.
that?
And if I choose to go back into cropping, then you would suggest that I've then engaged in an illegal activity, which I completely disagree with, and it is completely non-factual.
Well, I look forward to you reporting on how you explain the 74% of unexplained clearing, because I've asked your officials and the Environment Minister's officials, and what I get is we're still talking about how to describe it.
There are different land classifications, as you know, and unallocated clearing forms into, it can be clearing for a fence line, it can be for
How much is for fence
power
lines?
poles,
How much
it
is
can
for
be
power
for
poles?
putting back
You
into
don't know.
pasture. So it can be a range of things.
I'll put all those on notice, and I look forward to hearing the percentage of the unexplained clearing that's been allocated to each of those. That would be useful for the public to be aware.
Well, I would suggest that also people need to be aware that of the clearing that is authorised, 4% of it is actually done, and our landowners, our farmers, are fantastic land managers, and there is nothing wrong with having authorisation
In 2019,
to clear land
the Natural
for
Resources
productive
Commission
agriculture.
reported that the Part 3 pasture expansion rules represent a statewide risk to biodiversity. Since that time, approvals for Part 3 have quadrupled. That's hugely concerning, isn't it?
Do you want to feed people?
So you're okay with a statewide risk of biodiversity? You're okay with landholders just destroy? There's not enough cleared land out there to feed people. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that if people have authorisations to put crops in where there is less than 50% native pasture, then they are able to do that, and that is not
Most of
illegal.
this clearing wasn't
It is
authorised, Minister.
unallocated.
Okay. It's a bit Orwellian, don't you think? Last week, the Environment Minister confirmed that the Biodiversity Act and the LLS Act will be reviewed. It will go through its statutory review. He signed off on the terms of reference. Have you signed off on the terms of reference?
I have.
You have. So Part 5A and Part 5B of the Act and the Land Management Code will be subject to the review as well?
Look, we're looking at an overarching statutory review.
No, simple question. Will the code be subject to the review?
No.
The code that actually defines how most of the clearing occurs will not be reviewed.
At this point in time, we are looking at the overarching statutory review. So we're doing the terms of reference around how that will look, and those terms of reference will be made.
That's
made
extraordinary.
public
The
shortly.
rules that your own independent natural resource advisor has warned is a statewide risk to biodiversity will not be reviewed as part of the statutory review.
Look, the statutory review on those terms of reference will be out shortly. I've signed off on them. They'll be out
So
shortly.
they'll be made public, will they? The terms of reference?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're saying is the code won't be reviewed?
No, look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm not sure whether it will. The terms of reference I haven't actually put out there yet, so that it's not part of that discussion.
Mr. Orr, can you help?
Mr. Field, under 212 of the LLS Act, it's pretty clear what a statutory review is to do. And the statutory review is to review the Act since it's been in place for the last 5 years in the
Not the
context
code.
in the context of the objectives of the Act in line with the terms of the Act. That's what the Act actually talks about in the
Will the
context
code
of the
be
statutory
reviewed
review.
according to the terms of reference that the Minister signed off on?
Well, that's a matter for the Minister to talk about in terms of his terms of reference, but statutory reviews are typically about the objectives which the government originally laid down when they brought or put the legislation in place, as you'd be aware, along with how they then relate to the terms of the Act.
Right, no review. Minister, has there been any assessment on the likely increase in timber harvesting that will result from the remake of the private native vegetation, native forestry codes?
It's hard to have an actual volume, but the renewable farm forestry in New South Wales accounts for about 30% of all of our high quality sawn timber, and the huge increase in support that we're providing through LLS and the way that the new codes will help truly provide mixed farming opportunities for people, particularly on the North Coast. That is a significant way of increasing the high quality sawn timber into our mills and supporting jobs and supporting regional areas.
We'll come back to it. Thank you, Minister.
It now being 11 o'clock, we'll break for 15 minutes for tea and coffee. Okay, welcome back. Now ask members to take their seats and go straight to opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I just want to ask some questions around commercial fishing, but some of these may actually relate to the Rural Assistance Authority as well. So feel free to, if you have to, throw to the erudite and learned CEO of the Rural Assistance Authority. Minister, I put a question on notice, if I'll take the Chair's lead, number 217, I'm certain you'll know what that is, relating to fees and levies received by DPI from commercial fishers over the last few years. But one of the things that's I note out of your response, I'm wondering, is everyone paying their fees and levies, the commercial fishers?
Sure. Sorry, I don't have that exact answer.
You're right.
I'd have to take it on notice to get the exact details of every single licence holder. We have about 1,000 commercial fishing businesses.
Yep.
From time to time, we have individual businesses that, for whatever business reason, individual to them, they're not paying their fees and instalments. But by and large, the fees are being paid as a general rule.
Well, Mr. Sloan, if you could maybe then for this afternoon, depending on the answer this afternoon, I may explore this a bit further, but essentially what I'm after is, so what is the non-payment rate, and what's the length, or, they stay in arrears for? Like, I'm looking at if there's a cohort of people that may need support. But if you could take those figures and get back, that would be good. Thank you. Which leads me to the business adjustment package, Minister, that Minister Blair rolled out as a part of the commercial fishing reforms a few years ago. A part of that business adjustment package included a loan or loan arrangements, which I think was operated through the RAA. Can I just ask, are people paying those loans, or are they seeking to defer payment of those loans at this point?
Yeah, I might have to defer to Sean O'Connell on that one.
Mr. Veach, I might come back to you. I can get the figures through our monthly arrears report. So if I can come back maybe this afternoon.
This afternoon, and we can explore that. Yeah, again, you can see where I'm going here. I just want to see if there's a cohort of people that may be not paying those loans. Now, Minister...
Can I just, before we leave that subject, so one of the things to take into account is the fact that over the last couple of years, because of fires and then because of floods, there's actually been fee waivers announced and put in place by government across commercial fishers and a number of the aquaculture industries. So a number of those will impact on the figures that both Mr. Sloan and Mr. O'Connell will be able to get, because they actually give people a break from both paying as well as paying loans as well.
Yeah, and I think we can explore that this afternoon, because there's a number of factors or elements to the capacity to pay which arise from those reports I spoke about earlier. Thank you. Can I go to cultural fishing, if I may, Minister?
Sure.
Last year in November, the Legislative Council passed a resolution that essentially asked that the Secretary of the Department be asked to review cultural fishing compliance, so issues around commercial fishing breaches, determine whether or not they actually related to commercial fishing or whether they related to something else. Minister, has that taken place? Did you direct Mr. Hanson to do so?
I can't remember if I've specifically directed you to do that piece of work. I mean, there's been a fair bit of work done in that cultural fishing space. Scott, can you...
Yeah, thanks. So we did, Mr. Veach, and we conducted a review of all compliance matters at hand, and provide a report back to the Minister and to our General Counsel to get advice with regards to actions going forward.
And has that advice been returned?
Yes.
It has? And are you able to enlighten the committee at all around whether or not we had to withdraw from any proceedings because of that advice?
We did.
More than one?
Yes. It's a difficult area to go too much further, because we don't want to give an indication as to what is free range.
Okay. Does that involve costs?
I might take that on notice and come back to you this afternoon session on that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And so, yeah, we did a review. We looked at all matters before us at the moment. We looked at those matters in which we thought that there was marginal benefit in proceeding with versus those that were a severe enough circumstance in which to proceed and have moved forward accordingly.
Okay, I think if you can bring some of that information that you can convey to the committee this afternoon, that might be handy. Thanks. Mr. Hanson, can I maybe a bit more around the cultural fishing? I noticed with interest you've appointed recently, Minister, some Indigenous fishing inspectors.
Yes, yeah, some fisheries officers.
Fisheries officers. Now,
One of those was Jamie Sprowatz, actually, who I met up at AgQuip at Gunnedah a few weeks ago. And look, there's been a long history, actually, of Indigenous fisheries officers, but we have specifically started targeting Indigenous officers to relate back to their community in their country. And I think it's a really good way of them talking to community about the expectations of the cultural aspect of fishing, but also the regulatory and keeping fishways healthy into the future. So we've got 4 specific positions that have been identified and now filled. And there are others already in the system anyway, but we'll continue to focus on that. And look, I think it's important to note that we're looking at avenues of trying to have Aboriginal commercial fishing established in a slightly different way as well. And we're working through a process on how that might look and how that might work to encourage Aboriginal members to actually take part in commercial fishing.
Thanks. Minister, those positions you announced recently, are they full-time permanent positions or are they on a short-term basis? Are they full-time?
Full-time, yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And how many Aboriginal identified positions are there within DPI Fisheries?
Oh,
now that you've got those...
Difficult.
14.
14, thank you. And
same number.
Is there a budget allocation for cultural training, Aboriginal cultural training for staff in DPI and fisheries?
There certainly is training. I'm not sure about a budget allocation, Scott.
Yes, so it's not called out specifically as a budget allocation, but it's part of the requirements for training across not only DPI but across broader DR New South Wales. And in addition to that, a number of our branches have their own dedicated training modules as well.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I just want to now go to LLS if I could. And this relates, there's a number of items here to LLS, but the first one is it's to do with cybersecurity training for farmers, sort of around their awareness of their own cybersecurity risks on farmland. Do we employ any extension officers in LLS that would assist in that?
Well, look, not specifically in that space, but I mean, we've got people who would absolutely help, and we've got a range of programs through DPI and LLS that help do that. Steve, have you got a specific program around that?
No, we don't have a specific program on cybersecurity specifically, Mr. Veach. We do, run a number of ag extension programs around drought preparedness, soil management, livestock management in a general sense. But in terms of cybersecurity on farm, I'd check, and maybe we come back to this afternoon.
There's also the Rural Crime Prevention Team that does a lot of work, Cameron Whiteside and his team, which has increased by another 10 recently, and we made that announcement at AgQuip as well around, and they're probably more the ones that do specific work with landowners on cameras, positioning of cameras, security on gates and fences, and the different ways of doing that work meaningfully. So, and they've upscaled from, in some cases, where there would be a team of 1, it's now doubled, and that provides more ability to actually visit more landowners. And they're at all of the shows, all of the ag fairs around the state, talking to people constantly about that. So it's probably more of a rural crime prevention team role, I think.
Okay, thank you. And as you know, I like reading ministerial diaries. Certainly, your predecessor knew that. I noticed you've had a couple of roundtables with regard to natural capital markets.
Yes.
I met with an individual in Moree who raised a bit of an issue which I had not come across previously, so I'll pose this to you and see if this has been raised in those roundtables you've had. But essentially, the revenue that this individual is deriving, in some instances, the tax office is determining that it's actually off-farm income, which is quite bizarre, because it actually relates to the operation of the farm, so it's not primary production income, which then flick the switch on the percentage of revenue he's derived from his farm to meet the primary producer's requirement. His view is this may be an issue for biosecurity offsets, it may be an issue for if you engage in natural capital markets. Is there any advice being provided, Minister, or any research being undertaken to determine how that income will be treated for farmers?
Look, that's the first time I've heard that specific quandary, but interestingly, actually, your federal colleagues again have sort of followed us in on natural capital, and Mr Albanese was at the Bush Summit and outlined some of the thoughts around a similar style to what we've already started doing in our natural capital space. Obviously, taxation is also a federal issue, so I think the federal government probably needs to lead on how that might actually then be incorporated into their programs, which essentially tail into our natural capital idea, and how that would need to work from a primary production scenario. But I think it's one that the federal government should do some work on, definitely.
So, Minister, part of this also is the information that farmers obtain before they enter into these markets or venture down this path. So again, in your roundtables, are people questioning the calibre or the level of information that they're being provided with to help make informed decisions?
Absolutely. And one of the things, the roundtables are literally that. It's about talking around what people would like to do into the future, what they're doing now, what they see the opportunities as being. And we rolled out the primary industry abatement program earlier on this year, again supporting different ways of within normal farm operations, making some simple changes to actually access some more organic matter in the soil, some extra carbon sequestration, and be rewarded for doing that. So it's about trying to find ways, meaningful ways, where you can be actually paid for not changing too much, but accessing a bit more carbon in the soil or in your plants, and then therefore being recognised for it. But there's no quick, easy solution. It's about measurement. It's about the payment around that measurement, and it's around drought versus flood versus normal times and how you account for all of that. So the roundtables really were the idea of what do you like, what do you not like. There's some policy frameworks that would have to be set up. And again, at a state level, it also feeds into what the federal government is now saying it wants to do, following in on the back of what we've already started doing. So I think there will be opportunity, but you do need to talk meaningfully around what people actually want, how they would value it. And I think people mostly are excited by the opportunity. No one quite knows exactly what the opportunity will be yet, but we need to keep working towards what that will be.
What's the time frame for that?
Oh, look, there's certainly a budgeted amount in there to help support people, and probably the next year will be around doing more of that work, and the Minister for the Environment and his team will be doing work from their side of things. We'll be doing work from our side of things to try and find some common pathways around what people want and expect, and then probably a year or so down the track there would be, again, with the federal government input, some specific ways of dealing with things.
Yeah. I mean, there's a degree of excitement. There's also a degree of trepidation.
Yeah, and some people are already in the market. Some people are already being paid for offsetting mallee scrub in a certain area. They're getting paid carbon credits for it. Others aren't. So there's a mix of people already in the system, and there's a mix of opportunities. Probably blue carbon's another good one for the North Coast, for example. So there's lots of opportunities. We're just trying to make it something that will actually work for people and pay them for doing the right thing.
Yeah, okay. I think there's a long way to go yet. But
absolutely.
There's a degree of trepidation.
Yeah.
With regard to LLS, Minister, in the budget, and you might be able to explain this to me because I, for the life of me, couldn't work it out myself, but it talks about there's a reduction in the employee-related expenses in the budget papers for LLS. Just what does that relate to?
Yeah, look, it's pretty simple. Soil conservation moved out of LLS into Department of Regional New South Wales, so the employment moved across as well. Simple as that.
So it's gone from LLS to
Department of Regional.
Regional New South Wales. Okay. a budget note, a little tab down the bottom would have been really handy. That would have eased my angst. I reckon. I think just
checking you're reading it.
Well, I did read the budget. Like other shadows, we like reading these budget papers. And Minister, I just want to. The other thing about LLS. Now, Ms. Fox has probably briefed everyone here, but I want to know how many drones do DPI have at the moment, and how many drones do LLS have at the moment?
And can we borrow some?
I've got the total number. It's around 150 CASA registered across the whole department.
So that's Fisheries, LLS, the whole lot.
Yep, Public Works surveyors use them, for example.
Yep. And so is there a program of purchase, replacement, maintenance?
There is. It's done under our purchasing policy, so they're generally worth between about $2,000 and $3,000. So they're purchased directly in accordance with our standard small purchase policy. Yep.
Okay. And again, my issue here is around cybersecurity. These drones capture lots of information, flying over farmers' property and the like. Do we install our own software? What's the cybersecurity risk profile of these drones that we've assessed?
Yes, so it has been assessed, and I'm told we've got a drone working group that looks at those kind of issues. So they ensure compliance with the regulations and the data keeping and the continuous improvement in that space. And I did have something around software and firmware, but it's managed the same way that we manage all of the information that we keep across the department in accordance with our cybersecurity policies.
Okay, righto. I might have a couple more questions this afternoon just on drones. It's this round of estimates questions for me.
Mr. Veitch, the information I've got here is that the software is checked to ensure the safe operation of the drones and to ensure that the firmware is operating on the latest version, including the current no-fly zones and as specified by CASA.
Okay, righto. Thank you for that. And Minister, the other question I have looking towards the future is around hydrogen. Have you asked the department to do any work around identifying opportunities that might arise from a hydrogen economy?
Oh, look, not specifically. I mean, there's other government departments doing a fair bit of work around hydrogen of all kinds. At this point in time, we've been focused on things like biosecurity. Hydrogen will certainly provide opportunities for energy for the farming sector, for the department, for the primary industry sector into the future. But I haven't specifically requested any work. Scott, are you doing any work on hydrogen?
We are, and in fact, I might get Ms. Lorimer Ward just to give you a quick update on the work we are doing on hydrogen at the moment.
Thank you. So we have got a number of projects under the Climate Change Research Strategy, which is looking at beyond diesel in a way to say what are those energy sources beyond that. And hydrogen's definitely part of those projects that we're running out. We run that out primarily through field days and renewable energy conferences. And we've actually had a mobile trailer built that actually has hydrogen cells within that. And we use that to demonstrate how that technology can be applied on farm and replacing existing machines or applied into existing machines. We've got ongoing research about how do you modify that technology into existing equipment so that people don't necessarily have to buy entirely new machinery. It's what are those adaptations that could be done. And we have quite an extensive range of projects that are looking at beyond diesel and looking at what those energy sources can be on farm.
Yeah.
So we're in the applied space. We're not building hydrogen technology. It's about how do you apply it, that technology that's already been built.
Yeah, I think that's where I was going to go. We might, again, if we get time this afternoon, I just want to maybe just take a bit more time to dwell upon that work on hydrogen. Have we, I guess, Ms. Lorimer Ward, are we also looking at, that's for the farming sector, but what about within the department itself? Have we looked at, are we looking at identifying opportunities for the department itself? Like, is there a diesel fleet, for instance?
So, we've got a program of work which is looking around renewable energy. We haven't actually commenced anything at the moment, which is actually replacing existing machines with hydrogen.
Okay. We might just spend a bit more time this afternoon on that. How much time have I got?
About 20 seconds.
I'll
use it wisely.
I won't even start. Thank you.
Thank you. I might pick up where we left Minister. So obviously there was levels of questions. Some went to all the way down to compliance officers. Some could have been answered a lot easier. Specifically, in that list of questions I asked, did the employee offer an explanation as to where they were fishing or why they were fishing within a sanctuary zone? And the answer you gave back was that prior to undertaking the formal record of interview, under caution, the employer told the fisheries officers that they didn't realise it was a sanctuary zone, as they usually only fished on the other side of Jervis Bay near Vincentia. I further asked, was the employee in a position to be aware that they were fishing within a sanctuary zone, having regard to signs at boat ramps, other signs within the marine park? And your answer back was that there was a Jervis Bay Marine Park zoning plan sign at the boat ramp at the time of the incident, where the vessel the employee was on was launched from. And there was also yellow sanctuary zone buoys on the water and a land-based sign approximately 50 metres west of Red Point. Minister, do you see how the answers for M sort of conflict with the answers to N in terms of the staffers' knowledge of where sanctuary zones are?
Look, if there were signs and buoys clearly marking the sanctuary zone, I mean, people are people and don't always see everything they should see. I can't explain that, no.
Is it correct to say that giving a misleading statement to compliance officers is a serious offence? More specifically, clause 259, where it says a person who in connection with the requirement under this part makes any statement, provides any information, produces any document the person knows is false or misleading in a material particular is guilty of an offence, with the maximum penalty being 200 penalty units or imprisonment for 3 months. You aware of that?
I'm not sure what the question was, but I think if somebody says they weren't aware that it was there because they hadn't seen any signs, then you take that on face value.
Of course. So I'd like to give you a series of documents to talk you through. The first document is from the Select Committee on Recreational Fishing, which was held down in Nowra on the 29th of April 2010. And once you get it, I'll ask you to turn to the third page in the first document, which is on the top, particularly to the second comment by Mr. Harnwell, who is the staffer in question, where he says, "I'm not particularly talking about Jervis Bay Marine Park because I was involved in that." You see that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to turn then to page 6 of that document, which has a page number of 14 at the bottom, and just draw attention to the conversation between Mr. Cohen and Mr. Harnwell, particularly Mr. Harnwell's comment specifically referring to Jervis Bay Marine Park, where he says, "You could go in there and fish now if you wanted to illegally. What difference would it make?" And further on, he elaborates, stating he knows plenty of people that have been booked. Now, Minister, you would agree that for most part, witnesses who participate in parliamentary inquiries do so because they have a certain level of knowledge on the subject matter. Would you agree with that? That we invite witnesses because of their level of knowledge. And in this case, this committee would have invited Mr. Harnwell because of his knowledge of marine parks.
Yes.
You agree? If you turn over the page, still talking about the Jervis Bay Marine Park, Mr. Harnwell comments where he states, "I'm not a commercial fisherman. I can't comment on that, but my experience from fishing in this area, 30 years. So he's fished in the area for 30 years, but doesn't know where the sanctuary zones of the marine park are. Minister, the next document is his submission to the inquiry, and just quickly highlighting at the top of that submission, he says, "I've been an active recreational fisher in New South Wales for about 30 years. I was the founding member of the Jervis Bay Marine Park Advisory Committee, and I've also been a member of the Advisory Council on Recreational Fishing and the editor of Fishing World magazine." So it's fair to say that he has some extensive experience about Jervis Bay Marine Park. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yes. The next document is a printout from the Save Jervis Bay website, encouraging the fishing public to make submissions, drawing your particular attention to the comment where it says, "This submission has been prepared by local anglers and spearfishers who have an intricate knowledge of the effect of these changes will have." It included input from, but not limited to, Fishing World magazine. Who was the editor of Fishing World magazine, as highlighted by the previous document? Mr. Harnwell.
Mr. Harnwell, yep.
Yep. The next document, Minister, is the RFA News Bulletin from August 2010. And I'll just draw your attention to the direct quote by Mr. Harnwell in the description of his experience. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. The next document is a printout from a well-known fishing forum called Fisheries. Once again, Minister, just drawing your attention to the comment by the author labelling Mr Harnwell as a prominent member of the fishing fraternity as it relates to the Jervis Bay Marine Park. The next document is an online article titled The Ultimate Holiday Guide to Jervis Bay. Now, Minister, would you agree that most people wouldn't contemplate writing an article calling it the ultimate guide to something if they weren't pretty confident in their knowledge on that subject matter? Is that a fair statement?
Oh, well, from a tourism perspective or a beach perspective, yeah.
Yep. So, for the benefit of that article, for the benefit of people playing at home, who's the author of that article?
Jim Harnwell.
Jim Harnwell. Minister, the next document is an article by Mr Harnwell giving extensive comment on Jervis Bay Marine Park zoning review, talking about shifting different zones in great detail. Would it be fair to say that you wouldn't write an article on the shifting of different zones in a marine park if you weren't pretty confident about where those zones were and where they were being shifted to? Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
Yeah. The next document is an online publication called Island Fishing Diaries, interviewing Mr Harnwell, and he says, I grew up on the south coast of New South Wales and spent a lot of time at a place called Jervis Bay. And the last document, the next document is a printout showing a link to a podcast discussing the independent scientific audit of marine parks. So you and I have probably done our fair share of interviews. You wouldn't go into an interview without knowing the subject matter of what you were talking about, would you, Minister? So if you turn over the page, who's the first guest listed on that podcast? Mr Harnwell. And the final document is simply just the acknowledgement out of a book titled The Catch, The Story of Fishing in Australia by Anna Clark. And I'm just drawing your attention to the acknowledgement of the fishing tour of Jervis Bay, where she was taken on by Mr Harnwell. So if I take you back to that original question that I asked on notice in M, where your answer was that he didn't realise he was in a sanctuary zone as he usually only fishes on the other side of Jervis Bay, it's fair to say, based on the documents I've presented to you now, that was a misleading statement that he provided to the compliance officers, isn't it? On the balance of probabilities, it looks like that was a misleading statement.
You would need to ask him clearly, but...
Well, I'm asking you does it pass the pub test to you on the balance of probabilities?
Well, I'm not going to interpret whether he saw signs or didn't see signs on the day. We're talking about an incident that occurred
his track
12 years ago.
His track history, if anyone knew about where the sanctuary zones were on Jervis Bay Marine Park, it would have been this bloke, wouldn't it? Like, based on all that experience I've just outlined, noting my time has expired.
I think it just shows, Chair, that he was aware of the superior fishing inside sanctuary zones, and we should all consider why.
It was 12 years ago. I'm not quite sure what the
experience. I think his experience spans beyond 12 years ago. Ms. Hurst?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'm going to go back, Minister, to the Game and Feral Animal Control regulations. I've got some more questions for Mr. Hanson in the afternoon around what he said, but Mr. Hanson did make a really good point, Minister, about the fact that children are currently allowed to hunt on private land. Given that the department decided to err on the side of caution and that there was child protection issues in regards to hunting on public land, do you think that that means that we should be revising the laws currently on private land as well?
No.
Why not?
Why?
Well, Mr. Hanson just said that there was community concerns around child protection issues with expanding the laws to include on private land. And so I'm asking on public land. So I'm asking then, would you then look to revise the laws on private land, given that the same issue would be there?
Well, it's not really the same issue, though. Private land and public land.
Can you explain how there's no child protection issue with children hunting with weapons on private land, but there is a concern on public land?
Well, it's not just a child protection issue, it's a public safety issue. So on private land, parents would take the opportunity to do all sorts of activities that you would not do on public land. One of those might be hunting.
Did you, when this was put forward, did you actually consult with any child protection organisations when the regulations were put forward?
I didn't personally.
Do you think that maybe that's something that should have been done?
No, not really.
Why not?
Well, this was about hunting as opposed to child protection. So
Sure, but you can see
one
that-
aspect of it is around making sure that young people are safe, but I don't think there was a specific need. This was around looking at an overall plan, taking public consultation on that plan, and then referring back and making some sensible decisions.
But we just heard from Mr. Hanson that there was community concern with obviously arming children with weapons. I understand it's not firearms, but there was proposals to arm any child under the age of 12 with a weapon, and obviously putting children in what could potentially be very dangerous situations. I imagine with pig dog hunting, for example, which was one of the proposals, with a boar and a dog, fighting for their lives, that a child could be in a very difficult situation. You don't think that there is child protection concerns that should have been addressed?
Look, with consultation like this, every single possible group and individual has the ability to make submissions. And I'm not sure if there were any from those groups that you're talking about. I don't recall whether that occurred or not, but every single group has the opportunity. So if child protection groups thought there was a need to do that, I'm sure they would have made submissions.
But your department wasn't prepared to actually reach out to those organisations to be able to make sure that there was no child
Did
protection
we reach out
concern?
specifically to child protection agencies? Do you know?
No, we reached out to government agencies to get their thoughts and views. I'd have to take on notice which, but obviously New South Wales Police is one of those agencies that we did reach out to get their views on.
Thank you. And if you could take it on notice if there were any other child protection agencies that were reached out to, that would be appreciated. And Mr. Hanson just mentioned that there were other government members that were consulted on this. Was this something that was taken to Cabinet, or was this something that was consulted broadly within the Liberal National Government, or was it something that was quite isolated within the DPI?
I think the department ran the consultation. So
That's right. And I said across other government agencies.
Other agencies.
Yeah.
So it was,
I should also say the New South Wales Law Society was involved. So again, if there were concerns around legalities or child protection, you would have thought the police and or the Law Society would have raised them.
Thank you.
Their roles.
I want to talk to you as well about shark nets. On August the 1st, it was reported by the ABC that you were considering allowing councils greater control so that the councils could make a decision as to whether they were going to use nets. However, I understand that on the 1st of September, shark nets were put back up around beaches around New South Wales. Can you just give me a bit of background on what's happened here? Is this the last season? Is it going to be councils will then make a decision, or is it a backflip on that original consideration? Just so I can understand what's happened there.
Sure. I mean, certainly a very clear message from the government around protecting people, and that position hasn't changed around shark management. Shark nets, the meshing program, is one of the technologies we use. We've used it for a long time. There's only been one fatality since 1937 at a meshed beach, so it's part of what we do. We've got that comprehensive plan about making sure the community is safe. So that goes along with drones. We've got a large drone
Minister,
fleet.
a lot of the research is actually saying that that shark nets don't actually reduce the number of shark attacks on the beach, and that obviously there's, as I'm assuming you're about to say, a whole range of other safety measures that the government does put in place, including drones, lifeguards. There are a whole
Listening
range of
stations,
things. Yes,
smart drum
there's
lines.
an enormous number of things, and there's criticisms that actually putting up the nets is actually risking people's safety because it gives them a false sense of security. Why are we still putting these nets up, and why has that decision not been given over to councils?
Well, I'll just take up the first point you said where it's not proven that shark nets work. I think you'd agree that one fatality since 1937 proves that there is something
But isn't that the
works.
same on the non-netted beaches as well? That we're not seeing deaths on non-netted beaches.
The latest death we saw was on a non-netted beach.
And where was that? In New South
Little
Wales?
Bay.
And when was it? Sorry.
Earlier this year.
And so, but the research, and I've got some of the research here which I can show you, the actual number of attacks is no different between the different beaches. Do you recognise that research?
Oh, look, I mean, stats can show whatever you want them to show. What we do is we look at the possible interaction between sharks and humans And as much as possible, the idea is to mitigate that risk of an interaction. So that's why all of those things, the drones, the smart drum lines, the meshing, plays a role. Now, like everything, more than one solution is the best way to move forward.
But do you not feel that the councils have the ability to make that decision on behalf of each community? Do you feel that the New South Wales government needs to retain that control over that space?
What I would suggest is that councils do some meaningful consultation with their communities and then look at doing that over the coming summer as people are going back to the beach and get the real gauge on what people do want into the future. I don't think any council's done a community survey around this. There's been council imprimatas given about what they want, but that might be a group of 9 or 10 people that's making a decision. I would suggest councils have a great opportunity this summer to do some meaningful surveys, some meaningful consultation on the issue.
Thank you, Chair. Good. Are we still in morning? Yes. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
I'll just start with a question about pounds. So during Minister Tuckerman's estimates hearing last week, officials stated that the management of animal pounds now sits within primary industries. Is that true?
No. We have a role with the POCTA Act. Pounds and local shelters are through the Minister for Local Government because councils normally run them.
So both Melissa Gibbs, who's the Director of Policy and Sector Development from the Office of Local Government, and Ali Dench, who's an Executive Director at OLG, stated that Pounds management now sits within primary industries. So are we saying...
I could ask Suzanne here from our animal team, is that, how would you assess that?
So pounds fall under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, so they're not exempt from it. But the running of council pounds is the responsibility of local governments. They're under the Impounding Act.
So that's a little concerning then, that the minister that's actually responsible for pounds management doesn't know that she's responsible for pounds.
She may have been referring to the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals as part of that, which we do administer. I'm not sure.
Fascinating. All right, we'll take that back up with her. Thank you. If I could just ask you, I know that we talked, or at least my colleague, the Honourable Emma Hurst, spoke with you last estimates about that decision you made to walk back commitments to ban surgical artificial insemination of dogs. I just wanted to check with you. You said in the last estimates, quote, "I spoke to a number of vets," end quote, when you were asked who you consulted before making that decision. Which vets in particular?
Look, I think there's 7, 8, maybe 9 vets that currently do the surgical insemination.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is John Newell, I think his name is, who's based at Arana Surgeries in Dubbo. So he's certainly one that I've spoken to. I can't remember the other one, but he's a highly regarded vet who's been working in with greyhounds particularly for a long, long time.
So you spoke with John Newell, who has made an absolute fortune from surgical artificial insemination of dogs, as well as selling frozen semen. When he suggested to you that we don't ban the very practice that he makes all of his money from, did you think there was perhaps a conflict of interest?
Oh, but surgical insemination isn't banned under POCTA in any way, shape or form. So it's
no,
not
but
an
the
illegal
proposal was to ban it. You sort of backflipped on that or walked back on that decision. When we asked you what grounds there were for walking it back, you said because you spoke to some vets. I'm saying to you, you've only told me the name of one vet who happens to make a fortune out of this particular procedure that after speaking with him, you then decided not to ban. Does that not strike you as being perhaps a conflict of interest?
I think you're drawing a rather large bow. I'd suggest that vets make money from all sorts of different procedures that they do regularly. And if you're involved in an industry, that would be clearly where you make your money. And he's involved with that industry, among others. But, the decision around that was essentially giving absolute clarity to something that would have literally replicated what is in the Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission's rulings around how they have to conduct operations.
Yeah,
and it would have been replicating that exactly.
There was incredibly clear, like the opposition from welfare organisations, including the RSPCA, to not banning this procedure was made incredibly clear in our animal welfare policy inquiry hearings. Did you listen to that evidence, and will you be changing your position?
I won't be changing the position, no.
So you'll be listening to the profit makers who actually don't want it banned but also make a huge amount of money off it. And 7 or 8 of them doing it. There are a bunch of vets who don't do it. Did you speak to any of them? Did you speak to them about alternative
It's a very
ways?
specialised field. And the reason it's a specialised field is that it is specifically designed to make sure you have dogs that are well bred and utilising semen from overseas that is there, therefore used in the best possible way to guarantee a good pregnancy for the dog and a healthy litter of pups.
But we know from listening to the RSPCA and others that the outcome for the dog is much worse with surgical artificial insemination than with other methods. Other vets use other methods. You've chosen not to ban a procedure that has a bad outcome for dogs after you spoke to someone whose business is based on this particular procedure. Does that not...
There are differing views. I would agree there are differing views.
You didn't speak to anyone other than somebody
Absolutely, I've heard from other people.
Okay, so when you walked back this decision after speaking with, quote, a number of vets, who other than John Newell did you speak to, and how many of them aren't making money from this procedure?
I don't recall how many I spoke to, but
did you speak to any, Minister?
I've received plenty of emails.
Did
I
you-
know vets personally that haven't got an issue.
So you didn't consult with anybody else?
There's a range of views.
Did you
on
consult with anybody
subjects
else?
like this.
Did you speak with any other vets who don't perform this procedure before deciding not to ban it?
I don't recall any other vets I specifically spoke
No.
to about this.
No. Do you not see that really doesn't pass the pub test?
No, I disagree.
So you've decided, against all the evidence, not to ban a procedure after speaking to one person who makes an absolute killing off of this procedure.
Do you think there's a conflict of interest of somebody that's wanting to close down an industry asking questions and suggesting that somebody supporting the industry is doing the wrong thing?
I ask the questions and you answer the questions, Minister.
Sure.
And I think it's interesting, though, that you have deflected in that way from the question, because the question is very clear.
I've said that I'm very happy with the decision and there would be no reason to change that decision. It's supported completely by the industry. It's supported by a number of vets. Not all vets agree. That's life. That's
But
what
you
happens.
didn't consult with anybody except the one vet who does agree.
I've said it was more than one vet, and I've spoken to plenty of other people. I just don't recall specifically talking to them specifically only about that.
Okay, so you're under oath. Before you made this decision to not ban the artificial insemination through surgery, which vet did you speak to who did not already do this procedure?
Like, I can't remember specific names. I've told you I
Take it on
specifically spoke
notice?
to John Newell.
Mm.
That's the
Can
one
you
I
take it on
specifically
notice?
spoke to. That's not going to help me remember who I speak to about specific things like this.
You didn't
so
take a record. You didn't make a record of who you were speaking to,
I speak to people at all sorts of things all the time. At
even on
local
something as important
shows.
as this.
Absolutely. I speak to people all the time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Minister. I just want to go back to some questioning we started in the first 20 minutes around biosecurity. So got some questions about L&D, around FMD and lumpy skin, and then I just want to round out with some final questions around bees. We were talking about foot and mouth disease and the program you're going to, if heaven forbid it does happen, and we're talking about the destruction of stock. I'm trying to, in my head, if you look at the British experience, there was a large number of stock. Would we, a part of this exercise, would we transport stock somewhere to be slaughtered, or are we going to slaughter in situ and then transport the carcasses?
It'll depend on where they are, I guess, and that's part of the work that is being done now, is to assess what happens, where are the main transport routes between sale yards and that sort of thing, and work out if you would then need to transport animals to a certain other area, or whether there are certain points around the state that we could actually do that and do it safely. Scott, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Minister. So it will be, we have scenario plans for a whole range of those potential scenarios, everything from a couple of head of livestock on a particular property, which obviously may be able to be dealt with in situ, versus 25,000 head in a feedlot that obviously won't be able to be dealt with in situ and will need a central disposal point. Obviously, transporting live animals increases risks of spread as you're moving them, but they're the scenarios that we're working through. All of these plans have been worked up with EPA, who assist us in helping us get pre-approval for locations and potential disposal mechanisms. And we've also been talking to a number of local councils with regards to potential areas that they can see would make not only for suitable disposal, but also are able to be protected and isolated or secured from potential feral animal.
Well, see, this is where I was going. If you think this through, like, there's a number of scenarios that may well eventuate. So and you were talking about, Minister, some of the considerations would be things like water table. So whether you would incinerate the carcasses or whether you bury the
We
carcasses.
certainly don't incinerate them, but burial would be the preferred method. But you do need to do that in a safe position and making sure that feral animals like pigs, for example, or dogs couldn't then get into them and then spread it via taking infected carcasses or
So
bits
has that
off.
body of work been done, or is it
That's
it is
underway
now
now.
being done? It's so now being done.
So everything is, we have at a national level, the Ausweb plan outlines for us the modes and things to take into account and how we should. The work that we're now doing is taking down to the granular level of doing the mapping of road transports, of stock movements. Every additional week we get to plan allows us to get even more granular in terms of what ifs, to be able to work through scenarios and be able to put that in place. But we have robust plans in place at the moment to help us address a number of these scenarios.
Okay, thank you. And then as a part of this exercise, we're looking at, I guess, lessons from the Abatement with apiarists and around compensation and the like. Are we looking at those lessons with regard to what would happen if FMD did get into New South Wales?
It's certainly a larger financial consideration, absolutely. Each industry has a deed of agreement with the government. I'm not sure exactly the specifics of where we'd be up to right now with the cloven hooved industries, but we've talked about the impact of $80 billion on the economy, and that's something that could grow even from there. So, compensation wise, it would be very difficult to have a compensation plan that would meaningfully help people, but that's where the gene bank idea, thinking about preparedness is really key to what would be a disastrous impact. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, and then so, Minister, as a part of that then, are the RAA being involved in any way in these discussions?
So can I just step in before, because like Varroa, the actual cost sharing and what is available for compensation is preset, pre-agreed with both industry and all jurisdictions. The part that we're working on is that deals with what happens if you happen to have FMD on your property and we need to destroy your stock. So they're the direct disease mitigation pieces. And for that, we'll utilise the RAA the same way we have in Varroa, because it's formulaic in terms of stock value and how payments, number of animals destroyed, amount paid. We try to make that very much a similar model to what we're doing for Varroa in terms of light touch.
Okay.
The broader piece, and this is a piece that nationally is being worked on, is that question about the flow-on impacts to every main street in town. What does it mean for what kind of lockouts? Now, the Minister referenced the 80 billion figure that has been utilised in terms of a simulated medium-sized outbreak for Australia that Waivers has done. That included into those costs $400 million. So their calculation is a medium size would cost the country about $400 million in terms of eradication, their direct eradication costs. Under the cost sharing agreements, industry would fund 20% of that, the federal government would fund 40% of that, and the remaining 40% would be shared based on a GVP percentage of all states and territories. And that would leave us with a bill between 32 to 36 million for that kind of response. But again, that is only paying for the destruction of livestock. It doesn't take into account that there is in a period of time in which we have no export markets to be able to get back into.
Those other things kick in. Can I ask, Minister, so the Rural Assistance Authority are heavily involved in a lot of these programs, whether it be the Varroa payments, some of the disaster payments.
and the like. My concern is we have a number of people in different parts, different sectors of agriculture that self-assess. I think we may have had this conversation last time, but can I just ask, so what work does the RAA do to assist oyster growers, apiarists, whoever, in the process for applying for these grants rather than having them look at something, become daunted and self-assess?
Look, I guess there's a couple of things that we do, and our messaging always is, and you've been there for some of that messaging, is do not self-assess, because people do get things wrong. They're not quite sure of some of the doors that can be opened by somebody who knows where to look. So Sean and his team at RAA do an exceptional job when people call up asking, where do I go next, or how do I do this? We've also got our rural financial counsellors, who again we injected significant funding into this year to give that certainty around the role that they can play in helping literally bring a farm plan together, including some of the availability of that grant funding. And if we use Lismore as an example, there was a whole of government approach set up at the university there where you could go, you could talk agriculture, small business, medium, all that sort of stuff was all in the one location to actually get the advice you needed. Because sometimes people do think it all gets very hard, and that's certainly some of the feedback we got when doing some of the catch-ups with the different groups, dairy, beef, cane, nuts. They all start the process and then it becomes difficult, then they're busy and they're trying to look after animals, and it is all very difficult, but the RAA has the expertise to help people. Sometimes people will call and ask for advice and we can step them through what that looks like. Other times there will be forms that sit there for a while and it'll be a reaching out from Sean or the team to say, you're very close, but you need to fill this next part out. I'm not sure what the percentage is, Sean, of people who do that, but it's a service we provide.
Minister, it varies from program to program. I think the number of people that don't return initially, and that's for various reasons. They may be drawing down funds from other programs in the first instance. So, yeah, as the Minister says, we work closely with all those customers, and we have a couple of different teams. We have an administration team, an assessment team, and then a payments team. So they separately reach out to make sure that the customer's understanding what their requirements are and how we can help them in any way.
Okay. Minister, because Department of Customer Service, or whatever they're called now,
Service New South Wales.
So, I don't know, the Minister for Apps, anyway, that's what I was calling the other day. They also are involved in the delivery of some of these programs. Is there an interaction between the RAA and Service New South Wales to simplify or to make it easier for people to apply for these funds? Like,
look, there can be.
To apply twice.
Yeah.
The information's already provided. Can't it just be shared?
Yeah, and sometimes it can be. I might get Sean to just talk about how they can actually interact.
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you, Minister. Yeah, we have a good relationship with Service New South Wales, particularly to triage customers who may fall between the gaps between a primary producer and a rural business. So we try to work through those issues on a case-by-case basis. But ultimately, I think RAA has a specialty in determining who's a primary producer and who isn't, and that's our field of expertise. I think I would say, with greatest respect to my colleagues in Service New South Wales, theirs is broader. They're looking to see who's a citizen of New South Wales. So ours is, we have a much deeper, longer relationship with our customers, I'd say, in that instance.
Yeah, and Service New South Wales has a concierge service, so when you first approach them, you can ask for help to find out where the best door to go through is, and a lot of those referrals that we might see might come from Service New South Wales because people have used them to get their licence or whatever, and they know that that's somewhere you can reach out to. They would then refer on to RAA. So there's that relationship there, and sometimes you need that concierge help to actually get to the right spot.
Okay.
So, sorry, I will just add, one of the big variations is about how much of a role we can play at the front end. And so for Varroa, for example, because we are compensating for destruction and we are supervising destruction, we can actually do a large amount of the paperwork there on the spot for the beekeeper. Whereas grants that are then applied to people in flood zones, for example, under the Commonwealth Charter, we don't have that same, we're not on the ground with them assessing the damage at that point in time. So a number of our programs, like the Varroa one, the RAA can literally be a light touch at the back end of a process that involves our field crews out there doing the destruction, actually doing the bulk of the paperwork and application process, which significantly speeds it up. With the broader remit around flood and fire and emergency natural disaster declarations, the way in which we've been assisting in speeding that up is purely being able to reach back out and say, advise us if anything has changed since we last dealt with you, and if not, we're just going to carry all your eligibility straight forward.
Yeah, yeah, which simplifies the process. Okay, thanks. Just something on to a completely different minister. After the massive fish kills out at Menindee back a few years ago with the drought, there was a lot of work done to, I guess, save the Murray cod population and then take the Murray cod back out into those waterways. What's happening with the trout cod recovery program?
Look, all of the fish programs have certain targets for the year. I think each one of them have been actually overachieved in the last 12 months. There's been a record number of Murray cod and yellowbelly released back into rivers. I've been lucky enough to be involved in a couple of those, and it's 1.4 million, I think, Murray cod back in the system, which is significant. I don't have the exact trout cod figures. Sean might be able to help us out with those. Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. So trout cod is listed as an endangered species. It's a species that we have a recovery program in place, and we're conducting restocking activities. We've done some recent work to look at the recovery of that population, and it is still sitting in an endangered situation, and that's largely because the breeding population hasn't recovered to a point where it can replenish itself. So our activities of restocking and keeping an area of the river where the last remnant population of this species exists is closed to fishing for the breeding period. So that species is one of the species that we continue to have to do work on.
So when you say continue to do work on, what does that work look like, Mr. Sloan? Because as I understand it, things are pretty dire for this particular species.
We have a captive breeding program for trout cod, and that has involved breeding the species in captivity and releasing fingerlings into the river, and also having a stretch of the river where the last remnant population of that species exists, closed to all fishing for a period of time during the annual spawning period for that species. So they're the major activities that we undertake specifically for that species. But in addition, we have a major piece of work underway working with other government agencies like Water New South Wales to restore connectivity right across the river because that benefits all native fish populations, including trout cod. And we have other habitat restoration pieces of work underway across the river system as well. So there's various broader pieces, but specific to trout cod, it's the captive breeding program and the spawning closure.
Can I ask, Mr. Sloan, what's the survival rate of the fingerlings? Do we do that work?
Yes, we do, and that varies, and obviously varies in relation to the success of the annual breeding run that we have, but also with the receiving environment for those fish, and over time those techniques for breeding fish have improved. So the survivability is good, but obviously when you're returning fish into their natural environment, there is going to be, and there is with all fish stocking activities, quite high levels of mortality. To give you the specific figures that have come from our monitoring program, I'd have to take that on notice.
You take it on notice. The reason I ask this is, so I believe we've had a couple of goes at restocking. We've dropped some fingerlings into the Macquarie River. What's the survival rate of the fingerlings that have gone into the Macquarie?
I'd have to take that on notice, but we restock over 5 million fish in the last financial period right across New South Wales. Most of those were in the freshwater environment, but some in the marine and coastal, and some of those were non-native species like rainbow and brown trout. But there's a high proportion of those fish that were native freshwater species. So I'll have to take it on notice to get the specifics about Macquarie, but I can do that.
Okay, and when was I know it was 2017, I think was the last evaluation of the trout cod recovery program. Is that correct, Mr. Sloan?
We did a recent review, and in fact there was a public community meeting only last month in August to look at the outcomes of the latest, not just ecological work, but also the social and economic work that was done to look at the impacts of the work that's been done to protect trout cod. That work has shown that the species is still in not a strong position, and as I mentioned earlier, it's not in a position, the stock, where it can replenish itself naturally. So that's why the restocking program and the spawning spatial closure that we have in place annually is important to make sure we can continue efforts to recover that stock.
I was down far south a couple of weeks ago, and there's an angler down there pulled me aside, and I said to him that I would use his line, but he referred to the trout cod as the koala of the waterways. How much money have we spent trying to save trout cod, and will we save trout cod?
I'd have to take it on notice to give you the exact figure.
Can we do that? Thanks.
Certainly can. And but you're quite correct that they are one of those species that is quite sensitive to fishing, and that's why the spawning closure that we have in place is not just for trout cod but for all species, and that's because the catch and release process affects different species in different ways, and trout cod is one of those species that can suffer mortality after being handled when they're caught, which is why that seasonal spawning closure protects them from being handled at all.
So can I ask then, Mr. Sloan, what would be deemed a success for the trout cod recovery program?
The key success measure would be the spawning stock being able to replenish itself, so having annual breeding pairs get to a certain threshold level where we don't have to keep intervening in the natural environment to boost that spawning potential. Again, I'd have to take it on notice to give you the specific sort of metrics that we would apply to that, but essentially that's the key measure that we have for managing any fish stock, is the ability of the natural adult population to spawn and replenish stocks naturally.
Okay. Minister, I urge you to have a look at the trout cod recovery program. It's actually quite fascinating when I was appraised of it, and I wasn't aware of just how dire a situation this particular species of fish is in. Minister, I want to go back to pollinators, if I can. So the slow food farmers around Maitland have got an issue, obviously, around once the bees are being withdrawn, they need pollination. Have you had discussions with those slow food farmers up in that part of the Hunter to talk to them about?
I haven't specifically spoken to them, no. But there are groups around different areas that have got those same sort of concerns around, well, any sort of horticulture that uses pollination that doesn't occur naturally, although it does occur naturally at a small level. But intensive horticulture, for example, absolutely needs and relies on pollination. So look, we're working through a couple of different scenarios as to how that might be possible. But there is, with that comes risk. The risk of further outbreaks of Varroa are real if we don't get the eradication done properly, and also have a risk management strategy in place for the future. So there are some more difficult times ahead, but at the same time, industry is still really supportive of the direction we've taken, and I think that's important. When I talk industry, I'm talking about the bee industry particularly, which is has been through a really difficult few months. From a horticultural perspective, I know Scott and the team are working through a few other possibilities, but there's no quick, easy fix on this. Is the problem? Do you want to elaborate on that, Scott?
Yeah, it's so. We need to work out not only how we deal with the current pollination season, but obviously in those red zones, in the eradication zones, once we remove bees, we need to keep bees out of there for a period of 3 years to be able to demonstrate and prove freedom. We will have sentinel hives in there acting as a part of our surveillance and evidence proof for freedom. So that then poses questions about pollination within that, and how much of the native bee population
Yep.
or alternative insects may be able to play a role. There's obviously a lot of work now being fast-tracked into potential role for other insects to play as pollinators, plus what needs to be done in both genetic breeding for crops to remove the reliance on bees for pollination, so self-pollinating. It's fast-tracking a whole lot of work around that, including robotics, pollination and so forth for some of the industries. But for some industries that will rely on how quickly can we get back to a European honeybee population in that area, and alternatively, how much can they utilise the native bee populations for?
So post the almond pollination season, for better words, those hives will need to be transported again. What protections are we putting in place around that?
It's again a permit system, and they've had the full compliance check on arrival at the almond, and I've caught up with beekeepers down there, and it's a really smoothly running operation. They need to then move, they need to apply to move somewhere else. And the beekeeper I was talking to on the day was heading from there to do some vegetable pollination, and then had plans to do canola. But it's all within a permit system, and at each point of the way, you've got to do your alcohol washing and be proving that you are still varroa mite free, and that will be an ongoing scenario if you're within the blue zone, where you do need to be showing that you're remaining varroa mite free. They're using miticide strips and sticky mats, so the sticky mats show if anything drops, and they're collected and checked regularly. The miticide strips are there to actually eradicate any mites that might be present. They would then be picked up on the mats, along with a few other things like hive beetle that is around at the moment as well. So very strict compliance. It's very well monitored, and the teams on the ground have been doing a great job with that.
Yep, and it's a continuous process.
Continuous process, yeah.
Thank you. Just picking up where we left off, Minister, you might need to ask Mr. Sloan or Mr. Hanson on this one, but in the last 12 years, has there actually been any changes to the sanctuary zones in Jervis Bay? You made the comment earlier that some of Mr. Harnwell's experience was beyond 12 years ago. So I'm just wondering, in the last 12 years, has there been any changes in the sanctuary zones or any of the zones?
For Jervis Bay, not to my knowledge.
No. Through you, Minister, going back to when these questions were asked, when you sought these answers off DPI compliance officers, did you just ask those particular questions, or did you seek a full briefing, perhaps anticipating that you might need to revisit this issue if further questions were asked? Did you seek a full briefing, Mr. Sloan or Mr. Hanson, in terms of the whole incident, or did you just ask those specific questions?
Yeah, so with regards to the questions, we just got answers to the questions that we were being asked, and I've had a chance during the 15-minute break to have a look. So that question on notice was referred down to compliance officers who filled in and answered the information, which came back up to Mr. Sloan, myself, and then through to the Minister's office. So we answered the questions that were there in front of us.
Okay. Were you or Mr. Sloan aware of Mr. Harnwell's extensive experience in the Jervis Bay Marine Park when you saw those answers come back?
So I've got to say, this is for a penalty infringement notice of a staff member fishing. No, I didn't ask for more at that stage. The same way I wouldn't necessarily ask for more information with regards to a staff member who might be caught speeding on their way home on a road that they drive every single day of the year. And answer to the officer, sorry, I didn't realise I was speeding.
One of the core answers to that question was that he didn't know that he was in the sanctuary zone, and I'm asking whether you were aware of his extensive experience in the Jervis Bay Marine Park, in around fishing in that area. When you saw that answer, did that not raise flags? Well, first of all, were you aware of it, of his experience? And if you were aware of his experience, did that not raise flags that the answer he gave to the compliance officers may have been misleading?
I didn't raise any flags with me. The answer that he gave to the fisheries officers was followed up by him paying his penalty infringement notice like any member of the public would.
Mr. Sloan, did it raise any concerns with you? I know you've only been recently new in the position, a couple of years.
No, it didn't. And the individual involved described the incident as a mistake. So it was an unintended
Did this
mistake.
level of inquiry with these questions, did it pass through the hands of Mr. Turnell? I know he's has a role in this space. Did it go through his hands?
Any sort of question on notice like this one would go to the relevant directors involved for those
Is he one of the
activities.
relevant? Is he one of the relevant directors?
Peter Turnell is the Director for Fisheries and Aquaculture Management, and Jim Harnwell is one of his staff who looks after fish stocking programs for DPI. And so he's not involved in marine park management, he's not involved in fisheries compliance. But the substance of the response to the question on notice was put together by the Director for Fisheries Compliance, which is where our fisheries compliance activities occur.
Who was in control of the vessel when it was approached by DPI compliance? Was it Mr. Harnwell or someone else?
I'd have to check the facts on that, but to my knowledge, it wasn't Mr. Harnwell. But I'd need to.
Perhaps on notice too. Can you tell us what actually happened when DPI approached the vessel? I've had reports to me that the vessel attempted to evade fisheries compliance. So if you could give us any detail on that.
I can provide some response to that because I have heard the sort of rumour circulating around that, and that caused me to ask questions about that. And fisheries compliance officers involved have reported to me that there was no such suggestion. So I don't think there's any factual basis to that suggestion.
No, thanks. I just wanted to get some clarity on that. I might revisit some of this in the afternoon. Can I just turn to the set prawn draw, Minister? We've raised concerns about this in the past, and I think Mr. Sloan, you endeavoured to send a fisheries officer out to inspect what was going on. Has that occurred? And what did the fisheries officer find in terms of the conduct of the prawn draw?
So yes, it has. At the May prawn draw for the Mile Lakes prawn draw, senior staff from the fisheries management and the compliance area attended the draw. They reported back that the prawn draw was being conducted in a professional way, but there were some questions around specifically whether or not the industry participants that participate in that fishery were the right people to be conducting the prawn draw. So we've referred the matter to our Commercial Fisheries Advisory Council because bear in mind, this prawn draw at the Mile Lakes is one of many, and it's the only area where this issue has arisen. All the other prawn draws that occur in much the same way, with industry participants doing this in a sort of a co-management way. This is the only one where it's arisen. So
we'll probably debate the whole co-management thing. It's probably more co-regulation. But Minister, do you think it passes the pub test that you have a commercial fisher who, in some cases, some draws, holds above 50% of the balls in the draw, or in some cases, when fishermen don't turn up and put their balls in the draw, he holds 90% of the balls in the draw? Do you think it passes the pub test that he's the one drawing the balls out? Given that we're talking about potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of potential income, in this lottery, do you think it passes the pub test?
Look, I'll certainly be interested to see what Sean and the team actually come back with when they've conducted that review, and I'm sure that review will be thorough, as it obviously needs to be, and I'll wait and see what that review actually points out.
Thank you. Ms Hurst?
Thank you. Minister, I'm going to take you back to shark nets. I just wanted to try and get a clear answer from you in regards to the statements that you've made in the media about giving the power to councils. So will that happen at some point, or has that idea been scrapped?
It hasn't been scrapped. It's something that I think is very much in the public arena, and I think it's fair enough to echo what's in the public arena. What I'd said previously was that I think it's an idea that councils who actually manage the beaches, councils are involved in having a meaningful discussion, and at some point they should be doing some realistic surveys with their communities around what that would look like. Now, as the state government, we have the role of providing all of the other resources to help that happen in the most appropriate way to keep people safe at the beach.
So do you think that councils will be given the power to decide next season, given that there's councils with
I
very
really don't
strong
know,
views?
Ms Hurst. I really don't know.
So are you going to, if a council does go and do a very specific community consultation, or are you waiting for that consultation before you would ever give the power to councils to make that decision?
Look, that would be something that I wouldn't be doing by myself. It would obviously be a cabinet decision to be looking at anything like that into the future. But I think it would be a meaningful thing for councils to do that work, and that would be something they could do this coming summer. That's the point I'm making. But it would have to be a decision that would be taken by cabinet before any changes would be made to what is a long-running program, and has obviously been a successful program as far as keeping people safe. As part of what we have now, it's a whole suite of things that we're doing at beaches, and I think that's a good thing.
I might send you some research as well, Minister. As I said, the research is saying that they're not working. So I might send you some of that research. As I understand it, the comment that you made before, and it's always an unfortunate incident when things do go wrong on any sort of beach, and I don't want to sort of politicise that in any way, but I do understand that the majority of beaches are unnetted, so it becomes quite difficult to sort of look at one-off incidences in any situation, whether it's a netted or unnetted beach. But I'll send some of that research through. I wanted to talk to you about the puppy farming inquiry, and I'm not going to ask you for any responses. I know obviously you've got some time to look at that report and recommendations, but there was something that came through in that inquiry which was particularly concerning to all of us on the committee, and that was that there were situations where somebody had been convicted of multiple counts of animal cruelty and was still running a puppy farm with over 100 dogs, for example. I know you've got the draft animal welfare bill still underway, and that's a much bigger reform piece, but issues like this seem to be quite urgent. Is that something that you're looking to take action on in regards to those interstate issues where people have been convicted or banned from having animals in other states and are moving into New South Wales, or situations in New South Wales where people have multiple animal cruelty offences and they're running these large-scale breeding businesses? Is that something that you're willing to sort of put earlier outside of the animal welfare piece that's a much bigger piece?
I'm not sure how we would necessarily take it out of what is that larger piece, but to your point, I think it is concerning, and it's something that is on the radar, I think, for people to be aware of that. Not sure exactly the role that we can do outside of that puppy farming report, which will no doubt inform part of that anyway. But look, I absolutely take on board what you're saying around the concerns with interstate, but also within New South Wales, and it's something, I'm fully committed to making sure that all animals are treated with the respect and dignity they should be treated with, and that certainly forms a part of where we'd be heading in the future.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the serious vet shortage crisis that we have in New South Wales as well. And I know that a lot of the problem that we have is about actually retaining vets in the profession. And I want to know if the government or the DPI was doing anything to address the vet shortage and the retention problems that we have, and whether you've been having any meetings with vet or vet industries to help tackle this problem that we've got.
Look, I've spoken to, as I alluded to before, I speak to a lot of local vets all the time about a series of things, including lack of actual vets in regional areas is my main concern. But I think vet shortages, it's part of everything. We're short of a whole range of workers in regional areas and in metro areas. The thing is that private vets are offering all sorts of incredible incentives to try and attract people to the profession. It's a highly regarded profession. It's a great profession, whether small or large animals. I'm not sure that, apart from the roles we have as government for vets, and whether it's an LLS district vet or a DPI vet, there's no specific program I'm aware of, I might refer to Scott, that we actually utilise to try and encourage people to come in but Scott and or Steve might have some thoughts on that.
I can go back to them in the afternoon. I know one initiative that that you have also been quite supportive of, Minister, was the idea of vet trucks, particularly for regional rural areas. As you said, the shortage there is even more concerning. Is that vet truck something that's still going to be? Is that something you're still committed to going forward?
Yeah, and this is one of the things that came out of obviously the experience with floods, and the Animal Welfare League had a semi-trailer up there. We are, in fact, right now in the process of getting all of the I's dotted and T's crossed on how that looks into the future. It may not be a truck, it might be several different vehicles that are mobile and can do the work we need to do. One of the things in my area and further west is around a focus on desexing dogs and cats particularly, and that hopefully then reduces the impact on local pounds, and so it flows down. So I think that will play an important role. It's absolutely very much on the agenda, and hopefully some news about that in the not too distant future.
Is there some funding allocated towards those desexing programs?
Not specifically for that program, but I think incorporated in the vehicles, whatever they end up being, would be some funding for that. We've certainly done it with the current truck that goes on the roads, and it does a lot of work in Western New South Wales where you can take animals free, you can receive the service free. So it is, I'm not exactly sure of the funding arrangement for that, but we can clarify that later on.
Thank you.
I believe it's Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Minister.
Hi.
Minister, are you aware of the joint, and this is about shark nets, are you aware of the joint management agreement that you have signed, or perhaps your predecessor, between you and the Chief Executive of the Office of Environment and Heritage in relation to the shark meshing program?
I'm aware there is an agreement there, yeah.
Do you know what the objectives of that agreement are?
Well, basically to keep beaches safe. I'm not sure of all of the details. I haven't read through the agreement, if that's what you're asking.
So the objectives of this particular joint management agreement are in relation to threatened species. So you're aware of what they are. It's not in relation to keeping people safe on the beaches. This is the reason it's a joint management agreement with environment is because it's about threatened species. So the joint management agreement says that at the objective 6.1.2, ensure that shark meshing does not jeopardise the survival or conservation status of threatened species, populations or ecological communities. So you're aware of the latest shark meshing program report and how many animals were caught in those nets?
I have seen it. I can't remember all of the figures, but yes, it's a public report that comes out each year, I understand.
So it's 325 out of 376 marine animals. 325 were non-target. Plus, do you know the numbers of threatened species that were caught?
No, not off the top.
Do you know the type of threatened species?
I know that there were turtles, for example. There were sharks. I can't think what else.
So it says the report states that there were threatened species including green turtles and leatherback turtles. In fact, it says that the trigger point for the objective of minimising the impact on non-target species of threatened species was tripped in the 2021-2022 report because the shark nets caught many threatened species, including threatened turtles and including grey-nosed sharks. And in fact, it seems to be that the shark meshing program is in breach of the management agreement that you signed with the Environment Department.
Look, I'm aware that, for example, on the turtle front, there were more turtles that were caught than normal. I think the average per year is about 1.3 turtles that have been caught, and this year it was significantly higher than that. I'm not sure what the reason was for that.
And 14 grey-nosed sharks, a critically endangered species. 14 grey-nosed sharks were caught. Minister, this agreement that you signed with the Environment Department, the objectives of it are to minimise the impact of shark meshing on marine animals, including threatened species, including endangered ecological including threatened species like the grey nose shark and the leatherback turtle and the green turtle. So we've got like almost 14 turtles caught. 40 turtles caught. We've got all of those grey nose sharks. So what are you going to do about the fact that you are not meeting the objectives of the joint management agreement? You're basically in breach of that agreement that was put in place to ensure that the shark meshing program does not impact on threatened species. And look at what it did last year. So what are you going to do about the fact that the shark meshing program is killing too many threatened species?
So look, there are a lot of things that are being done to do absolutely everything we can to minimise impacts.
But last year
on
was the
animals.
worst.
Well, if you can just let me finish. So we've got new devices that are being trialled on the nets, including pingers and lights to try and detract the attention and keep animals away. There's also obviously the regime around clearing the nets. And there's investigations around how that could be done more efficiently.
That was all in place last year.
Yeah, but I'm saying last year was a significant impact, you're saying. I'm saying this year we're already moving to look at what we can do differently, including the mitigating devices on nets. Now, they've been trialling a lot of different ways of trying to make a difference in that space, and we'll continue to do everything we can to minimise the impacts.
Sorry, could I just...
No, we can go later
We
today.
can-
Sue needs 2 minutes.
Minister, I think can I steal the last
2 minutes, yeah.
Minister, I have just been provided yesterday with a review of what's happening in our public native forests in terms of the conversion of some of those areas into plantation forests, or that we're categorising them as plantations. Would it concern you, as the Minister, if we were actually converting almost by creep and by definition and by sort of vagaries and maps and some anecdotal historic notions that we might have put in some seeds 30 years ago, and that we're now actually recategorising some of those public native forests as plantations? Would that concern you?
I think you might be alluding to some information that I'm aware of that certainly one particular person on the North Coast has suggested that this sort of activity happens, but all of the advice I've received from Forestry Corporation would say that is not accurate in any way, shape or form.
I would like to table a report, and you won't have seen this because I only saw this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It is really quite concerning. That one person, whoever you may be talking about, is not this person. This is quite a significant review of how we may have got a few things wrong over the past couple of decades and how we're categorising forests. And what would be really good, Minister, is if you could commit to a proper review of what we are referring to as plantation forest, because only this last month there was a complaint made about an area, quite a significant area, that actually resulted in DPI and Forestry admitting that there were some pretty significant errors in mapping. Because, Minister, at the moment we work on what is an authorised plantation, an accredited plantation, a defined forest areas map, an indicative map. It's a bit all over the shop. It's your portfolio, it's our public forests, and there's an enormous concern at the moment that we actually may be stuffing some things up.
More than happy to take that on board and look at that report and work with DPI and Forestry if there are some concerning things to look at.
And perhaps get back to me about... Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much.
That pretty much takes us to 12:45, so I now look to Mr. Martin or Mr. Barrett.
Here's your chance. Sean, prepare yourself.
Minister, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for the busload of officials you have brought along with you. But I think you've answered things quite well, and as such, I have no further questions.
He sent me all these questions.
Can I have your questions? I've got loads more.
Thank you. Thanks to the committee for a really good session. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
He wants to be the pile sec.
He wants to be the pile set.
No, I do not.
He's about the only one that isn't. That concludes our questioning for this morning. We'll reconvene at about 2 o'clock with the departmental witnesses. But thank you, Minister, for your time.
Thank you.
We'll see you all back here at 2. Okay, welcome back to this afternoon's session. I'll throw straight to questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Mr Hanson, what I'm going to do, if I could get Mr Quinlivan to come to the table, I've got a couple of questions for Mr Quinlivan, and once they're gone, if he wants to go, he could go. And then, not to get Mr O'Connell too excited, but I've got a couple of the RAA, and once I finish with him, he could probably go as well. So,
Excellent.
just so you know.
And just while Daryl's setting up, can I come back to a couple of questions from the morning session, if I can?
You can.
Ms Veach, a question about damage and insurance to damage to our properties out of the floods. $6.3 million worth of damage that's been covered by insurance, and that covers Grafton, our North Coast properties, and also Camden, EMAI with the flooding through there. 3 million of that is already being spent, like we've actually been able to do repairs, but as with most of the state, we're struggling to find contractors, especially up north, to finish some of the construction work that's needed. Secondly, I just need to correct the review into prosecutions that we touched on just before.
Yes.
And you probably gathered by my hesitancy in one-word answers, which I'm not used to. So we did complete that review back in January this year, and we completed that against our standard operating procedures and found that there was no current fines pending or prosecutions that didn't need to continue to be progressed, and so we continued to progress. There have been some prosecutions which we have discontinued since then because of unrelated issues. And I just note that on 31st of August, the New South Wales Government's Closing the Gap implementation plan was published, in which it gave a commitment that we would review all existing fisheries prosecutions involving Aboriginal people to ensure only serious offences are pursued. And so that process will now be undertaken using that definition of criteria.
When's that work meant to be finished, Mr Hanson?
I don't have a date for that at the moment.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Quinlivan. So your second report that I was engaged in discussion with the Minister about this morning clearly is imminent, based on the Minister's comments?
Yeah, we've completed all the consultations and most of the research, and we're writing it up at present.
Okay. As you would be aware, we receive correspondence from time to time from people who are impacted upon, particularly by large-scale solar farms now. Seems to be the latest issue that was wind farms and now seems to be solar farms.
Yeah.
So did you hold any consultations around Wagga?
Well, we had a specific meeting with a group of landowners and local people who were concerned about a couple of projects there, and you mentioned the name of one of them earlier in the day, and there were a couple of others, including one I think that's on the outskirts of town. That name escapes me just at the moment, but yeah, I wouldn't say it was a public meeting, but it was organised by the local member who wasn't present, but as it turned out, but he'd organised for us to meet with a group of people who were concerned about, I think, 3 specific projects in and around Wagga.
Okay. I can be cheeky and ask, so the views that were conveyed to you in those meetings will be, in some ways, picked up in your report?
Well, I think it would be fair to say that we got pretty strong consistency in all of the messages we got from people that we met with throughout the process, and they were also consistent with the submissions that we got, many from the same people, but more generally, and they were all, and all of that was quite consistent with the feedback that the planning department and Energy Co, and in fact ministers and so on had. So we did feel that we had a pretty good understanding about those concerns, because they were broadly consistent across the board.
Yep. And have you had any feedback on your first report recommendations, Mr Quinlivan, with regard to government's acceptance or otherwise?
Well, the department has been implementing a number of the recommendations in that report because they're matters that they can implement in their own right and don't require any policy approval from the government to get on with. So they're doing that. The mapping process is probably the highest profile of those.
Yep.
The more significant issues in that report really go to new ways of handling land use conflict and require new policy and I think in the most important recommendation in the report, a new mechanism for managing land use conflict in the state, and so the minister is, he's interested in that obviously, and as he explained to you this morning, he sees the broader suite of land use conflict issues also embracing the renewables issues that you were asking about. So it did seem sensible to him, and I could understand that he saw a single package dealing with all of those as being a good way to handle that at a cabinet level. So I'm not quite sure. He mentioned the possibility of consideration before the end of the year. So that would be good, I think, because land use conflict is a very serious issue.
Yeah, it's been around for a while. So the process for identifying and declaring state significant agricultural land, for instance, I think in your first report you may have spent a bit of time looking at just how we protect that type of land.
Well, I didn't use the word protect, and I'd be very wary about using words like that.
Just to be clear, my word.
Yes, it was, and a lot of people use it, so I can understand it. Actually, the identification and regulation of state significant agricultural land, or any agricultural land for that matter, is being handled by the department and the government. So they're doing some work on identification and mapping that at present. So I'm not really involved in that. I was very wary in preparing that report about recommending any prohibitions on land use change, because I think it's too blunt a stick, and it also removes rights from landowners that they otherwise legitimately have in the planning system. And I can understand the desire to try and place a higher burden on those wanting to convert high-quality agricultural land to some other land use, but I think my own view is that that's all it should be, a higher burden of proof that that the change is warranted and justified and handled responsibly in the planning system. I don't think flat out prohibitions on land use change are a productive thing to do.
Okay.
Having said that, identifying that land in a more rigorous and careful way so that regulators can impose a higher burden of proof or a higher hurdle on decisions, I think is a very good thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks for your time today. I have no more questions for Mr. Quinlivan at this stage. So if no one else does, I'm certain you can. What's the phrase you've been using?
You are free to go, Mr. Quinlivan. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you very much. I'll move on now to the Rural Assistance Authority.
Can I ask one?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry. Can I just ask one question? Did you have a role in feeding into the rice vesting review?
The
rice vesting review that happened?
Not formally.
Okay.
I did have some conversations with people who were in the department who were undertaking the review, but it wasn't a formal thing.
Okay. Is there any reason why you wouldn't, if there was a specific group of agriculturalists that were very keen to have advocacy around their voice in that review? Is there any reason why you might not have been invited to be part of that?
Well, that would have been entirely a matter for the department. And as it happened, I was asked to offer some opinions, which I did in an informal way, but it wasn't a structural or a formal process.
No, so that would have been outside of the current agreements we have with Mr. Quinlivan with regards to the services he's providing us. We did, however, as he indicated, we have asked him a lot of questions because of his knowledge and background to help us behind the scenes, but we had a team within the Department of Primary Industries running that program.
And so are you aware, Commissioner, of the concern of the Northern Rivers rice growers that are looking for serious advocacy on their part because they've got a emerging industry that they want support growing?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Quinlivan. Mr. O'Connell. So this morning we were talking about the RIA's role in essentially assessing and delivering upon a number of disaster programs. I mean, I dare say there's a fair bit on in your agency at the moment. Can I just start, I just want a better understanding of your staffing profile. So you bring staff on as is required. You have sort of a baseline number of staffing and then you bring them on as the grants programs become available?
Yes, Mr. Veach, that's exactly the case. We have core funding from consolidated revenue of about 22 staff.
Yep.
All the additional staff are program-based, so various arrangements, but, for example, ERC, in response to a particular disaster would allocate an admin fee, so we would pay for the staff out of that. Those arrangements depend on what the particular program is.
And so what's your staffing numbers at this point in time?
I could probably tell you, Mr. Veach, it's about 95. So
Yep.
as I mentioned in the break, we're probably coming up close to where we were with the
drought.
The end of the drought and the beginning of the bushfire. So,
Okay.
pretty much capacity.
And your capacity to accommodate those extra staff?
It's a good question. The new building in Orange is excellent and it's flexible work arrangement. So I have to say probably right now people will be exercising their right to work from home, but tomorrow and on Wednesday that corner of the office will be, I think the DG will confirm, but it'll be probably the very active neighbourhood.
Yeah. You've been a chief of staff to a minister. This is the chance for you to push for extra money, Mr. O'Connell. You shouldn't let opportunities move away. Can you just give us a list of the grants that you're actually currently rolling out?
I can probably find those.
You can take it on notice and get to us. Yeah, that'd be good. So what I want to do now is just have a bit of a conversation with you about this assessment process. And when people, you would have heard this morning, I've had, doesn't matter whether it's oysters or apiarists or, people appear to go in and have a look at the form. I think maybe they're a bit daunted by the process in some cases, not all cases. But they conduct a self-assessment and decide that they're not eligible. And then they'll ring MP's offices and say, I didn't get that grant. And you say, well, can you send me the email or whatever where you were applied? And they say, oh, I didn't apply. What education programs are we running to assist people to better understand their eligibility for these grant programs and essentially to encourage people to apply?
It's a good question. As the Minister alluded to this morning, Mr. Veach, we work closely with the Rural Financial Counselling Service, and I think we're hopeful for a closer relationship with them over the coming period of our funding arrangement with that service. They're obviously a not-for-profit. They're not. They're funded various sources, including the New South Wales Government. The Rural Recovery Support Service, which is another important part. They are funded by the government, so they're another important part of our referral network. But we have a fairly active admin team too, who are very patiently talk to customers on a day-by-day basis. We get something like 800 calls a week to our 1-800 number, and they're all requests for information. So I think we have a fairly good network. I think we could always do better. One of the things we've done after the floods, we've looked at the way that we do. We've done, at the risk of sounding boffinish, but we've done a customer journey mapping process, just trying to work out where customers and how they contact government after a natural disaster. So that's quite informative. And one of the funding streams that we've been able to access over the last 12 months is the government's Digital Restart Fund. So we've got up to $4 million to improve that process, particularly after a natural disaster, but not solely a natural disaster. I think the focus of DPI at the moment is certainly on our response capacity to all adverse events, not just not just natural disasters. So, yeah, we really want to make it easier for customers to tell government once. And noting that we have a different relationship with our customers than a lot of other agencies, we keep their tax returns on up to five or 6 years on record. So we do have quite a, I'd say sophisticated relationship, financial relationship with a lot of our customers.
And so people who engage with the RAA, they don't have, each time they apply, they don't have to keep putting the same information into each application, do they?
It depends on the program. Ultimately, we'd want to get to the point where, whatever the solution is, I won't go to a solution mode, but whatever the solution is, people would just go to a portal or something of that sort. But it depends on what the program is. But in the instances of the floods, where someone who'd been through either the bushfires or some of the earlier floods, we had a streamlined assessment process. So they did have to go through. Mainly that's to do with our arrangements with the Commonwealth, that we have to be able to sort of allocate the funding to different buckets. But for that reason, they have to go through this process. But the assessment process is much quicker. So I think it's fair to say that our customers probably express a little bit of frustration having to go through that process again. But in the scheme of things, it does it does make a more efficient process for the back end.
Okay. So Sean, it'd be fair to say that the allocation of a customer number allows us to carry over data.
Yep.
Yeah.
But every program, we try to minimise this, but we have programs that are co-funded by a whole range of various partners. And so we inevitably end up needing an additional bit of information here, an additional bit of information there around either eligibility or thresholds for criteria. And so what Mr. O'Connell and the team have been able to do is, once you deal with us once, you get that customer number. We can check with you quickly then about, has anything changed since you last dealt with us? And then we can carry all that information and that data forward. But, and where it gets frustrating for people is if we have different criteria because of different partners involved in programs, then, that's put into one side probably the most innovative part of the RAA's business, which is actually Farm Innovation Fund, in which we're talking about loans, in which we obviously need a completely different set of information from applicants than for grants.
Okay, yep. Now, with regard to loans, I was this morning talking about the commercial fishing business adjustment package from a few years ago, which you are probably very conversant with. But the capacity for people to seek a stay of payment or whatever because of circumstance, I think you took that on notice. You were going to...
Yes, thanks, Mr. Beach. And so thanks to the team in Orange who are watching on, 70 loans were issued at the time, and they were 2 years interest only, and then 10 years to repay the interest and principal. We issued 70 loans to a value of $2.437 million.
Yep.
As at the 31st of August, 38 loans remain in our books.
Yep.
The value of those is about $1.2 million. Now, in my view, this is quite a pleasing result, Mr. Beach, but 9 of those are in arrears. And when we say arrears, one of those, for example, is less than $2. So there's that's a system. Computer says arrears sort of thing. And the total value is $80,000. So $80,000.
Yep.
Yeah. So in the scheme of things, and bearing in mind where we are, and these customers have been through COVID and things like that, I mean that's probably a little bit higher than what we would look for in across the Farm Innovation Fund portfolio, for example. But in the scheme of things, I think that's
okay. That's
pretty good. Okay.
And Mr. O'Connell, now the other thing is RAA collect a lot of personal details, as we've just been discussing. So what's your protection there, the cybersecurity protections at the RAA?
So it's a good question again. Because we have all those financial details on our files, we're a separate entity within the DPI cluster, so a separate company, and therefore others who use, for example, Salesforce, which is our CRM, our front end, they can't see our customer data. So there's those sorts of protections in place. We have a ongoing cyber security training for our staff. I think we've in the past couple of months, the department's done a cyber audit. The secretary might care to comment, but
the secretary a bit later on about cyber security.
But I think in terms of RAA, I think it's found, look, it's obviously an area of high risk, but I think, our systems have found to be up to standard today.
And can I ask then, because you also, Mr. Hanson spoke about other partners, Department of Customer Service New South Wales. So what's the relationship like there, and what are the arrangements for protecting people's personal information that may be shared between agencies?
It's an interesting question, and you're just reflecting on this earlier. I guess the whole thrust of where the government's been going, for the last couple of years has been to protect personal information for reasons of privacy. But since obviously with the advent of these mega natural disasters, there's an incentive to also be able to facilitate that that exchange of information too. So I think it's probably the agencies are required to pivot towards that better sharing at the moment. We don't have any. We have informal systems, I'd say, to share information with service. For example, we'd share through shared folders and things. So, yeah, that's an area that we are focused on.
All right, Chair. Any other questions I have for Mr. O'Connell, I'll put on notice. So, unless others got questions for him, there's no need for him to stay.
Okay. I'll just look to anyone else on the panel whether they had any questions for RRA. Otherwise, we will dismiss Mr. O'Connell.
Thank you.
Thank you. My turn. All right. I might just ask Mr. Sloan to come up. We'll just where we left off on the prawn draw issue. So you said you had a fisheries officer witness the May draw. Did he witness any mistakes in process at all? I've had commercial fishermen report to me some really basic mistakes like leaving people out of the draw, even to the more outrageous of doing a redraw after a lot of the fishermen have left because a mistake's been made. Did he witness any errors in process like that?
Pardon me, they did. There was a senior fisheries management staff member present as well as a fisheries officer, a fisheries compliance officer, and they did identify some issues with the way the draw was being run. I don't have the specifics at hand now, but the way forward with that particular draw, which is the one for the Mile Lakes, is that we will work with that group of industry participants to make sure there's a level of independence around how the draw is run. And as I mentioned earlier, we've referred the matter in its holistic form to the Commercial Fisheries Advisory Council so that we can get their consideration of the broader issues that have been raised. So, and that is under their consideration at present.
Sure. So you've done the review. Isn't also one of the issues? Well, that is one of the issues that's been reported to me is that commercial fishermen at the beginning of the month before the draw, transferring their shares to one fishing business to essentially stack the draw and have the maximum number amount of balls in the draw, and then as soon as the draws occurred, they transfer those balls back, and all those transfers are occurring as $0 fee. So that all this asset essentially is being transferred for $0 across businesses to essentially stack the draw. Did the commercial fishermen relay that to you?
Yes, they have, and the Commercial Fisheries Advisory Council is specifically looking at that issue. So the first thing to say about that is when the commercial fishery reforms went through, stamp duty was removed from transfers, and that was a measure designed to improve the economic performance and free up commercial fishing businesses so they could transfer their entitlements without incurring costs. So that was one of the things that was done. The other thing that was done during the commercial fisheries reform was that the shares were linked to the fishing businesses. So, and in fact, we're using those shareholdings now as a basis for making a fairer cost structure for cost recovery of fees from commercial fishers. So, in essence, if you have more shares in a fishery, you have more access, and we're following that through to that means that you should pay, a greater share of the fees for that fishery.
Yeah, we might pick up on that fee structure later because
when it comes to the prawn draw, the reason I was sort of going down that path was just to explain that if you're a fisher in this fishery and you hold more shares, the whole intent of the reform process was that you would have greater access to the fishery. So in essence, if you hold more shares, you would have more balls in this prawn draw. That was the intended purpose. So the question is really how that trading is occurring, and that's something we're going to look more closely at.
Yeah, sure. Just closing the loop on this prawn draw issue for the moment. Who in the department actually appoints the commercial fishermen to run the draw, or was that a self-appointed position based on, they were the person that put their hand up on the day and said, "Oh, I'm happy to run it"? Was it appointed by you, or whoever was in your role at the time? How does that work?
There's a process set out in an order that is set up under the Fisheries Act. That was actually set up before my time, so I'm not aware of the specific details.
So,
I'd have to take it
someone
on notice.
within Fisheries would have appointed each of these commercial fishermen to run the draws. They wouldn't have appointed themselves.
I have to have a close look at how it's set up, but I don't think there's a formal appointment process. I think there's just a process that is set up for the draw.
Sure.
We might take that on notice and come back to Chair on that.
That's fine. Can I just picking up questions from Mr. Veach on the commercial fishing reform? Obviously, the BDO reports have come out, and the Minister went to great lengths to sort of explain, obviously, how commercial fishermen have had a tough time with COVID, drought and bushfires and what have you. But is it not the case that the industry's rate of return and profitability has been pretty poor even before we had COVID and drought and bushfires all in one sitting? I'm looking at a Ag Econ Plus report from 2015, and the figures in terms of profitability are fairly comparable to the figures in the BDO report. So is it fair to say that COVID isn't to blame for the position, or bushfires and drought isn't to blame for the position where the commercial industry is in at the moment? It's more that the reform has caused this issue in terms of profitability across.
I don't think that's the case. I think, first of all, this first set of data that we have from the BDO, it's actually social and economic data that has been collected. It's the first year that it's been collected in the history of the commercial fishery in New South Wales. The data was collected at a time when we were going through the pandemic off the back of bushfires and with other external market issues around particularly the export market into China for some of the higher value species. So there were a culmination of different issues that were affecting the data that we did collect. That's one issue. The other issue is that it's fair to say there's a degree of hesitancy on the part of commercial fishers to participate in the surveys. It's the first time they've been asked to provide this information on their businesses and the financial structures of their business. So I think we will see some improvement in the volume of data that we get and the quality of the data. And the third issue is that the reforms that have occurred, which are fairly recent now, introduced quotas for a range of commercial species. They completely restructured the way that commercial fishing operates in New South Wales. So I wouldn't expect that there would be an overnight response from the industry to that restructure. I would expect there to be a number of years before the industry starts to become accustomed to operating in a modern quota trading environment, which is the experience in every other jurisdiction where these types of changes and arrangements have occurred. So in summary, I think this report is the first report in now a long line of these reports that we would hope to see improvement over time.
Yeah. Well, given the return on investment is 0.06%, I hope we do see an improvement, Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. I might ask Dr. Filmer and maybe Ms. Suze Robinson to come forward as well. Dr. Filmer, I wanted to ask you about animal use statistics. I know that in the last estimates hearing, you told me that the department had implemented a digitalised system so that the statistics would be available a lot quicker than in the past. I'm just wondering when we can expect to see the 2021 animal use statistics published.
The animal use statistics will be going to ARP in September, and then, assuming they get approved at that level, they'll then go up through the normal approval process, and I'd be hoping that they're up through that process to the Minister and then published before the end of the year.
Okay. And so what's the part that's going to speed up? Is it the part after the ARP that's going to be much faster, or is it the reporting to ARP process that's going to be much faster with the digitised system?
The time frame from when the statistics are submitted, which is the end of March, through to when they go to ARP will be shortened, because we've got a system now that digitalises that front end, so it's not a manual process, so it's a lot quicker, and so that should speed the whole process up.
Great, thank you. I also wanted to ask you about the use of cats and dogs in medical research in New South Wales. This was something that was quite a source of confusion in our recent PC2 inquiry. Even though the ARP statistics show that thousands of dogs and cats are being used for research in New South Wales, it appeared that anybody at that inquiry was unsure where that research was actually occurring. Can you let us know what facilities are currently holding cats and dogs that are being used for experimentation in New South Wales?
I don't think we can provide that to you.
And why is that?
Sorry, I might. I think there's this piece in which a lot of the research conducted on cats and dogs is actually experimental research at private or individual veterinarian facilities and research institutes, as opposed to a 2 or 3 big centres for research, as you might get with other species. But I might.
Yeah, so there's about 2,500 dogs, for example, used each year, and that's in the research statistics. And the majority of those are actually privately owned animals. So
yeah, so just to clarify, I'm not asking about the animals that are obviously in homes already. Mm-hmm. When I look at the statistics, it looks like just under 1,000 dogs and just around 500 cats that aren't like companion animals already. And so, yeah, I was just trying to work out where those animals and what sort of experiments they're being used in.
Well, the majority of those are being used for low impact categories. So
and
we
can
collect
we get
data.
an idea what that means?
We don't collect that exact data. So the exact experiments are under the watchful eye of the ethics committees. Mm-hmm. So we don't actually collect that data. What we do collect is information about the impact that whatever's being done to them is having on them. And so rather than trying to look at data for who knows what different experiments, they're sort of lumped together based on the degree of impact. Mm-hmm. So that gives you a pretty good idea of whether it's high impact, low impact, and the majority of them are low impact. Mm-hmm. Most of those dogs are being probably used for feeding trials and things like that.
And do we know how many facilities in New South Wales are actually housing and experimenting on the animals sort of within the facility itself? I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. We recently, quite a few MPs, including myself, received a letter recently from the Australian Veterinary Association, which claimed that 100% of cats and dogs each year are being rehomed, that are being held in these facilities, but the animal use statistics from the Animal Research Review data suggest that 75 cats were rehomed in 2020 and no dogs were rehomed. Can you explain what the discrepancy is between the ARP data and the letter that we've received from the Australian Veterinary Association?
I think the discrepancy comes around the use, what's the usage? So the statistics that are collected for research are around animal usage, so not the numbers. So if an animal's used, then it gets picked up in those statistics.
So what you mean is that those animals, like if you're having no dogs rehomed, essentially that dog is kept and held for further research experiments and sort of just recycled through multiple projects going forward rather than rehomed? Is that what you mean?
If the statistics pick up the rehoming and there's no animals being euthanised because they can't be rehomed, that's come through in the statistics, they need to be used. So the statistics are based on usage.
Yeah, sorry. But so what I'm trying to understand is, so that the statistics are saying around 1,000 dogs are being held in facilities. Mm-hmm. The Australian Veterinary Association is saying 100% of the dogs are rehomed, but the ARP data says that no dogs in 2020 were rehomed. And so I'm trying to understand, is the fact that is it that those dogs are still being used in research, and so they're just being recycled through further projects, and that's why we have 0 dogs rehomed, while the Australian Veterinary Association is saying 100% are rehomed. I'm just trying to understand what that data is saying.
I think I better take that on notice to get that right for you.
Thank you. No, that's fine. Some of the feedback that we received from the inquiry as well was that there needs to be more support for animal ethics committees, particularly in terms of training. We heard that there's a huge variability amongst the animal ethics committees. Some are, going above and beyond, and then others are sort of, maybe some of the members are struggling more to understand how to implement the 3 Rs. Is that something, there's that feedback that you are also aware of, is the difference between these animal ethics committees, and is it something that we're looking at having additional training and support for animal ethics committees into the future?
Yeah, in actual fact, ARP has put on 2 training webinars this year, and there's a 3rd one planned. The first one was on rehoming, and the second one was on getting the statistics correct and making sure that the numbers used are optimal for all experiments.
Thank you.
Okay, I will look to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a couple of quick questions to you, Mr. Hanson. Is the department aware of the Australian Wool Innovations Wool 2030 strategy?
Yes.
And is there a plan to respond to that on behalf of the New South Wales government?
In terms of respond?
In terms of responding as to which parts of that the government will be adopting.
I might see if Ms. Lorimer Ward wants to add anything, but at this point in time, we have the Department of Primary Industries strategy, which picks up on the areas in which we're focused on, where those areas overlap with the strategies of external industry R&D corporations such as Australian Wool Innovation. Then we will look to partner with and co-invest with. But I don't think that we'll be making a response or submitting anything with regards to their strategy, other than looking for what areas of it overlap with our strategic outcomes we're trying to achieve.
I'm particularly interested in Pillar 1 of the strategy, which states growers have the confidence and tools to manage fly strike without mulesing. This Parliament's had a lot of discussions about mulesing, and I understand that the approach of the government has been a bit complicated, but is the government working to give growers the confidence and tools to manage fly strike without mulesing?
I'd say yes on that front, and that's everything from resistance testing that we're doing to ensure that we're aware of what chemicals are coming close to end of life or feasible utilisation because of build-up of resistance, providing alternatives and providing mechanisms for rotation of different chemicals to try to minimise that resistance build-up, monitoring. We have a number of projects underway, and I might see if either Dr. Tracy or Ms. Lorimer Ward want to add. One of the things we're finding is that with climate change, we're actually not getting the seasonal break that we would normally get with blowflies, and so we're actually getting an accumulation in the populations rather than having a sort of cold enough winter to cut. And so we are doing some remodelling of what this looks like and providing advice to the industry with regards to when do seasons start to become more prevalent. What's that changing window for them in terms of their management practices? A lot of that work we do then gets translated into outcomes that are delivered on the ground by LLS via their forums, their individual interaction with growers. But I see...
Could I just ask you though, what's the, I guess on the basis of all of that, what is your best guess for when we will have eliminated mulesing?
I wouldn't have an educated best guess on that.
What's the department working towards?
At this point in time, we're working towards providing the full suite of tools for people to be able to utilise, from integrated pest management through to chemicals, through to genetics, and obviously mulesing done in a humane way. So we'll keep providing, and the more we can create alternative tools for people, the hope, we'll see more people utilising those tools. But I have no indication as to when we have no stated goal with regards to that.
But pain relief for mulesing isn't mandatory in New South Wales, is that right?
That's correct.
Right. Has there been any advance towards making that actually mandatory?
Chair, can I just raise a good question for the morning?
I'll hear the point of order, yes.
I feel like we're getting close to questions about government policy rather than the implementation of that policy. I think a mandating of pain relief would be up to the government.
To the point of order, I think I've made it very clear in my questions. I've been talking about what the government plan is, not what the minister's plan is. To the extent that it does involve a policy decision, Mr. Hanson is well experienced enough to be able to tell me he can't answer the question.
Just to rule on the point of order, I agree it is probably getting a bit close, but I do agree with Ms. Boyd in saying that Mr. Hanson is very experienced in this process now. He knows when he can say it's a point of opinion or it's more for a minister to make that decision. He's done that in the past. I'm confident he can navigate these questions.
Thank you, Chair. I guess just a final question. Does the department consider that mulesing without pain relief is in compliance with the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act?
If done within the current remit, then yes.
Do you think it meets the current objectives of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act?
If it's done within the current remit, yes.
Thank you. How much time is left?
1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes. I'll just pass to my colleague.
Thank you. Can I just ask about the rice vesting, if that's okay, and whoever might be best to answer that? Can I just find out why did the rice vesting actually continue? It just seemed like, I get the official reason that we decided to carry it on, or the minister announced, but the findings of the actual review are just not consistent with the decision to maintain or renew the rice vesting. For example, the clear findings early in the report is there is no conclusive evidence of the net benefits to rice growers. Vesting is restricting the growth and development of domestic supply chains, etc. Like, all of the conclusions in terms of the findings seem to be so inconsistent with why the heck we would continue vesting, particularly when there is a group of growers in the Northern Rivers that are trying really hard and spelled out their case in no uncertain terms that it is choking them to the extent that it is.
Point of order once again, Chair, and the same issue again. This is a government policy that the department's been asked to comment on.
I think, to the point of order, again, I think Mr. Hanson's very capable of saying within his remit. I'm asking why the findings in a report, why a decision was made when the findings were inconsistent. the department is responsible for carrying that out. I think it's fine to understand the mechanics of how that's happened.
Do I now respond to that as well? Or is
If you'd like to respond to that. Yeah.
the competency of the witness is not the question here, and we can't have one standard for competent witnesses and a different standard for incompetent witnesses.
Well,
I think
competent ministers.
I think we do.
And the question that the decision made was a government decision that was made. It's now up to the department to implement that policy.
Yeah, and look,
And they're all wondering up
It
here,
was-
when he says incompetent, who's he talking about, right?
I'm not quite
Name-
sure whether we should stand up or
name
sit
them.
down.
Name them. Look,
Okay,
I do
how
want to
about-
real quickly. I think that was stepping a bit over beyond what Miss Boyd did. Unless Mr. Hanson can actually advise as to what the department, how the department informed the government's decision, and that's helping Miss Higginson a bit. I think it's probably a bit over the line in terms of government opinion versus.
Look, and I appreciate it. Our review that was completed was one of the inputs into the discussions of government to arrive at a conclusion.
Yeah, and the bells.
See, can I just
and the bell's
back to
gone
the point of order? It
I've
was
already ruled on
it was our review. This is the thing. It would actually anyhow. Perhaps
you can
okay.
try and reword.
So can
or-
I just ask then, if
No.
this was one of the
You can't
inputs-
because the bell's gone.
time.
Time. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear the bell. I was
No,
too
you
busy
can
listening to the
pick it
answer.
up in the next round.
Yeah.
Thank
Opposition.
you.
Thank you. I'm still trying to collect my thoughts after that point of order from Mr. Barrett. But anyway, can I, okay. Just a question about European carp eradication. I'm not sure who that is, but someone here must know. The last time we were here, I did ask for an update on where that program is at. I know there's now been a change of federal government. So what is the status now of the European carp eradication? I think it was the herpes virus, or was the virus. But what's happening? Are we giving up on that, or is it sort of still being worked on?
So I think the short answer is we're not giving up on it. In terms of a progress update, I'll look to see whether it's either Fisheries or our invasive species who want to take the lead on this, because they're actually working in partnership on it.
Okay.
I might go with.
I'm happy to take it. Essentially, the answer that we gave in March is still where the issue is at. So there is a piece of additional research work which is currently sitting before the new federal government, and essentially they will need to make a decision about whether to go ahead with any sort of program on releasing the herpes virus to control carp. And that decision hasn't been made, and we haven't as yet been consulted on it, but there's an undertaking that both at a biosecurity level and fisheries level we will be consulted. So that's my understanding about where it's at.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Can I've got a question, probably Dr. Tracy, if I could, through you, Mr. Hanson. A couple of things, Doctor. Your team have got a phenomenal amount of work on at the moment, and that's probably an understatement. How are we looking after the welfare of your staff and the workload?
So yes, there is a lot of work on. I think it has been a real team effort though, right? You know, in response, it's everyone chipping in. There's been a really good input right across DPI and LLS in our emergency response, and not only there, also right across government as well. And RFS have been fantastic, you know, in terms of what they've stepped up into.
Yeah.
So I think the key to that is how do we scale up in a big situation where we do need, like FMD, in terms of being able to put all those resources in. So, yeah, we have to keep an eye on our staff. It is a busy time. I think those sort of scheduled breaks in emergency response are critical to keep that up, and also sharing the load when teams are stretched, and being able to reach out more broadly is important as well. And I think those are the key strategies to get us through.
Mr. Veitch, if I could just jump in there, I think that's a topic of conversation across the whole of government at the moment. From secretary level, our chief people officers are discussing it regularly, and one example that springs to mind is our whole leadership team went through a course with the Centre for Corporate Health recently called Managing the Marathon, which was aimed to address, us identifying and helping our staff through that. So a big focus from secretary level and certainly the Public Service Commission and Commissioner through the chief people officers, and we're very aware of that and we're all living it daily. So I think that's
Thank you.
So, Mr. Fitch, can I just use that as an opportunity to give a plug? The RFS, as Mr. Tracy flagged on the Varroa response, 37% of all staff who have been involved since day one are actually RFS. So they've been a significant contributor and we couldn't have done it without them, to be honest.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Can I just going on? So, when public meetings are being held for the Varroa mite, particularly in the Hunter, but different parts now, do we have counselling services available at those meetings for, particularly for the APRIS and the recreational APRIS as well?
So I think support is available. So I'm not sure we've got counsellors at every meeting, but there is a support line that's available for staff. It is a tough time for industry.
Yeah, particularly people are pretty attached to their hives, and a lot of them are now discovering that they're going to have to they're going to lose them. So yeah, it is pretty emotional.
It's tough. Yeah.
So I know for a number of the bigger meetings we have not just referred and given numbers, but we've actually had representatives from those organisations in the crowd to be able to be personally approached for conversations. That isn't in every meeting, but for the bigger gatherings, we've certainly made sure they've been there.
Okay, righto. Thank you. I'm going to move on to something else, but I do want to just again extend my appreciation to everyone that's been involved, because there's been a lot on. Can I Mannering Park fish kill, which occurred back on the start of August. Can I just find out what was the role of DPI Fisheries post that event once it was reported?
So essentially, the initial response in terms of identifying fish was undertaken by our local fisheries officers. The full response to that fish kill event was led by the EPA, and so the EPA were responsible for taking water samples and etc. The fisheries, support for that activity was essentially sample collection on water support and that type of thing, and that's the normal practice. So when there's an event like that, the EPA would lead the response and we would provide support. So that's...
And you provide the support around. Yep. Okay. Can I just ask then, how does DPI Fisheries back up data such as documents, reports, and emails on your system? Do you back it up to the server or to the cloud, or what's the process?
So all documents are kept in a record management system.
Yep.
And in terms of backup, that's centrally backed up by the cluster. I don't know.
So that's okay. So like any other request for information via a GIPA or SO52, then that information is searchable as per the numerous SO52s that I may or may not have conducted for DPI, Mr. Hanson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So fisheries are the same.
That's right. They're all part of the same system.
Yep. So a GIPA request from one of my colleagues has been rejected on the basis from New South Wales DPI Fisheries that each individual staff member would have to search their computer for documents raising questions about which then raises questions about how they back up their data. If this information is searchable, as you just said, Mr. Hanson, why would each individual staff member at DPI Fisheries have to do that? And then why would that be the basis for rejecting a GIPA request?
So I'll go to the first part first, which is if they haven't gone and put that data into the online management system yet, then it would still be sitting on desktops and littering sort of C drives across their sort of laptops, and as such would need to be individually searched. But I'm not aware of the GIPA in question, and that might give me some context to what kind of data
it was to do with the Mannering Park
fish kills.
Oh, okay. In which case, it could well be that those officers hadn't had a chance to load it back in yet.
How long does it take? Is there a part of the operating procedures for the department? Is there a time frame for that information to be loaded onto the record management system?
Yeah, so there is a requirement under the official records requirements in terms of making sure that that information is loaded into our online record system.
Yeah, within what time frame?
I'd have to take that on notice.
You
I
take
don't
it
know
on
off the top of my
notice?
head. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Unless someone else does.
But essentially, DPI Fisheries have to follow the guidelines, the government guidelines around this and the legislation as it relates to records.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back to my trout cod questions. I'm not sure over here. Sorry. Can I just, as a couple of these you'll take on notice, I think, Mr. Sloan, but if you haven't already, but essentially, how long's this program, trout cod recovery program, been in place?
I think the species has been listed as endangered for, I think, close to 3 decades. So it's a species that's been under pressure for a long time. In terms of the recovery program, I'll have to take that on notice and come back to you with a specific
Okay, so
date on that.
when it commenced, and then how much has been spent to date on the trout cod recovery program? And then really more specifically, how much has been spent for each of the last 2 years, if you could please. And then I want to go back to this issue around the fingerlings. So where have the trout cod fingerlings been released in the last couple of years, Mr. Sloan?
So to the first question around the money that's been spent, I do have some information that I can provide. So the production of fingerlings happens at our Narandra facility, and it costs approximately $40,000 per year to produce fingerlings that are then released. We also have a habitat restoration project on the Macquarie River through the New South Wales Environment Trust and the DPI Habitat Action Grants, which is a project totalling $288,000. So that cost of producing fingerlings is the annual cost. In terms of where the fingerlings are released, I'll need to just check that to get the exact locations, but there are several locations where fingerlings are released. They are actually not just released into the river systems, but they are released into Talbingo Dam as well, which is for recreational fishing, and in the other locations the species is totally protected.
Okay, yeah. The issue with Talbingo Dam, as you would appreciate, Mr. Sloan, is it's pretty much enclosed because of the nature of that dam. Fish can't get out unless they're being caught and are carried out of that dam. Have we done any work on the population of Talbingo Dam to see whether they're surviving in that water?
They are surviving in that water, and they are caught by recreational anglers there. So
yep.
So the fish that are released there do survive.
Okay, so as I understand it, there's been over 300,000 trout cod released into the Macquarie River, and I don't think there's been any. I think there's been electrofishing surveys conducted there, but there's been no evidence of an established or re-established population. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the figures that I have, Mr. Veach, are that over the life of the trout cod conservation stocking program, which spans from 1987 to date to 2022, there's been 964,000 trout cod fingerlings that have been restocked. 535,000 of those have been in the last 20 years, and on average about 20,000 fingerlings are released every year. So it is a major restocking activity that we undertake. It's one of those conservation dependent species that requires restocking.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting to here is we're releasing these into a range, the fingerlings into a range of different places, but the status of this particular fish has not improved, has it not? Its status is, would you say, endangered?
It is classified formally as endangered under the fisheries legislation in New South Wales,
Yeah.
but also federally.
Yep.
There has been some sign of improvement of the population that is restocked in the Murrumbidgee, and that's, I think, one of 3 locations where we stock the fish, so my understanding is the 3 locations are the Murrumbidgee, the Macquarie, and the Murray. The Murrumbidgee is the only location where there has been some signs of stock recovery, but it is one of those species that is quite a sensitive species, and when you think about the impact of the recent drought on all of our native fish, we know that that has affected all of our native fish populations. So you have a recovery program running for a species like trout cod, and then you have a very severe drought, and that obviously sets us back in our recovery plans. So,
yep. So do we do any work on the failed reintroductions? Do we actually go back and see why those reintroductions have failed? Or are you saying there's been no failed reintroductions of trout cod?
When you say...
So when we release fingerlings into some of these waterways, are the populations established and are growing in numbers? Do we say that?
So in the Murrumbidgee, they are showing signs of recovery. In the Murray and the Macquarie, the populations are still at a low level, and we wouldn't say they have improved to the point where we can say that there's a self-sustaining population. And if you think back to my earlier comments this morning, that's the real sort of success factor that we're looking for, is to have the population of adults recover to a point where they can reproduce naturally and replenish the stocks in a natural environment, and also extend the range of the species beyond just those short stretches of river. So we'll just continue to do the work that we're doing, which is breeding the fish and restocking. We'll continue to protect the breeding population in that really important stretch of the river in the Murray. And then those other bigger infrastructure improvements like the Fish Passageway program, which is essentially trying to reconnect the river across the board, will be where we improve the resilience, not just for trout cod, but for all of our native fish populations.
Okay. And then with regard to Talbingo Dam, Mr. Sloan, the Snowy 2 project, has there been any evaluation on the impact of the trout cod population at Talbingo Dam of the Snowy 2 project?
I have to take that on notice, Mr. Veach, unless... Yeah.
Okay.
To assist Mr. Veach, when you do take it on notice, I'd be particularly interested in the impact of redfin being introduced, because that is the real risk being expressed by fishermen.
Yeah.
So the impact of redfin on trout cod populations.
Yep. Thank you. Part of that as well. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Sloan. I'll move back to Mr. Hanson. I think I've got a few minutes left. Can there was an issue planning, and this wasn't your department, it was planning. But they were looking at changing the way around some of these farm stays, pick your own orchards, that sort of stuff earlier in the year. Now, I believe there's been a change, but it did raise, I guess, a question around land use definition for things such as farm experience type arrangements on farming. Was your department engaged in any way into determining what those definitions would be? I'm also looking at farm gate premises.
So I might ask Ms. Laura Moore to make comment on this.
So we were consulted early on the process.
You were?
We were, very early on in the process. I can't confirm specifically whether it was about definitions, but definitely about the intent of facilitating agritourism and trying to manage the planning issues around that. We understand that the next version of that is yet to be released.
Okay.
Yeah. But we have provided.
So those two definitions that are now being used, farm experience premises and farm gate premises, which once were called farm gate activities for those that are wondering, and farm events. So are we looking at
what that actually, those definitional changes, what they will mean and how much information needs to be provided to people to better understand that?
We are, and so my understanding is that they relate specifically to things such as numbers of people there at a particular time, frequency of visitors, and number of days potentially, is the sorts of things that get picked up by those different definitions. So it relates to the scale of the activity that might occur.
Yeah. Okay.
As part of those definitions.
And so, when you said the department were engaged early on in this process, can you maybe clarify early on?
Possibly not any more than we were consulted early in the development of the agritourism guide. We weren't consulted necessarily prior to the most recent release that was out, and that there's been significant feedback on what those definitions meant. So we weren't consulted prior to that release.
It
is my
certainly created a bit of
understanding.
angst around the, as Mr. Barrett would know, around
it did.
Your own orchards. They were quite concerned about this definitional change in the proposal, but also, some of the activities on farm. I had farm stays come to talk to me about some of this stuff. So, is it unusual for planning to go down this exercise without too much consultation with the department? I know you said early on, but
I think the opportunity is always provided to us to make comments. It's just at what stage in that process we get the opportunity to provide comments into, and then obviously, we, as we'll see in the draft that went out, the feedback that came back, it ends up coming back around to us for further consultation and for us to provide feedback into. We have a good working relationship with Department of Planning and the officers within there. We work on numerous sort of pieces on a daily basis, including utilising Darryl Quinlivan as the Ag Commissioner as a opportunity to bring us together to talk through some of these pieces around land use conflict, and to try to ensure that we all understand what objectives are trying to be accomplished. So for us, sometimes we get brought in nice and early around what's trying to be achieved, and in this case, as Ms. Laura Ward said, trying to make sure that it wasn't unfettered in the number of people who would spend and what duration of time that might end up creating complexities and problems for neighbouring farms. Was where we got involved in conversations early. When they went out for draft, we've had a chance to come back to them and also talk to them more about that.
as you would imagine, as you would know, Mr. Hanson, agritourism is an important plank to a whole heap of economies right across New South Wales, and they were nervous about limiting the number of people per day, for instance, and the like.
Yeah, definitely. And, we've seen a lot of our rural economies really benefit from the enforced domestic tourism boom of the last couple of years.
Yes.
And that's led people to look at opportunities to continue to diversify their business, and in large part to actually connect that with the growing interest in provenance that consumers have.
Yep.
To capitalise on it. We think it's fantastic. We just need to make sure it's done sustainably.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Birch. Just picking up on where we left off with the commercial fishing reforms, obviously it's a concern for me, and obviously concern particularly for the commercial fishermen when they see figures of rate of return of income, sitting at negative 13.3%. If you equate that to figures, negative $3.1 million, and that's for the estuary general fishery. For those who aren't aware, that's where the large number of our multi-endorsed fishermen do their work. So if the mullet's not running, they can go do something else. So if any fishery was going to be able to survive, the impacts of drought, bushfire, COVID, or just do better than other fisheries, it would be the estuary general. But you look at the BDO report, and the estuary general is doing the worst. Does that concern the department? That what should be the most profitable and resilient part of the fishery is doing the worst?
Traditionally, the more profitable fisheries have been the export fisheries, which are lobster, abalone, and there is some exporting of trawl whiting and prawns.
But you would agree the Estuary General should be more resilient because of the fact that it has the most multi-endorsed number of multi-endorsed fishermen, so would be able to survive all these things that the minister was saying, impacted the fishery.
Yeah,
but it's actually probably doing the worst by a long shot.
And it's going to be, like, the important part is going to be to make sure when we get the next lot of data, because, I mean, to get a set of data out of COVID and to think it looks like anything normal in the food business, doesn't matter whether you're a lettuce producer or a abalone producer, nothing is normal that came out of the COVID period in terms of, especially for industries in which there's a higher reliance on food service than there is on retail, which is then driven by restaurant shutdowns, by travel shutdowns and so forth. This.
So go to that second set of data. Yeah. I accept that. Going to that second set of data, when is that occurring? Because my understanding it was supposed to start happening in June, and commercial fishermen are telling me they haven't been called up by BDO again to do the second round of data collection.
The second survey is being conducted at present. So, and the idea is that we just continue that every year. And I would also just add that it's not just sort of a data point that we're looking for here. We want to see trends in this data. So other jurisdictions have been collecting this data for decades, and so I just repeat what I said earlier, that I wouldn't expect to see this sort of instant response to the reform decisions that were made, which are fairly recent in the scheme of this fishery in New South Wales. I would expect to be looking for longer term trends that have been significantly disrupted by not just COVID, but floods. One of our most profitable sectors is the oyster sector, but they've been hit really hard for 2 years in a row now. So there's a number of factors that are at play here that are out of everybody's hands.
Yeah.
Can
one of the only other.
Can I just add to that?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that we can do more of in this space is actually look at the red tape that can get taken out. So if we can't help them a lot with regards to the market and how the markets are playing, what we can do is look at what costs are being imposed by New South Wales government, either red tape, and that's been part of the regulatory packages over the past couple of months that you would have seen, trying to increase the efficiency, and you'd be aware of those conversations.
Yeah, sure. And we'll just go into that. Like, one of the other things that commercial fishermen were asked was about whether they trust DPI Fisheries to make the right decisions for managing commercial fishing in New South Wales, and the report says a significant majority of New South Wales fisheries do not trust DPI Fisheries to do that. So obviously that has to be a concern for you, Mr. Hanson, you, Mr. Sloan, that DPI Fisheries or DPI fishers don't actually trust you guys to make those right decisions around removing red tape or anything like that. What are you guys doing to improve that trust?
So removing red tape and that kind of stuff. It's not surprising for anyone, I don't think, that an industry which had been sold the promise of a reform 20-something years ago and then seen successive sort of pauses, false starts, misstarts, suddenly has a lack of trust in government officers in terms of making decisions on behalf of their sector. Like, that shouldn't surprise anyone.
Like one of those false starts was the fees. Like that, aligning fees with the number of shares that you had, that was supposed to happen at the same time as the reform. And now you've created a situation where the people that have all the equity, because they own all the majority of the shares, can afford to pay the fees. The ones that are in the, that essentially get screwed over by the reform, changing the fees doesn't help them at all.
Oh well,
helps them very little compared to what it would have done if it was actually implemented when it should have been done.
Yeah, and in terms of timing, like, that's 2 years later than what it would have ideally been. But the whole reform is 25 years later than what it should have otherwise been. And to be honest, like, even now, like, it might be late, But I'm sure those fishers who now have a lower annual fee that they need to pay would prefer that than us not to do it at all.
Is the department doing any work to attract younger people into the profession? Like looking at the data from BDO, like it's fair to say it's an ageing profession, and when you look at the personal income that is given for 2019, 2020, given note all the concerns, but you're talking about an income of $43,000. Like, you know, people are struggling to get apprentices to turn up, who are on decent money. Why would a young person get out of bed for $43,000 a year?
We do have a new training program, which is part of the young farmer business coaching and support that is specifically tailored to the fishing industry, and so that is sort of designed to help young new entrants to the fishing industry, learn the ropes, so to speak. I think, in answer to your question, is it concerning to hear that fishers, are untrusting? I think the answer is yes, that's a concern to us, and we are doing things to address that. And, we're setting up processes with the harvest strategies that we're developing for each individual fishery that involves the fishers, and that gets them engaged with us designing the decision-making frameworks for how the fishery is then managed into the future. And that's already working in those fisheries where those harvest strategies are being developed. We have a number of processes where, for instance, our scientists are running forums with fishers and stakeholders to present the data that has been collected by fishers and provided to our scientists to do the fish stock assessments. Our scientists are holding forums to present that data back to the fishers, which is designed to engage fishers but also engender trust in the way that those reports are being prepared. I could list a few other things that we're doing, but we are acknowledging that the reform has given rise to those issues, and we are trying to address them. And to the point of the ageing workforce, that's not just an issue in New South Wales, that's Australia-wide.
Yeah, it is.
And, it's I think, only a few weeks ago we had a forum with the urchin fishers, and it was actually really interesting to see quite a few young people involved in that industry. So there are some sectors of the industry that are attracting young fishers, and that's one of them. And I would expect to see some more of that into the future as we see those types of fisheries develop.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst.
Thanks. I'm not sure if Dr. Filmer or Ms. Robinson or Mr. Hanson is the best one to answer these questions. I've just got a few questions about exhibited animal licence holding. I'm just wondering what steps somebody would have to go through to actually acquire animals. So if a licence holder operating a zoo or a petting zoo wanted to acquire some koalas, for example, would they need to apply with a DPI first? And what does that actual process look like?
Yeah, I can have a go at that one.
Sure. Thank you.
So the application would go in, DPI would consider a fit and proper person, they'd consider the premises, they'd do an evaluation on that basis and then proceed with a process then to approve.
Thank you. If the animals were coming from interstate, is there any sort of checks that occur to make sure where that animal is being sourced? So say, for example, an exhibited animal, someone with a licence in New South Wales wanted to acquire koalas from Victoria. If the koala was captured illegally from the wild and brought into New South Wales, is there any way of actually tracking that, or is there any way of actually knowing that that koala wasn't coming and captured from the wild from another state?
My understanding is that would be part of the process as well, that check.
So just to give me a bit of an understanding, how would that actually occur? So what's the process that's put in place to make sure that somebody in another state hasn't sort of captured a koala from the wild and then sold them to somebody that does have an exhibited licence in New South Wales?
So that would be a follow-up with the whether or not the animal would have a permit or an approval to basically sourcing where that animal's come from would be part of the review in the process.
Can you just give me a bit more information about that sourcing process, particularly for an animal that's come from interstate?
So in the case of a koala, there'd be checks with the relevant environment departments around licensing and checks in relation to that.
So each department within each state has the exact numbers of animals that are currently in exhibitors' facilities, so they would know if there was additional ones that had been wild captured?
I'm not sure if they've got exact numbers or not.
So does that mean, I'm asking hypothetically, but I have had complaints come to my office that animals have been wild captured in another state and then brought to exhibited licence, and I don't know if there's any evidence of it, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is that even possible, or is the system set up to make sure that that can't happen? If somebody was, say, a licensed animal holder in one state and they went and wild captured an animal and sold them to another licence holder, is that like a loophole that could sort of bypass the whole system?
So I'm not sure of that.
We might take that.
We can take that on.
We might take that on notice, and if we can get an answer from our compliance teams, who I think might be watching, we'll come back around to that if that's okay.
Yes, please. Thank you. I've also got some questions for Mr. Hanson about the poultry standards.
Yes.
I understand you've been involved in the development of the standards for many years, and I've just got a very specific question about the standards. Standard 4.4 provides that facilities must provide all breeder ducks with access to water to dip their heads underwater or preen. But the standard 4.4 is the only time that the term breeder ducks is used in the standard, and the term itself, breeder duck, isn't defined. Are you able to clarify, is the breeder ducks different to the broiler meat ducks? Is that the definition of breeder duck? Is it the ducks that are used for breeding for the broiler ducks?
Yes, is the answer I've been told to the right of me, so I might throw to
Yes.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Dr. Filmer.
I think you're talking about the mothers and fathers of the others. So the breeders are the parents of the ones that breed.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Mr. Hanson, I also wanted to ask you about the animals in emergencies. I know the New South Wales Flood Inquiry made a recommendation that there's be a proactive, rapid response to managing animal welfare following natural disasters. And that includes collaborative communication with local vets and animal welfare organisations. I've also received feedback from the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League that it can be quite difficult that they have to wait to be technically deployed by the DPI in an emergency rather than being able to sort of independently go unless they get a very specific call for animal cruelty. Is that something that is being reviewed within the DPI at this point in time in regards to deploying them in those emergency situations?
Yes. So after every one of our emergency responses, which seem to be consistent over the last 10
Yes.
years, every year when we get to the end, we do a post-action review and identify what we need to do to improve for next time. That piece around rapid deployment was actually one of the reasons why we have actively deployed Animal Welfare League or RSPCA in most recent events, because we had people on the ground up there. They could be on the ground assisting us. And so we will continue to sort of refine that triggering. Also working with more private vet agencies and associations such as Vets Without Borders to arrive at fast deployment options for them as well. Because as we found with the first of the floods this year, you know, when your own workforce in an area that is prepared and trained is in itself trying to save itself and its families, it becomes very hard to call upon them. Then it becomes very hard to draw on the rest of your staff from across the state because access to becomes very difficult. So we are certainly looking at the fast deployment of as many on-ground resources as possible. And one of the good examples out of the most recent one was rather than establishing ourselves, our engagement of Norco to establish a fodder depot straight away with both the fodder, the staff and the handling facilities that they had up there.
Thank you.
Mr.
I
Field.
can add to that if you like.
Thank you.
So maybe in the next round, I'll run to thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mr. Orr, these are probably for you. Has there been any assessment? I asked this of the Minister. I'll just get clarification on the record. Has there been any assessment of the likely increase in timber harvesting from private native forestry as it occurs following the remake of the P&F codes?
In terms of specifics, Mr. Field, there hasn't been this is what's actually going to happen as a consequence of, if that's the answer.
It's one of the
to
drivers,
question.
right? You hope for an increase in timber harvesting from
That's
private
right.
native
That's right.
forestry.
And there's a couple of elements to that, one of which is the new codes, which you'd obviously be very familiar with. And there was a lot of effort which was put in right across government to actually bring about the new codes. And then secondly, as you'd also be aware, within the New South Wales budget, there was an allocation of 28 million towards private native forestry. The majority of that money is going towards extension to provide advice, assistance to landholders in relation to PNF, as well as provision of funding to the NRC in relation to the MER framework. So those things are all in train. What the outcome of that will be, a bit hard to determine, but what we want to create is an environment where landholders have great
Is the 28 million a general allocation within LLS, or is there a specific program? Has it got particular outcomes it's trying to achieve?
That's a specific program within LS, so it's made as a particular allocation in the budget, which has just been handed down. Mr.
Okay.
Field.
Are there objectives to it? Are they sort of targets to be met?
I might ask Mr. Tyndall just to take you through some of the details.
I guess my point is, if you've got extension officers out there spruiking for business for contractors trying to access timber resources,
well,
that,
Mr. Field,
what it looks like?
Well, yeah. So we certainly have an existing extension function. What the funding did was enhance the function.
Right.
So we're in the process now of setting up the program. And if you want, I can ask Mr. Tyndall to explain.
I may only have 6 minutes of the whole afternoon, Mr. Tyndall. I will certainly put on questions on notice with regards to that, and I appreciate your patience. How is the volumes of timber and the area of land harvested going to be reported publicly? How is it going to be reported?
Well, that's as I understand. Again, Dr. Tyndall can sort of provide some information in relation to that through the public registers, which we have in place in terms of the areas. There's now new obligations for people to provide post harvesting notification or pre-harvesting notification.
Well, it's not an annual anymore, right, Dr. Tyndall? It's a monthly. It's before you intend to harvest, and it's within, I think, 30 days of harvesting. I've been asking questions for 3 years about the volumes. Between yourselves and the EPA, no one's been able to answer those questions.
Maybe Mr. Field. If
I'm
Mr.
going to
Tyndall-
ask this very specific question. Is the MOU between you and the EPA going to be published? And how will you report on the volumes of timber harvested
So
from
just
private
in
land
relation to
forestry?
the MOU, so in relation to the MOU, yes, it exists.
I know it
Happy
exists.
To provide, yep, happy to provide you with a copy, Mr. Field.
Thank
and
you.
we're in discussions with the EPA about whether or not it's put on the website. As you can appreciate it.
The MOU put on the website or reporting on the volumes?
The MOU. The MOU put on the website, which I think was your question. The MOU put on the website.
Yep.
Naturally, we need to have discussions. It's not just an LS decision. We need to have discussions with our colleagues in the EPA about that.
Dr. Tyndall, how will the volumes and the area of harvesting be reported? And will it be in the forestry snapshot reports?
I think the simple answer to that will be yes, Mr. Field, and I appreciate your interest in this area over a number of budget estimates. I think, as you pointed out, there's been a significant change in how we're doing reporting on private native forestry. We identified that as an area that we needed to improve in the new codes of practice. So there's now a requirement 30 days prior to someone harvesting to put in a notification. There's also now a two-step approval process where we are approving their forest management plans, where previously landholders held on to those and only provided those if they were asked for them. They then report on their volume and their area when they do their completion notification, so when they're finished their harvesting. Naturally, the codes have only come into effect in May, so the reporting is not up to date.
Do you have any reports yet?
We've had 4 completion notifications, and I can report that we've had 49 commencement notifications.
Okay. And how will the volumes and the area of harvest be reported?
We would report those on an annual basis on our website.
Okay. Will it be broken down into regions?
It'll certainly be broken down into the code regions, yes.
Now, one of the concerns raised by the Chief Scientist in his independent assessment, and I appreciate it's a Cabinet and Confidence document, inexplicable though that is, it was tabled in estimates week before last though. One of the concerns he raised was the challenges in and understanding sort of the regional scale impact of PNF, because individual landholders can make individual decisions what they do. How are you managing those cumulative risks associated with PNF?
So, Mr. Field, obviously we can't comment specifically on a.
It's
report.
convenient, that, isn't it? Science,
That's
Cabinet and Confidence.
You know,
I'm not asking for you to comment on that.
Yeah.
How are you managing that risk? Because I assume you're equally concerned about it.
I can talk to what's in the new codes. I obviously can't comment on that report. There's a new provision in the new PNF codes that require us to undertake a cumulative assessment if we think there's a risk at a local scale where harvesting might be occurring on a property that is adjacent to another property, to take into consideration those cumulative impacts. That was a recommendation of the NRC, and we're undertaking that risk assessment when we approve forest management plans.
Right. What's the trigger for that?
The trigger for that is a range of triggers in terms of the risk assessment. It relates to, and I'm conscious of the bell, but principally around whether the property has a neighbour that's also intending to harvest at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Noting the time, we will now break for afternoon tea. I think the tea and coffee cart will be on shortly, or you can go and get a real one. Okay, welcome back. We'll now throw to Mr. Primrose for questions.
Yeah, thank you. Look, can I direct my questions to Mr. Hanson? Please feel free to send them wherever you wish, and they're about forestry. Okay. Now, in May, the government announced a $10 million hardwood timber haulage subsidy program to subsidise the freight of logs to flood-affected mills in the north of the state. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that is. And I'm sorry, we're just getting the appropriate officer up the table to help you with that.
That's
Mr.
fine.
Primrose.
Okay, so I presume that's correct because I'm reading it out of your document. How much of the $10 million transport subsidy, and I think it amounts to $30 per tonne of timber, has actually been expended, please?
Thanks for the question. We'll get back to you on the exact numbers that have been spent, but I think to date we've had 10 applications under that program, and the average funding spent so far is around $400,000.
So so 10 times 400,000 would be about 4 million.
So far, that's the average. Yeah.
Okay. When's the program due to finish?
We extended the program. It finishes in September.
Which is this month.
Correct.
So out of the $10 million, the applications you received so far average 400,000. There's 10 of them, so $4 million has been spent out of the $10 million.
So far, yep. We
So
understand
you expect
there's
a rush of late
sorry,
applications, do you?
I'm talking about applications that have been approved. There are other applications being processed or assessed, and we're also in discussions with the industry about taking up that program as well to find out what some of the issues might be.
Okay, so I presume it's late September.
Yep, correct.
Okay, can you just provide us with some general statistics?
Sure.
I'm just curious as to how
Absolutely.
it's taken up. Okay, how many mills so far have actually applied under the program? Is it 10? Is that correct?
We'll try and get that detail to you as well. So DPI doesn't actually administer the program. It's managed through regional programs in Department of Regional New South Wales, but we can still try and get that info
Oh,
for
okay.
you.
I was assuming you guys were doing it. So you may wish to also then refer these questions. Have costings been undertaken to provide the same assistance to areas impacted by bushfires, for example?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes, they were?
Yep. It was a similar amount of money.
And that, when did that program operate?
In terms of the bushfire assistance and transport subsidy, so straight after the bushfires that program ran. I think it ran for 12 months, but I'll get back to you on that.
Please, thank you. And I'd appreciate the same sort of statistics. I'm just looking at how successful or otherwise.
Again, it was another one that was run through regional programs by the department.
Okay, and if you could also indicate for both programs which regions have actually benefited from.
No problem.
From those, thank you. And again, you may wish to refer it, was the subsidy paid directly to the processor, and were they then required to provide evidence where the logs were freighted from?
That's right. The subsidy is paid to the processor, and they have to provide evidence in terms of where they receive or where they source the logs and where they ultimately are processed.
Thank you. Other questions now, in the last round of estimates, we asked how much timber is Forestry Corporation actually exporting, and you told us there was about 170,000 tonnes per annum of softwood logs, not usable by local mills, and India, South Korea and Vietnam were the areas. So can you tell me who assesses that exported logs are not usable by local mills? Is it Forestry Corporation or is it some other agency or body?
Yeah, it's probably a...
Sorry,
Yeah.
that'll be a question for you.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one. Thank you for your question. Right now, by the way, just to clarify, we are not exporting large numbers at all. So very small numbers of logs are exported because after the major fires, given the shortage of timber, we have now directed that wood from Walker. So it was only up the Walker area that we were exporting out of. This is softwood timber I'm talking about. So we've now redirected that from Walker to other regions such as Bathurst and down to Tumut. And to your question, how it gets assessed, the wood is normally produced for domestic market, but where there's no domestic market, and in the Walker area, there used to be a domestic mill, and it went out of business many years ago, and we tried to encourage another business to take over. When that didn't happen and the trees were growing out to a large, the diameter of the trees were expanding to quite a bit, then that's when we started the export venture, probably about, I think it was around 2014 or 15. But since the major bushfires, we've changed all of that around.
Okay. How typical was it prior to the bushfires for local sawmillers to reject logs because they were oversized?
Look, the mills generally have a specification of what sort of wood they receive, and each mill is different. But depending on the processor, they have limiters or limitation on the diameter of the wood. So, generally they would prefer the larger logs because you can actually get more volume out of it, more value recovery. However, if it's too large, then their mills obviously cannot handle it.
Am I correct in saying that they're less likely now to reject such logs?
I think it's a fair comment because of the shortage of timber. We've seen our customers really innovate in that space as well, and not only from a processing perspective, but also willing to take timber from afar as well. So we're seeing a lot of that going on.
Okay, thank you. Look, this is a straight statistical question. It's more arithmetic, actually. So please take it on notice, and that is, how many of the new plantations that Forestry Corporation established in the past 20 years were for hardwood saw logs, and how many of those plantations were softwood saw log, and what percentage were for pulpwood exclusively? And we're looking at 5, 10, 15 and 20 years. Is it possible for you to have a look at that and just come back?
Absolutely. And just to note on that, though, we don't produce plantations just for the purposes of pulp log. It's mainly or all for saw log, really.
Okay. Next question. What's the primary forum for coordinating forestry industry stakeholder feedback to the government? What would I call that body?
Well, sorry.
So I can probably answer that one. So we have two forums. There's a hardwood industry advisory group and there's a softwood industry advisory group.
Okay. Could you please take on notice who's on that body? I'm interested in I'm not interested in the individuals, but who they represent. And I'd also be interested to know, for instance, if there's any worker representation on that.
So I can give you a quick run through who the
Please, if that's
participants are.
possible, that'd be
So
great.
Forestry Corporation, in terms of the hardwoods one, Forestry Corporation, Hereford's Timber, Timber New South Wales, Notaris, there's Grant's Sawmilling, there's Boral/Pentark, New South Wales Farmers, Australian Forest Contractors Association and the Australian Forest Products Association. And for the softwoods, we've got Visi, Mangan Haulage, Hine Timber, Hume Forests, Forestry Corporation, AKD Softwoods, Softwoods Working Group, New South Wales Australian Forest Products Association, and again the Australian Forest Contractors.
Okay. Could you then just three brief ones relating to skills. What funding is currently available to recognise on-the-job learning in the timber industry?
I'd have to take on notice in terms of the actual funding, but the New South Wales government's recently conducted a program called Forest Fit, or developed a program in partnership with the Australian Forest Contractors Association. The program's built around the idea to improve contractor compliance on the job out in the field. So there's significant effort going in. It's going to be an industry-led program, but it's all about helping them to understand the complex rules around the Integrated Forestry Operations Approval, IFOA, and also the Private Native Forestry Codes and the plantations requirements. So,
if you could please just take on notice the funding issue and maybe also just give us a reference to where we can go and have a look at the details of that.
Yeah, no worries. And I can just clarify a point there. The information I have now is there are 6 applications approved under that hardwood haulage program and another 4 being assessed at the moment.
Okay.
So we'll get you the actual amounts.
So we're getting
on
there.
notice.
Okay. Thank you. What's the current industry assistance package called for the timber industry?
From the bushfires or from the...
Both.
At the moment, the forest or the hardwood haulage subsidy program is the one related to the recent floods, and the bushfire assistance program was the one that went through recently after the bushfires.
Okay, and how much was that? That was also for 10 million?
No, there was a range of funding under that program, which also includes some funding to Forestry Corp to upgrade nurseries and replant the estate after the bushfires. And then there was the hardwood or the softwood haulage program as well. So
Could you give us a disaggregated
we can
amount? That's all.
get
Please take it on notice.
No problem. Yep.
Thank you. And finally, what was the money spent at Blue Ridge Hardwoods a part of that package?
No, it wasn't part of that. That's another one that's been managed through regional programs, so we'd have to get that one on notice too.
Please, please take that on notice for me. Okay, thank you.
In fact, I think, Mr. Primrose, there was a question taken on notice on Blue Ridge with the Department of Regional New South Wales on the Deputy Premier's hearing mid last week.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hanson, probably to you, but again, same thing, if you want to show your half-back 5/8 skills and throw the ball around. So as I understand it, incident and emergency staff in other areas of the state government get stand-down days when they're involved in incidents. Is that arrangement available for your biosecurity staff as well?
So there are arrangements that we put in place to make sure that the roster allows people time off at the end of their period in the emergency control, in the emergency response. I should just say that it's actually our response at the moment has got staff well broader than just our biosecurity teams responding in. So as you'd imagine, our ag teams are very heavily involved in responses around Varroa. In fact, the whole business is sort of hands to the wheel on either Varroa, white spot, Japanese encephalitis, or preparing for FMD or lumpy skin disease. So we do have systems in place to ensure the rotations enable breaks and enable people to sort of refresh and have a break away from the response before they come back in. We do operate under a series of different awards across the cluster and across DPI itself. And we obviously have to meet the requirements of all of those awards as well.
Maybe you can explain to me then, so stand-down days, are they like personal leave days? Is that what happens? You've got to clear some of your own leave to get that, or does the RFS clearly would have a different arrangement, but their incident controllers, they get stand-down days? Is that what happens?
Yeah, I might take that on notice and come back with the different awards in terms of what we have to do, if that's okay.
That would be good. That'd be good. Can I also want to go to the Rural Resilience Program. Now, was that run through you, Mr. Hanson, or was that Regional New South Wales, Ms. Fox?
No, the Rural Resilience Program was run through us, yes.
Through you, okay. And it no longer exists?
Well, it's been broadened out and rolled. Whilst there was a specific program focused on rural resilience after one or two significant events, those events just kept coming, and as a result, the government established a resilience agency, and as such, we sort of blended the roles of that resilience program into the broader Resilience New South Wales program.
Okay, so you can see where I'm going here. So just recently there was a recommendation to maybe wind back or remove, or what was the phrase they used? Members, streamline Resilience New South Wales. What does that mean then for the this particular program? Will there be some funds coming back to your agency, Mr. Hanson, to assist? We don't want to lose the program in what is streamlining of Resilience New South Wales.
And I appreciate your efforts. It's one thing that we haven't had a chance to work through yet in terms of what that looks like, because we don't actually have the full response from government in terms of what that looks like. I don't believe.
That process will be run by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, and we'll participate in that.
But you'll get to put a bid in to say that we
We never miss an opportunity,
bring
Mr.
that
Veach.
money back. Okay, I'm just prosecuting a case around making sure we don't lose those funds in this streamlined process for Resilience New South Wales.
Sorry, if I start, I'll use up too much of your time. You keep going.
No. Okay, thank you. I just want to go to this sort of segues to local land services, because they are also involved heavily in a lot of these incidents, events, and so Mr. or your staff all over the state are involved in these things. So how are you managing the leave arrangements and sort of downtime for your staff?
So thanks, Mr. Veach. Like Mr. Hanson, we have the same sorts of issues. The general principle, and Mr. Kelly may want to sort of correct me if I stray from the point, is 5 to 7 days on and then 2 days off. What we try to avoid is to ensure that people have 2 days off and they're not actually having to access their leave arrangements through local arrangements which are put in place between themselves and their manager. So that's what we try and do to ensure that local land services staff who've been working in an emergency situation, going hard at it, 5 to 7 days, then come back, have a decent break, but in doing so, they don't have to actually take their own leave.
Okay, thank you. And extension services, which is something I think I explore, if not at every estimate, and most estimates. So the dairy industry, the oysters, every time I speak to them, they say they want their extension services, either they want them back or they want the ones that got increased numbers, which would tell me that it's quite valued and a worthwhile part of the work of LLS as it's now structured. Are we looking at expanding the extension services at all?
Yeah. So I'll throw to Mr. Kelly in a minute because it's his area of oversight, Mr. Veach, but certainly we've got an ag extension framework which LLS has put in place.
Yep.
And a few months ago we decided on 3 key areas of program focus. One was drought preparedness. The next drought's another day closer, as you'd be aware.
Yep.
Soil health and livestock management. So we're rolling out programs in relation to those 3 areas, and what we ask regions to do is sort of coalesce around those 3 key themes and ensure that they're delivering in line with those 3 key themes. And then just in relation to the emergency situation and the flood situation, the early needs program is also going to bring in extra resources, particularly targeting the dairy industry, to provide support to that particular industry.
Yep.
And then finally, Mr. Veach, one of the things which we announced, or the Minister announced recently, we've put in place a graduate program, and we're bringing in 6 new graduates each year into LLS. One of those, or 2 of those, will be ag science.
Yep.
Which then ties back into the extension function, and 2 of them will also be vet science, which deals. I know Ms. Hurst had some questions about what are we doing to build capability when it comes to vet science. So we're going to have 6 new graduates each year into local land services. As I said, 2 ag science, 2 vet science, and 2 NRM staff.
And where are they going to be located?
So we've gone out to each one of the regions, and we spent a bit of time in terms of what are some of the potential options. Largely they'll be in the larger centres, but we're happy to negotiate with the successful people as to where they will be located. The strength of local land service obviously is the broad reach, so we're in sort of 90 locations right across New South Wales, but we want to ensure that there's a good support arrangement for those people when they do come into the
So is it possible then to maybe share across regions those positions?
Yeah,
if the supports are in place?
Absolutely. Yep. And the focus is on building the fresh graduates, giving them a good experience, getting them familiar with the way in which government operates and some of the roles which we play, including some of the statutory-based roles, so that hopefully at the end of their 12-month graduate program, we can offer them ongoing employment.
Yep. Okay. With regard to travelling stock routes and reserves. So at the last March, most recent estimates in March, the Minister stated that there is work being done to provide for First Nations rights in travelling stock reserves. So I'm just wondering where that work is up to,
probably again Mr. Orr.
Yeah, and I'll throw to Mr. Kelly in terms of some of the specifics, but certainly, you know, Local Land Services is very proud with the amount of work which we do with Aboriginal communities. And just recently, Mr. Veach, you know, we brought on our Aboriginal trainee program, focusing on bringing in trainees to work on travelling stock reserves. But Mr. Kelly, do you want to comment
Well,
specifically?
we'll come back to it after next
okay.
round. We'll start with you, Mr. Kelly.
Got a good answer. Excellent. Just quickly, Mr. Hanson, with the Game and Feral Animal Control Regulation, there was an introduction of a fit and proper person test. Are you able to, on notice, provide the guidelines that will be used to determine what a fit and proper person is, given that it's a test that's abused in other areas like the firearms registry? I'm just concerned what guidelines will be used to determine what a fit and proper person is. So.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that on notice to you, Chair. We have it across a number of our acts that we administer as well.
Yeah, I've just seen it being, I guess, taken liberty in with the registry, you know, pinning people because they've got a veteran's pension and silly, you know, parking fines and stuff like that. They're totally unrelated to, you know, the actual act that they're administering. So I just want some guidelines on that. Maybe Mr. Sloan, you might be able to help. What's the total remuneration of DPI Fisheries in terms of what is the total salaries that's tied to DPI Fisheries?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Sure, I
Chair.
expected you would. From previous Orfa papers and dippers, we know there's a significant number of employees that receive some sort of funding from the trust account, or some of their salary is equated to projects from the trust account. Perhaps on notice, can you advise how many employees have, I guess, say maybe 70% or and above in terms of their salary being paid out of the trust accounts?
Certainly can take that on notice, Chair.
Sure, thank you. Who audits the trusts?
The Auditor General conducts an annual audit of expenditure against the trust.
Okay. Is that
forms part of the annual sort of DPI?
From my understanding, there was also an external. Is that the external audit?
Did you say Audit Office or Auditor General?
Auditor General, I think he said.
We're just same as the audit office.
Yeah. Well, we might we'll get an answer for you on that one and come back.
Sure. Perhaps also, if as you're taking that on notice, can you also advise as to whether this concept of on costs, which I think we've discussed in previous estimates, whether that is included in the audit of the trusts? I think we spoke before about how there's, I think it's around 48% on costs being attributed through to the trusts. I just want to know whether that's also included as part of the audit, because it seems to sit separate as a separate account or separate cost centre, from my understanding.
We can certainly look into that as well.
Sure. And if you could provide any details as to what those on costs are, like it's a bit of a broad term in terms of what are things that you would include as on costs that would be paid from that account, that would be great. That's it for trusts at the moment. Who would I speak to about travelling stock routes and Hudson Pair, and some concerns about some residents have about stock movements through that? Who would be the best person?
Me initially, Mr. Benazir.
No, okay. So some residents around the Piluda area have received a letter from Local Land Services advising them of walking and grazing along a particular stock reserve along Calrose Road, and they're just a little bit concerned about how that's going to be managed and the impact it's going to have on the spread of Hudson Pear, because where this stock is travelling is going to go directly through a hotbed of Hudson Pear, and then invariably on the way out they'll spread it out everywhere else.
Yep.
Have you received any concerns from farmers about?
On that, Mr. Bedanzak received some information today. I understand that all the Hudson Pear on the travelling stock reserve has been treated, so it has all been sprayed, as I understand it. But if it's okay, we might take it on notice and come back to you in terms of some of the details on it. And I know earlier, Mr. Benaziak, you had some questions regarding the coordinator. We do have a coordinator, an ongoing coordinator called the Cactus Coordinator in the Northwest, who does look after the Hudson Pear program, and we are in the process of doing a bit of evaluation in terms of its effectiveness, but it is funded through to June 2023.
Okay. I think my concerns around that, not necessarily an overall coordinator, but I think they needed more, people felt like there needed to be more boots on the ground, actually applying, the biocontrol and helping farmers apply the
But on the
chemical control.
TSR itself, we'll come back to you, but my understanding is that the Hudson Pear itself has been treated.
Would say just to assist you, it's in that come by chance Pilliga area. And if you need further details, I can provide that for you. Just quickly in the minute I've got left, just go to the La Perouse Camo Ferry project. Obviously, Fisheries had some concerns about that initially. When did your department first become aware that the project had been approved? Do you have an exact date as to when your department was notified?
I couldn't say exactly when we were notified off the top of my head, so I'd have to take that on notice. But we are aware that the project has been approved by the Planning Minister.
Sure. Your department obviously insisted on some certain extra protections. Why did we not insist on some protections for the cauliflower soft coral, which is an endangered species? It can only be found in 5 places in the world, and one of them is pretty much right next to this proposed ferry. And there's obviously concerns from people that know about cauliflower soft coral that the sedimentation and turbidity is going to impact that species. Why was the fisheries aware that there was that endangered species there? And if they were aware, why didn't they insist as part of the EIS?
I am aware, certainly, that we identified concerns about Posidonia, the seagrass, as well as white seahorse. To take it on notice, the question around cauliflower coral, so we can come back to you on that.
No, I appreciate that.
And so just, Chair, as you go off, so it is the Audit Office and the Auditor General who are the independent auditors of the Trust.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Tracy, I think you had something to add in our last session about the animals in emergency response with the authorities.
So thank you. Just to further, Scott's covered the main points, but just to further add a couple of points. In terms of emergency response, the way we work that's worked really well for us is a structured system of state control centre, local control centre, forward command post deployment. So that's worked really well. We're not unlikely to sort of move away from that. But what we learnt out of the floods is that there's an opportunity to do things a little bit differently in addition to that deployment via that structure and directly deploy vets into the response. And that's what we did towards the end of the flood response. So I think it was one of the learnings, and we're working closely with, as the DG said, with Vets Beyond Borders, RSPCA, Animal Welfare League, but also vets that aren't associated with those organisations, and being able to directly contract them within a scope of works. So I think that structure in emergency management is still really important in terms of a clear understanding of what's required in a response. But where we're seeing vets operating outside of that see more than us, that may not be using the 1-800 number, that don't sort of drive the information back that way, we're now able to contract them directly in the response within a scope of works and let them get on with it. So I think that's the big change. Mm-hmm. The other one was a closer sort of learning for us around direct liaison points with Vets Beyond Borders, RSPCA, Animal Welfare League in the response, sitting at the table as well. So we had some of that, but we wanted to strengthen those 2 bits. So I just wanted to flag those 2.
Thank you.
So I might just add to that, if I can quickly. So even our most ardent
public critics from the first flood response, in their submissions to the inquiry, called out the improved performance in the second flood response, which was only a month later.
I did hear that too.
And that was because we did see where we could streamline and fast track that in between that time.
And with that second response, it's specifically in regards to the wait time for the deployment of the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League, there was still a significant wait time in the second one. Is that still going to sort of improve?
We'll continue to fast track it, but by the time we got to the second one, we had almost contracted every vet from Tenterfield down to sort of Coffs Harbour South to be involved in the response. So we certainly sort of turned on our capacity to move quickly. And sorry, that's probably an exaggeration about every vet. I'm not sure we had every vet.
You were set up better. Yeah.
And can I give you an answer to your other question with regards to... So our compliance team have told us that as part of the process of acquiring animals, compliance officers check to ensure the person supplying the animal is permitted to possess the animal in the first place. And that's required. What they require is to cite evidence from the interstate authority about the legitimacy of the ownership of that animal.
Okay. So, I mean, but couldn't somebody still potentially have a license to have animals? Well, one thing that I hear, and I've heard this from people that are in authorities as well, is that often when people go out to inspect an exhibited animals facility, there's suddenly more animals than they were licensed to have. And they said, oh, sorry, whoops, some of them bred and we ended up with more than we had. It just seems that I'm trying to track down if somebody was to have koalas and they've got a license to have koalas, but then, essentially rescued a koala that was injured, rehabilitated that koala, that they could still potentially sell that koala on to another exhibited facility and that animal could somehow get lost in the process. They're not legally allowed to do that. But I'm just wondering, how would we track that and make sure that that's not happening in the system?
Yeah, so I don't know if we're able to track that, but what I do know is that we do actually undertake a verification by citing the evidence that the person who's transferring a koala actually has permit to have a koala in the first place. So we can, sorry, Suze.
The other thing too is that the rehab of wildlife is a separate licensing system.
Yeah, I was going to ask that as well.
Under the biodiversity conservation.
But
so
could someone
anyone
have
doing
both?
rehab has to be licensed and it's monitored through that.
But could somebody be
agency
licensed for both? Because I'm assuming a lot of places would have both licenses.
That's right, but they generally have to keep their rehab animals separate from their exhibited animals.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hanson, I've got some further questions about the draft animal welfare bill. I just wanted to know if the intention was to wait for the draft regulations to be published before it goes any sort of further, and whether those draft regulations will be going to the inquiry anytime soon, if you had any idea around the time frame.
So I think the intention is for the government to provide a response to the inquiry's report on reform. I think it's the 15th of September. It's not far off.
Very soon.
So that government response will probably pick up on a number of those pieces.
Yeah, because I think that was a recommendation. Do you have any further updates about the actual draft animal welfare bill and how the regulations are going?
None that probably I should talk about before the government makes its response on the 15th of September.
Okay, no, that's fine. I want to go back to to the new game hunting regulations that we discussed this morning. I'm just wondering when the idea of removing the minimum age of obtaining a hunting licence first came to the Department of Primary Industries and where that idea came from.
Thanks. I might have to see if Mr. Sloan has that, or Dr. Sloan, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. So first of all, as we discussed earlier today, it wasn't about firearms use.
No, I'm not asking about firearms, just asking about the minimum age of obtaining a hunting licence.
Right. So there's been discussions with our Game Pest Management Advisory Board for some time about how we could facilitate the participation of younger people in the training and education part of hunting. And so because anyone who's under 12 years old is not legally allowed to participate in a hunt under the current regulations. The idea came from essentially trying to enable, particularly those families that want to bring younger people into the experience of hunting and allow them to be trained properly and educate them. So it was a process where the department was working with the Game Pest Management Advisory Board to bring forward, ways that could allow for that training and education to occur.
Thank you. I think it's Ms. Higginson's.
Mr. Hanson, can I just finish with the rice vesting review, because I didn't get to finish and I promise I won't foray into government policy territory. Given the DPI's review report was only one feed-in and it is fairly inconsistent with government policy, what are we doing to assist those that remain disadvantaged under the continuation of vesting, such as the Northern Rivers rice growers?
And thanks for the question. So I think there's probably a couple of things that we can point to there. The first thing is obviously the group of growers we're talking about have been significantly impacted by floods, and so everything from drones flying over fields to sort of identify hazards for their harvest of recent times have been sort of things that we've been working with the industry up there on, just assisting them getting back on their feet post floods. That being said, I think the government also announced at the time of its decision to extend vesting a further review into the lessons that came out. So we are just in the process of finalising contracting ABARES to undertake that review. We're hoping it might help shine some light on some opportunities and some pathways for the northern industry that can then be tied into the recovery and rebuild for the sector up there as well.
And do you think there's some scope for assisting with further research and development into that dry land rice industry going forward?
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Also, it was such a relief to hear about the improvement in the veterinary response, because it was such a big issue at the time of the first flood. And yep, I listened to the inquiry about some of those things. So are you confident that if, let's all hope not, but the Bureau's current forecast that we are looking at a third La Nina with all sorts of factors that are not looking great for the Northern Rivers in this upcoming season, if we were to experience something again, are we even more ready now in terms of livestock responses?
So the easy part of the answer is we're definitely more ready now. To be honest, the trickier part of that question is we hadn't imagined size of and scale of incident, and I'm not sure whether we're currently imagining what the next size or scale of incident could be. So with the caveat of I don't know what the next size and scale of incident could be, we are definitely more ready. We have definitely even adapted from those first floods to the second floods. We've had flood events since then in the Hunter that we've been able to utilise as a further refinement piece. So yes, I'm confident that our systems and our processes and the people are ready.
And Ms. Higginson, LLS is generally the first on the scene when it comes to these things. So one of the strengths of LLS is its very broad network of people, and like what Mr. Hanson was saying, we are heavily involved as well in terms of the whole sort of post review in terms of what are the lessons and how do we learn from that.
And have you looked at, just in particular on that in the Northern Rivers, have you looked at the requirements for the current limited but important TSRs? And because we were so, I mean, if the next event is 17 metres, say, the probable maximum flood we're still looking at is possibly 16.5. If we got there, have you, as the LLS, mapped that landscape and actually said, right, this is where your safest place would be to go, particularly in those lower
perhaps
floodplains?
Not quite to that extent, but currently there's an issue where there are cattle which are in a difficult position in terms of being stranded, and they are utilising a TSR as a consequence of the flood event, and they're using LLS resources, including cattle yards and the like. So the TSRs are certainly being utilised, perhaps in ways which weren't initially envisaged, and certainly we've got a pretty open mind about the way in which we can use TSRs in these sorts of events.
Thank you. Can I just go to Forestry and Mr. Chowdhury? Are you, in May 2022, the Office of State Records found that you didn't have particular procedures to manage information held, and that your staff wasn't keeping records in a consistent manner. Have you improved that system? Have you addressed that?
Yes, I think you're referring to a particular incident where we thought we didn't have an information, but we actually did. So we looked into that and we have improved our processes.
And have you satisfied the Office of State Records that you have improved?
Yes, we have communicated with them, correct.
Thank you. And so in relation to that incident, that stemmed from, in terms of record keeping, are you satisfied, or are you aware that there is some issue with workplace culture in the field of aggression, and that is something that is on your radar of how to address?
It is very much on our radar, Ms. Higginson, and earlier we were talking about making sure that we have a safe workplace, a safe and respectful workplace, both for our staff, for our contractors, and for members of the public. So forestry operation can be a challenging environment, as we know. So generally, when an active harvesting operation is happening, we obviously don't want members of the public to come close to harvesting machines because it can be quite dangerous. But members of the public are fully entitled to conduct their protest work. We have no problems with that, but we ask for it to be done in a safe way.
Just to correct you there, I'm not talking about protests. I'm just talking about people just going along with their business, not protesting, and still being subject to aggressive and actually violent behaviour.
Yeah, so what we have done in that space, in particular with that incident that you're referring to, we have undertaken our staff through a bit of a training program on how to deal with situations like that with stakeholders to make sure we don't escalate situations and that sort of thing. We're doing something similar again, and we're extending that to the wider workforce, to our contractor base as well.
Thank you. Can I ask one final question, please? Thank you. With the hollow-bearing trees and current forestry operations, is that something that you think that you should address and have a look and make recommendations about the importance of increasing the number of hollow-bearing trees, given a species that is hollow-dependent keeps getting uplifted? We've just seen one. We're likely to see another one in the next few months.
Yeah, so Ms. Higginson, the hollow-bearing trees in the coastal IFOA, there's a number of prescriptions around how much hollow-bearing trees we should be setting aside per compartment. And post the major fires, we actually made assessment of the landscape ourselves, and in certain areas we have put in additional environmental protections, which are still in place in some of those areas, and they require additional retention trees and those sorts of things. And we've actually done some modelling of hollow-bearing trees across our landscape, and we think there's about 5 million hollow-bearing trees sort of in the harvestable areas up and down the coast, and probably 3 to 4 times that in the inland area. So we're continuously looking into this, investing in research as well, trying to get better at it.
Is that modelling available?
Yes, absolutely, we can make that available.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Now, I do believe we were about to hear from Mr. Kelly.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the question relating to the work we do on travelling stock reserves in relation to Indigenous projects and cultural heritage. It's an area in local land service we're really proud of, the work we do. So in our travelling stock reserve plan of managements, the 10 regions that have them, noting Greater Sydney doesn't have travelling stock reserves, there are 10 projects identified in each region with a budget allocation of a bit over 163,000 to undertake projects. In those, 5 have been completed. 3 are in partial completion, and 2 are about to be commenced in that space. To give you an example, one, particularly probably close to to your region, Tumut Brungle Lauk in Riverina LLS, we're allowing access to 5 TSRs for engagement activities such as cultural burning, native food collection, and those sort of things. In addition to those projects I've listed, Mr. Orr mentioned before in relation to the Indigenous Ranger Program and the 4 regions that will participate in that. There's around $5 million allocated for both the employee costs and operating costs, which is really about bringing those trainees on board to receive training in conservation and land management, gain the necessary skills to then increase employment opportunities. And one of the main aims out of that program through their work on TSRs, amongst other parts in LLS, will be to hopefully provide 50% of those with permanent jobs in local land services, which at the moment has lifted our Indigenous participation or employment from around 3% to 6% in the cluster. So it's an area we're really proud of, and we'll continue to work in that space.
Yep. Thank you. Can I also ask, Mr. Orr, then the participation rate in the workforce of people with disabilities?
I think it's 2% for LLS, Mr. Veach. I think we'll just confirm that for you.
Can you confirm it? And Mr. Hanson, people with disabilities participation rate in DPI?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, I would much appreciate that.
And Mr. Veach, the 6% participation rate, we're certainly one of the leaders in the public sector.
Yeah,
in terms of Aboriginal.
That's pretty good. No. There's a whole range of other questions around retention and things like that, but I'll probably put those on notice. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. As you drive around the regional New South Wales, the grass is green. It's got a bit of length in it. Stock are dying from malnutrition, which a lot of people don't appreciate. What are we doing at the moment around the supporting farmers with nutritional deficiency in their pastures?
Yeah, and I might see that there might be one in which either Mr. Kelly and then Ms. Lorimer Ward might want to make comment on, because there have been a number of workshops that have been run on that front that are joint between the 2 organisations.
Yep, I'll go first. So thanks for the question. It does seem a bit perverse that we've got plenty of food around and there's malnutrition, but we understand the reasons for that is in relation to particularly frost and drying off and no nutrition in the feed that's there, waterlogged soils, those sort of things. So particularly our vets have been out on ground doing animal health assessments and then determining whether it is malnutrition or whether it's other animal diseases, and they will provide nutritional advice and feed supplements to get the stock back up to condition. And in addition to that, we run a series of, with our ag advisory staff, series of sessions across the state, whether that be through one-on-one or through group sessions on improved management practices, taking into account how you can better manage for seasonal conditions, so that we're building their capacity to not only get through what they are now in terms of those nutritional deficiencies, but set themselves up for the future so that if similar conditions occur, they're better prepared to cope going forward.
Yep. Ms. Lorimer Ward?
I wouldn't add too much to that.
Yep. And the projections are another wet period coming up for us, which is, I guess, going to exacerbate some of these issues. So is there sort of a public awareness arrangement going on with the farming sector around watching their herd, their flock, to make sure that they are aware of the nutritional deficiencies that are currently existing? I mean, a lot of farmers are tuned in with this, and the reason I ask it is because I was at home the weekend and one of the guys I went to school with, he was talking about the fact that he lost a couple of cows.
Yeah, certainly we raise it through our normal communication channels and animal health newsletters and regional local land service newsletters out to staff. So we do a lot of media and comms around it. We certainly also highlight it through the workshops that we are doing and encourage landholders to contact us. And one of the other sort of offsetting things that we can do, particularly for a number of landholders in the wetter areas, is allow access to travelling stock reserves, because as you can imagine, in pretty good seasonal conditions, we don't get a lot of travelling stock on the routes, and they do have a lot of good feed on it. So we'll be allowing access to those, whether that's, sort of for hazard reduction or to actually offset the fact that they don't have any nutritional feed on their farm.
Yeah.
And particularly going into this next period around lambing, spring lambing, that the risks do multiply in terms of lactating ewes. So a lot of information now being, made available in the context of you still need to supplementary feed even in good years.
Yeah.
Understanding those contexts and how to manage that at that time of year.
Yep.
So seasonally relevant information going out.
Okay.
And we are seeing strong numbers of producers sending feed tests into our labs to get analysis done to try to work out how to best balance that nutritional requirement against what they're seeing in the paddock.
Yeah, because just buying hay may not be the resolution to the issue.
No.
Not always, no.
Not always the case, yeah.
And also an increase in faecal testing this year with the wetter year.
Yeah.
Around parasites.
Okay. Can I just want to go back to, I think, Mr. Kelly, you're talking about as part of this exercise, opening up the travelling stock reserves as a part of this process. There's a couple of things I want to talk about. One is Harisia up in the northern LLS. As it's moving, it's slowly making its way down from Queensland. Had a chance to inspect some Harisia up there. It's pretty vicious indeed, particularly with the grass long and the Harisia low. What are we doing about that on our TSRs?
You want to take this, Rob?
Yeah. Okay. So, like all responsible land managers with the regional weeds plans, we prioritise the priority weeds in each of the regions. So they develop the plans, they prioritise which weeds need to be focused on for that region. We then have spent in the last 12 months for pest and weed control on TSRs around $3.5 million injected into that, and we also apply under Crown Reserves Improvement Fund for targeted funding. But it's a valid point. We put as much effort as we can with the resources we have available. It's sort of the plug that TSRs are generally underfunded. Most of the operational costs come from travelling stock reserve permit fees, and as you would understand, in a season like this, we're not generating a huge amount of income off them.
That's where I'm going. That's my next question.
Yeah, we don't generate a huge amount of income off them in years like this, so we look for outsourcing the funding, providing additional programs from elsewhere to redirect resources to it.
Yeah. So again, as you drive around TSRs, the feed's pretty high, and you just know once it does stop raining, that's going to dry and become a real fire issue.
Yep.
So how are we addressing the fire risk or the fire potential of our TSRs across New South Wales?
Good question, because it's one thing that we do prioritise quite a lot. We work with the RFS, particularly in the high asset protection zones. So we work with them to identify those. They provide that information to us. We sit on the local emergency management committees as well when they're doing that planning. So there's a number of activities we'll do where they are in the very high asset protection zones. We'll put in fire breaks around those on the TSRs. In addition to that, we also offer neighbours 2 weeks free grazing to reduce the fuel load. But again, in a year like this, there's not a lot of uptake on that because there's additional costs with having to do that. We'll also do, where we can, chemical control and slashing, again, limited by the budget. So we prioritise based on the highest asset protection.
Yep. Yeah. It's just you don't want, the farmers, they don't need the TSRs in a good season, but at the same time, you've got to manage those TSRs so they are available when they are needed.
Exactly. And you don't want to manage them in a way in a good year that you don't have feed in a bad year.
Yep. My last round of questions before I pull up stumps, Mr. Henson, actually relates to irrigated agriculture, but mainly on the eastern flowing rivers, although this may apply elsewhere, I guess. But there's a real issue around pumps and pump sizes on the eastern flowing rivers, and people are now engaging in this discussion because of the water sharing plans or the draft water sharing plans for a lot of those rivers. And people are complaining to me about the fact that for the amount of water they take out each year, they probably don't need a meter anymore. So therefore, they may not even take the water, which is okay whilst it's raining, by the way. What work is the department doing with pumps around New South Wales and irrigated agriculture, sort of as a part of that research around water use, water preservation?
So I might throw to Kate Lorimer Ward to make some comment on this, because there's two aspects to it. The first one is that water use efficiency piece, but the second part is actually around, with the rising energy costs, just alternative energy sources for pumps as well. So we've got two pieces of work that we've been undertaking in that area.
Could that be hydrogen?
It could well be, but obviously the already tested, tried, and just needs to be rolled out further is solar. So it's
Yeah. So if you're interested particularly in the coast, most of that program is run through our Clean Coastal Catchments program, and that's working with specific industries around their irrigated agriculture, largely horticulture, and looking at improving the efficiency of those. We've been working with Fisheries around the use of screens on those pumps. So at the same time, looking at fish screening within those systems. A lot of the work on the Clean Coastal Catchments is also a blend with fertiliser management and actually how they can be more efficient in the management of those two systems combined because of that interrelation that's there.
Okay, and so with these eastern flowing rivers, the water quality testing that the oyster growers do, I believe that's sort of, I think they undertake that work. That's on behalf of the New South Wales Food Authority, I think. I could be wrong about that. Yep. I'm happy to be corrected. But how much more can be done around water quality? I mean, commercial fishers, no doubt, talking to a range of people about, and recreational fishers about the quality of the water, particularly after the floods. And the bushfires down south actually had an impact as well that I'm aware of. What are we doing about water quality beyond what the oyster growers are testing?
I'm pleased you raised that. It actually is one of the most significant threats identified in the threat and risk assessment for the New South Wales Marine Estate, and is actually a significant feature of the Marine Estate Management Strategy and the program of works that is being rolled out on that front. And I might ask Mr. Sloan if he wants to make some additional comments on that, and then post that because one of our delivery agencies for that Marine Estate Management Strategy is LLS as well.
Yeah, that's correct. So, pardon me. As part of the threat and risk assessment, it's actually in the top 5 risks to the coast and marine environment in New South Wales. And when you think about 8+ million people in New South Wales, and nearly 70% of them living on or near the coast, the amount of development in that coastal strip is significant, and the pressure on particularly our estuarine systems, which is essentially where all of the nurseries for our fisheries exist. The pressures are significant there. So all of the work that we do through the marine estate to improve water quality is about improving the habitat. That means we improve the outcomes for fish, which in turn improve the outcomes for industries and communities. Oyster farmers are probably one of the indicator industries for the health of our waterways, because when we've got poor water quality, they simply can't harvest oysters, or they suffer impacts from that. So there's a significant amount of work that is being done through the Marine Estate Strategy to improve water quality right across the Marine Estate. And just picking up on the point about fish screens, which are modern technologies to help irrigators not just reduce the amount of fish and fish larvae that get sucked up into their fish pumps, but also their irrigation pumps, but also helping them to reduce their operating costs, because the amount of debris that gets sucked into their irrigation pumps is significantly reduced, which also reduces their energy costs. So there's an estimate that we can reduce 2 million fish being lost to the system through those irrigation pumps by simply installing them in one stretch of river. So, so the benefits to irrigators, to fishers, and to the environment is quite significant.
Yep.
So we are going on farm on those coastal areas as part of the Clean Coastal Catchment, and doing sort of like a whole farm irrigation assessment to help people understand not only just the pump, but the system that runs around that, and how that can be best deployed, or where the best upgrades could be. And the other aspect to that, as part of the Climate Smart program that we've been running, we actually have put a whole lot of in-field sensors into Abatements Bay for oysters, and that's part of actually supporting just-in-time decision-making for them. So they're sensors that are picking up all sorts of features at live time, and that supports that sort of decision-making. So that pilot is about helping those industries adjust to changes in climate, and water quality is one of those things that's affected by that.
Okay.
And we've got other partners across New South Wales government that are partners in that Marine Estate Management Strategy, and things like marine litter are part of that water quality component, as well as the diffuse pollution pieces that we've been talking about here.
Yep. And so Are we going to continue having the oyster growers collecting the samples themselves and sending them off in some of these estuaries, or are we going to move towards a more independent collection, sample collection and assessment?
Well, as you heard, our objective at some stage in the future will be real-time, independent, automatic
As per the
monitoring.
Clyde.
Yeah, that's at Abatement's Bay, just piloting that now.
Yeah. And so in the Clyde though, the Clyde River.
Yep.
Yep.
That's my understanding.
Okay. I reckon that'll probably wrap me up, Mr. Chair. And just so you know, it's probably the last estimate. So thank you all very much for this term of Parliament and the way you've gone about it. Been some bumpy days and there's been some smooth days, but thank you very much.
Mr. Veach, I actually had a couple of responses for you if there's time to come back to you. The first one was in relation to the matter that you raised around a gipper for the Mannering Point fish kill.
Yep.
We've checked and we don't have any records of having received such a gipper, so
I'll go back to the local member and ask.
The other one was around trout cod. You asked some questions there. The recovery plan for trout cod has been in place since 2006. But we have been stocking trout cod in New South Wales for about 30 years. In relation to the impacts at Talbingo Reservoir, redfin already exists in Talbingo Reservoir, so we don't have any concerns about the implications for trout cod in Talbingo Reservoir, but we do have concerns about the impacts at Tantangra Reservoir, where the redfin does not exist.
There is no redfin in Tantangra.
The concerns there are upstream Macquarie perch impacts and downstream stocky galaxid, as well as the trout fishery in Lake Yukonbean. So they're the concerns that we're working with Snow and Hydro on.
Because Tantangra also connects to at Providence Portal into Yukonbean. So, okay, thank you.
And sorry, Mr. Veach, just to confirm the 2% disability rate within LS is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I've got that figure across the whole department. It's 2.2% across the whole department for disability. And we have a disability inclusion action plan that sits under a strategy. So with some goals to improve that over time.
So how does that across the whole department then reflect over the last 5 years? Is it a plateaued number? Is it an increasing number?
I haven't got that data, but we can come back to you.
Okay, that would be good. Thanks.
The aim is to improve it by 2025 under our strategy and action plan.
And within that, Mr. Veach, I know in the department they've put on some recruitment staff who specialise not only in Aboriginal recruitment but also in disability recruitment.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Veach, sorry, Mr. Primrose, I just got an update on the hardwood haulage subsidy program. It's 1.215 million as of last week approved.
Thank you. I'll throw to Ms. Hurst first.
Thank you. I've just got some questions for Mr. Hanson around rodeos. I asked a question on notice about whether rodeos in New South Wales are required to report any injuries or deaths to the DPI, and the answer was no. If the DPI has no idea how many injuries or deaths are actually occurring at these events, how can we have confidence that the industry is not causing undue harm to animals? What's the oversight system if there's no reporting system?
The injuries do have to be reported to the Australian Professional Radio Association, and we've just actually recently contacted them, and they're actually going to send some of that data through to us.
And so they're obviously not like a government sort of agency. So is that going to be something ongoing that the DPI will then have access to those figures, or is this just sort of a one-off request?
We could certainly track that. It would be interesting to note, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Do DPI inspectors ever attend rodeos? Does that ever happen?
DPI inspectors don't, because rodeos come under POCTA, so the enforcement agencies, RSPCA, Animal Welfare League and the police would attend those.
So it's left entirely to the enforcement agencies?
There are, yes.
And how many rodeo and calf roping events take place in New South Wales each year? Is that something that information the DPI collects?
Yeah, I've got some information on that for you. Hang on a half tick. There's 20 rodeos operating in New South Wales in 2021, but generally there would be more than that, so COVID did have impacts on that number. So the normal number would be probably up around the 70 number.
Mhm.
And
And the other one was calf roping, sorry.
Oh yes, calf roping.
Oh, all of those had calf roping, was it?
I
Or-
don't have
Oh,
that
That's
breakdown.
not broken down. Okay.
No.
And the code also requires that an official veterinarian should be in attendance continuously for at least 2 hours before the advertising start time of the rodeo. Does the DPI have any oversight of this, or is that something that, again, the enforcement agencies would have to look into?
That would be something the enforcement agencies would look into.
And is it something that the DPI has any kind of reporting system back on that to make sure that that's actually happening?
We get statistics on the numbers of offences and we got complaints about rodeos that the enforcement agencies get, but not that specifically, no.
Okay, thank you. And so just to confirm, you said that you will be sort of collecting the data going forward on injuries and deaths and sort of keeping that within the DPI?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I've just got one last question. Maybe this is for Mr. Sloan, going back to the draft regulations. There was a proposal to remove an exemption that would allow hunters to light a fire and hunt an animal while the animal's actually attempting to flee from the fire and the smoke. And it was stated in their proposal that the purpose for that change was to improve animal welfare outcomes. However, the exemption still exists in the final regulation, so that was also a proposal that was dropped. And I'm wondering if there's any sort of information from the submissions that were received within the DPI as to why that proposal didn't make it through into the new regulations.
I would have to take that on notice, Ms Hurst, to give you the detail that you've requested.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could. Thank you very much. And my last questions are around the Puppy Farm Task Force. I'm wondering if someone can give me a bit of an update on the task force, if it's still ongoing, or when that task force will complete.
The task force has scaled back from 4 inspectors to 2 inspectors, and that's at this stage ongoing. I've not heard that that'll be stopping. They're continuing on with 2 inspectors dedicated to that.
And will they get more funding to be able to continue on with 2 inspectors, or is that on their own funding to continue that program?
They're doing that with their own funding at the moment.
Okay. And are you able to give me any update on the latest statistics from the task force? So the number of raids, the number of prosecutions commenced, fines issued, number of dogs removed?
Yes, I don't think there's been the number of animals seized is similar to the last time we spoke.
Okay.
It was 141. What was the other
But
one?
that hasn't changed? Or when you say it's similar, do you mean it's the same or it's...
The official figure that I've got's the same.
Okay.
And the other question was around the number of pins, was that correct?
Yeah, the number of pins, yeah.
Since the commencement in August 20, we've got, up until June 2022, we've got 72.
72. And the number of raids or prosecutions commenced?
The number of prosecutions, according to the statistics I've got here, is 3.
3. And has that changed since the last sort of update?
That's the figures that we quoted last time, but there's possibly some other actions at the moment that I can't discuss.
And you have the number of raids or inspections? Has that increased?
Yes, I've got the number of inspections. We've got 493 since August 20.
Mm-hmm. And is that the same as was last reported, or is that increased?
It's increased. They're doing between 5 and 20 per month, so it's gone up since last time.
And what were they doing when they had 4 inspectors when they first started?
In terms of numbers per month,
If
they range from 12 to 23.
Okay. Thank you. Last week, the DPI announced that the New South Wales government had launched a campaign to help New South Wales consumers when making purchasing decisions in relation to puppies. Can someone tell me more about that program? It seems to be like some kind of an educational program about being mindful about where you purchase puppies from. Is it just a web page with information, or is it going to be linked to a campaign?
It's a two-phase program that we've implemented, so it's all about education, getting people that are buying puppies to have better knowledge of that space, people that are selling puppies to have better knowledge of their responsibilities, and also making people aware of some of the scams and pitfalls that are out there at the moment. So the first phase of that program is all about, it's mainly Facebook and Gumtree based, so it's advertisements advising people to be aware of their responsibilities if they're a buyer, a seller, and watch out for scams. So there's a fairly high level of information being put out there at the moment. The Facebook information then links back to the DPI webpage, and we've also collaborated with the Department of Fair Trading to try and get them to, and they have boosted their information on puppy scams so that people can look up information there. And there's also linking back to information about the dog breeding code so that people that sell dogs understand that they have responsibilities to abide by the code. There's also a second phase, so we've got some social research that we're undertaking at the moment, and then depending on what the outcome of that social research phase is, that will also then determine the second phase of this project, which will be more targeted education back to those three areas. So it's all about education rather than legislation at this point in terms of trying to get people to understand their responsibilities and what to look out for.
And is there going to be more consultation on that second phase? Is that still in a consultation process, or is that completed?
We've engaged an external independent group to undertake some social research, one-on-one interviews with all different stakeholders right across the spectrum. And once we've got that information back, that will hopefully give us some really good insights into what areas we should target in terms of education.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of other stats here too from previous, if you'd like. Dogs in research, there's 20 establishments that have dogs. There's 7 that supply dogs, that have an animal supply licence. For cats, there's 14 establishments that have cats, and there's 7 that are suppliers of cats. Now, you need to note that some of them have cats and dogs, so if you just add those numbers up, you'll get a bigger number than what the reality is.
Okay, and you don't have that data as to which have both?
No, I don't have that, sorry.
No, that's all right, thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly wrapping a few things up. Dual consent for private native forestry. My understanding is the Minister's got a proposal to remove dual consent for private native forestry. Are you aware of that proposal, and have you provided any advice to the Minister?
Is it really a matter for the Minister, Mr. Banasiak? It's a policy issue.
Yeah, wasn't sure whether you were consulted, that's fine. Can I just quickly go back to the trusts? Mr. Sloan, who allocates staff to projects funded by the trust? Who within DPI would do that? Would it be Mr. Turnell's answered questions on the trust before? Would he be the person that would oversee which staff go where?
Not necessarily. Every one of our units within the Fisheries branch has a director, and then at one level down from there are program leaders that are essentially managers of teams. So when it comes to who would be assigning staff to individual projects, that would largely fall to managers, which is the next level down, but it could involve senior management directors as well.
The process would normally be projects that are being proposed to the trust have an allocation of staff resource as to these are the staff and the skill sets needed to deliver this project, and so that's why that it'd be more ground up in terms of project construction for the trust to consider as to what resources were being utilised.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we just go back to the La Perouse ferry, particularly some of the conditions of approval that Fisheries insisted upon? one of them is condition E13, which states proponent must allow for additional winter and summer season to monitor biodiversity within the construction footprint. Is it your understanding that, given that condition of approval, the project won't actually begin until July 2023 to allow for that monitoring to occur? And are you part of that monitoring?
I couldn't say for sure, Chair, so I would have to take that on notice to make sure I give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
But it sounds reasonable to assume that.
Yeah. Are you part of that monitor? Is DPI Fisheries part of that monitoring? Is that?
There's a reference group that has been set up with Transport, with DPI Fisheries, and with some independent scientific capability to look at a range of those matters. So I would expect that the development would be taking advice from that reference group, which is set up to oversee the implementation of those measures.
Thank you. Given the serious state of the condition of black rodcod as a species, why didn't Fisheries insist a little bit firmer in terms of this project, given that, they are, I'll probably equate them to, the saltwater version of the trout cod in terms of their status and status for a long time. Why did Fisheries not insist a little bit more firmly on this project and further protections? I know there's one condition, but given the level of issues we have with black rodcod, why didn't DPI Fisheries insist a little bit harder?
I'd have to take advice from my scientific team on the reasons for that, Chair, so I'll take that on notice. But what I could say is that every individual species has its own habitat preferences, and whether or not this particular area is a critical habitat area would have been one of the considerations. So I'll take that on notice and come back to you with some more detail. Just following on from that, your question earlier about the cauliflower soft coral, our science team was aware that that species is found sporadically around Botany Bay, but generally agreed with the advice from planning that no significant impacts from the development would be expected to occur on cauliflower soft coral, as the records indicate that this species is not present in the area where the direct impacts will occur from dredging.
And I just a question more generally around your conditions of approval. Were they based on the original design of the wharf, or were they based on the fact that now the wharf has since grown by 130%? So originally the wharf was only going to be about 100 metres from shore, but now it is 230 metres from shore, which obviously then further exacerbates the impact on the biodiversity of some of those endangered species. What were the conditions of approval based on? Was it based on the 100-metre wharf or the revised 230-metre wharf?
I would assume it would be the revised, because any conditions would have to be based on the actual wharf. But
Yeah,
I can take that.
It just seemed to gradually change. If you look at the department, the planning departments and transport departments' advice about the project, it just each time there was a new document, the project grew without any sort of accommodations and adjustments for it. So if you just take on notice as to whether the conditions were based on the final figure, that would be great.
Yeah, can take that on notice. And the other thing to say, Chair, is that the department recommended a biodiversity offset strategy be developed, which essentially means that whatever impacts occur need to be offset by rehabilitation activities, and that is specifically relevant to the Posidonia habitats, as well as the white seahorse that were identified at
Did
the
it,
outset.
did it make any recommendations in terms of the loss of the recreational fishing haven or percentage of the or was that part of that biodiversity offset?
The other separate issue that that was raised by DPI Fisheries was the access by recreational fishers, and the understanding I have is that the wharf itself will be accessible to recreational fishers when ferries are not docked, in a similar way to the way that the Sydney Harbour ferry wharves are managed.
Sure. I will pass to...
Just got a couple.
Yeah, sure.
Can I just, firstly, can I please thank Miss Tracy for having such a lovely backdrop all day on the video screen and having brought some trees and green into this room.
No one's asked her any questions, though.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. It's been lovely.
The trees.
Yeah, just keep drifting into your screen. With the, I think it was 30 mil that was announced for as a subsidy for forestry, whether it was flood relief, and I think it was for roading. Would that be right? Can I just ask about that? How are we spending that, and is that something that can be accessed when the spend has happened?
So I think you're referring to the $60 million
It
for
was
repairing
60.
forest roads?
That's right, sorry, it was 60.
Yep. So it's a program that's again administered by regional programs, and we can get you more details on that, or actually through Forestry Corp, sorry. And Anshul can probably provide some more information on that.
I can. So, so Ms. Higginson, we have about 60,000 kilometres of roads in our forest network, and the flood events and flood causes a lot more damage than actually bushfires have in terms of our road infrastructure. And so we already had a lot of the roads damaged through the bushfires. About estimated quarter of that's about 20,000 kilometres of roads, and the floods exacerbated that. So what this funding will do is really help remediate these roads. So we've already identified the inventory of where these roads are, the extent of the damage. I've gone personally and seen a lot of the bridges being washed away, culverts washed away, all that sort of thing. And we want to engage road builders to basically map out all the work that needs to be done. That's the plan for this financial year, procure all that work, and then we start actually remediating and building that. Some of the work's already started, but this big piece of work is probably going to start towards the end of this financial year.
And can I just ask just generally, is that like a schedule of works? Is that available? In terms of prioritising which roads are first and...
So that's what we're building at the moment. We've got the inventory done and we're prioritising it based on a whole range of factors such as public access, fire management, timber production, all those sorts of things are there.
Okay. Is timber production the highest priority at the moment, or is it...
No, not really. There are roads we are fixing, for example, up at the Barrington Tops. I've just approved the roadworks to commence there, and that's a highly used forest area for recreation.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I might add, one of the things we learned after the bushfires was how important it was for people to get back out into the forest, and also after COVID as well, during COVID. So the floods was a really important factor, both for people to get back out in the forest and recreate, but also for some of the tourism and beekeepers and graziers and others that use those forests. So making sure those roads were safe was critical.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Mr. Chandri, before you said about the hollow bearing assessment that you've done, is that something that you can provide on notice, or is that somewhere where I can find it? Or
yeah, no, absolutely. We actually did publish this on our website as well, and also we shared this with EPA. Right. So it's an assessment of the impact of those major bushfires on the forest landscape, and talks about augmented conditions.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just ask about dingo control or wild dog control? Are we still currently allocating around about $300,000 a year, or is that figure about right? It was reported in the media that somebody from DPI said that's the annual spend on wild dog control. Is that still accurate?
I don't know where that figure would come from. Sorry, we can...
Seems so.
Okay.
Yeah, in terms of wild dog control per se, I'd suggest the number's significantly higher than that.
Significantly higher than that. I thought so.
Yep.
All right, this was just from an article, and I realised it did say it spends more than 300,000. So yeah. So do we know? Is that figure available? How much we're spending per annum on dingo control?
I'll just check in terms of my notes, in terms of the data which we actually do have, but in terms of our baiting programs alone, you might want to comment on this, Rob. Significant effort goes into baiting, programs in terms of 1080 bait, both, those programs which landholders initiate and do jointly, as well as aerial baiting programs. So there's significant work which goes into wild dog control, as well as many LS regions have their own wild dog control coordinators who actually go out and trap wild dogs.
And how is the agency, or how is the DPI kind of currently managing the sort of newer science around dogs being dingoes and dogs being dogs, and that there is an importance about them being a native animal, and that perhaps we might need to recalibrate how we're managing them? Is that something that's happening internally?
Yeah, so we do have a number of projects running that are tracking and trying to continue to learn about behaviours. I don't know whether I'll throw Dr. Tracy in a moment, because that hybridisation is actually the greatest threat to dingoes. It's not any of the controls or programs, it's actually that hybridisation, that crossbreeding between dingoes and wild dogs that is continuing to be the biggest risk to that native animal. And the more we can learn about their behaviours and their interactions and where those dogs are coming from, and when that is something that we have teams actively researching out in the field. I don't know, John, Dr. Tracy.
I think you've pretty much covered what we've done. So we do have some scientists working on some of that in terms of distribution of dingoes and wild dogs, and it is a bit of a tricky science in terms of differentiating, because you've got to start with morphometrics on what they look like, and then try to revert back to genetics. But yeah, so that is a piece of work. But I guess the important thing is in terms of what we do for wild dog management is focus on large-scale programs of work that do get that coordinated action happening. So it's less about numbers and more about coordinated action. And I think through the regional plans, that's key to both managing impacts of wild dogs as well as the hybridisation risk.
Okay. And just in terms of the program itself, so each year Alice undertakes 2 aerial baiting campaigns, one in autumn, one in spring. And in the 21-22 financial year, Alice Wild Dog Control programs delivered 384,000 aerial baits, which were distributed over nearly 20,000 kilometres of bait lines, and landholder ground baiting comprised about 500,000 wild dog baits. But Mr. Kelly, do you want to add anything to that?
Nothing more to add. When we do coordinated pest control, it is coordinated. So we do have specific targeted programs for wild dogs from a trapping perspective where they've attacked livestock. So we'll go out and have a specific program for that. But generally our programs are aimed at all pest species. So particularly aerial baiting programs, they will target wild dogs, but they'll also target foxes and pigs and things like that as well.
So is there a strategic outcome? Like, is there a kind of strategic goal to finish on in terms of where we're heading to what we call management and what we call success each year in terms of monitoring? And is that publicly available?
Yeah, there is certainly follow-up monitoring, which we do as part of our programs. I mean, we can certainly take that on notice and provide information.
Thank you.
Certainly, if I could just add to that, like in terms of strategic outcomes, that's really driven around the priority for the plans, and it's not about reduced numbers on their own. It's about environmental benefits, increasing quoll numbers. It's about improved production, reduced wild dog impact. So they're the key things that are worked through as a fundamental part of what we do for regional planning, and that's key for getting all parts of the community involved, public, private, stakeholders involved in that coordinated action. So that happens in terms of priority at the region as well as at the state level as well. So that's driven through the committee structures to get that strategic outcome.
Okay, time has now elapsed. Before I hand to the government, I will just ask through you, Mr. Hanson, whether anyone, any out of the witnesses have any homework they want to hand in early.
That'd be great, Chair, because as you know, a lot of people who aren't here have been sitting working to make sure we've all got the information we need, and if we can reduce their workload,
100%.
I'd much appreciate that. So a couple of things. Firstly, our percentage of staff that reported being disabled is 2% as well, so the same number as LLS. We currently have 13 estuaries with real-time water quality testing available already, as I'm informed, and our researcher who made that quote to the ABC was talking about the cost of their research project in terms of wild dog project, not the costs across New South Wales government.
Sure. Any others, Mr. Orr?
Yeah, just in relation to Illawarra Deer Program, Mr. Veach, you had some questions earlier on. So the program and its predecessor, the Northern Illawarra Wild Deer Management Program, have been operating since 2011. In this time, over 5,300 feral deer have been removed from the Illawarra escarpment. For the 2022-23 financial year, the costs for the program are around about $114,000, and in that there's $45,000 from LLS to assist with a coordinator.
Mr. Sloan?
Thanks, Chair. In relation to the Kamay ferry project, DPI Fisheries staff followed up with Planning Department to find out where the approval process was at on the 27th of July and got confirmation that that project had been approved. In relation to the question about who can approve the members of the prawn draw process, a fisheries officer can make that determination under delegation in accordance with clause 351 of the Estuary General Share Management Plan and the prawn net set pocket determination guidelines. And for the Mile Lakes, it has to be at least 2 of 4 individuals which are commercial fishers in that fishery.
Okay, thank you.
Just one additional piece of information on the supply chain support grants after the bushfires for softwood. So there was $15 million made available for the salvage of burnt timber. There was $10 million for the salvage, 15 for the salvage of timber and 10 for storage.
Excellent. That's it. Okay, well, I'll now hand to the government.
The only thing for me to add is to once again thank you for all coming.
Leading witness.
And also thank you to your staff, who, particularly those ones that have worked in biosecurity and animal welfare over the last little while, be they DPI or LLS staff, and those that have been seconded into those areas as well, which I know has happened a lot. I know it's been a very tough little period, and we thank you all very much for what you've done. So I think that would be all from me.
Point of order, that's not a valid question.
Fine.
All right, thank you everyone for your time. It's much appreciated. Suffice to say, any other questions that remain on notice, you'll have 21 days, and the committee secretariat will be in touch. But for those that are going home, safe travels home. For those that have to stick around for another couple of days, enjoy the city.
Sorry.
Thank you.
The bar, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
tell me about it.
I did that. I heard that.